Hey there, I'm a sword. Yeah, you heard me right. Unlike those romantic legends about noble blades choosing their masters, the truth is, for hundreds of years, I've been nothing more than an oversized broom trapped in the reincarnation cycle of a sharp, bloodthirsty weapon. I've been passed around to dozens of so-called heroes, just to clean up the foul-smelling messes they leave behind. Slaying dragons, crushing demons, stopping rebellions, saving princesses, I've done it all. But the peak of my tragedy has to be my last owner. That idiot, in a moment of pure vanity, tried to show off some fancy sword moves, spinning around so clumsily that he ended up stabbing himself right in the heart. That's right, a demon-slaying hero who died because he tripped over his own ego. It was a pathetic, absurd death that deeply insulted the pride of a thousand-year-old holy sword like me. Just as I was busy sneering at his corpse, a blinding light pulled me in. Getting a new owner again, I guess? Dear gods, please, this time, can you pick someone with more than a pea-sized brain? I prayed silently. But when I woke up, I didn't see my familiar jewel-encrusted scabbard. Instead, I was staring at 3 layers of belly fat, jiggling uncontrollably. Great. I didn't reincarnate as a sword. I've possessed the body of the third prince, the fattest, most cowardly, and most useless loser in this kingdom's history. And the best news of the day? The whole castle is engulfed in flames. A horde of monsters is about to storm in and chew everyone's bones to dust. And the original owner of this blubbery body just kicked the bucket from pure terror. Well, I'm used to being a weapon. Now that I've suddenly grown limbs, even if they are a bit greasy. It's actually kind of interesting. Since there's no hero left to complain about, I'll clean up this mess myself. The journey of this chubby sword to shed some weight, hack up monsters, and salvage this wrecked kingdom officially begins. Let's gear up, you monsters. Let's see how you like it when a sword picks up itself and beats the living daylights out of you. In the middle of a battlefield buried in cold snow and strewn with corpses, a pure white bird sits listlessly on a sword stuck in the ground, looking around as if it's wondering where the hell it ended up in the middle of nowhere. The little bird blinks, confused, scanning the ruins, its sharp beak looking completely clueless. As the camera pans out, the tiny bird becomes a lonely focal point in the middle of a vast, snowy plain, littered with dead bodies beneath the gloomy city walls. The scene shifts to the divine profile of a handsome guy breathing out icy mist, his cold lips dripping with main character energy. The knight, with golden hair and a fur cloak, carries a golden lion-faced pauldron on his shoulder, his eyes fixed firmly on the distance. He confidently stands alone, facing an entire army of orcs, huge as buildings, their bulging muscles hungrily eyeing him like a tasty snack. Light flashes from a blood-stained greatsword, the blade engraved with a crimson demon face that looks like it just came out of a slaughterhouse. Memories flood back with a monologue. In a chaotic era, countless disasters occurred. It started with a massive black dragon whose roar tore the sky apart. And countless battles appear, showing images of warriors, with bulging muscles, swinging swords at each other so fiercely that sparks fly, and endless heroes are born into the world. Following that, scenes of other heroes appear, some slaying giant monsters, others casting spells that fill the sky. And then there's me, a silhouette of a warrior in a vibrant red cloak, rushing straight into the heart of the fiery ruins, always existing at the center of the chaos. I once existed as the demonic blade, Grohon, a close-up of the shimmering golden sword with a brilliant red gem, designed with more luxury than anyone could ever need. The knight's gold-armored boot stomps down, shattering the ice beneath his feet, decisive and powerful. And now, the solitary, cool back of the knight stands dwarfed in the middle of the battlefield, standing tall against the blood-red dawn and the swarm of monsters. The giant army charges with snarling faces, gnashing their teeth and clawing as if they want to devour the tiny man in front of them. A cruel, merciless axe slams down, instantly finishing off a poor soldier lying in the cold snow. The red, muscular demons roar in a frenzy, creating a chaotic, bloodthirsty, and suffocating scene. Not as a sword, the armored hand grips the hilt tightly, and a brilliant blue magical aura begins to erupt. But I stand here as a knight. The man lifts his face, eyes glowing with deep blue magic, an intense aura radiating around him. The knight swings his sword, releasing a massive blue wave of light that tears through and tosses up the thick ice under his feet. A close-up of his gorgeous, blue pupils reflects an ironclad determination that cannot be shaken. The main character's cold, decisive face is bathed in blue magic swirling around like glowing ribbons. The snow-capped mountains, frozen valleys, and walls soaked in blood remain in silence. The entire battlefield is drenched in an overwhelming magical light. A soldier tries to struggle and push himself up from the snow amidst the glowing blue light. A knight in black armor stands gallantly, leaning on his spear, kneeling on one leg in the snow. The textbook stance of those ready for battle. A man with a scarred face uses every ounce of his strength to blow the horn. Only the sound of the horn signaling the dawn raid echoes. Other side characters, both men and women, appear carrying cool swords, standing bathed in the main character's turquoise aura. The blue light explodes into a massive cyclone swirling straight up into the sky, surrounding them, while a system notification box pops up, signaling the start of a large-scale war. Along with a winter anthem, waves of Feta soldiers with glowing blue magic raise their weapons in unison, ready to charge into the bloodbath. The golden-haired knight stomps his foot hard, sending snow and ice flying, his red cloak fluttering powerfully. As he charges forward, kicking off the epic battle, the giant sword shines brilliantly, accompanied by a flashback full of show-off vibes. Ancient heroes, now forgotten. Below, our main character smirks with radiant, confident joy. Immediately after, a series of lightning-fast actions follow. He dances with his sword, slicing 7 orcs to pieces. Blood sprays everywhere across the white, snowy battlefield. Fresh blood streaks through the air. Between slashes, he turns to look at his companions in shiny armor behind him, saying proudly, "They are all my friends." Weapons clash fiercely, creating a powerful shockwave. He continues showing off his wide network of friends, including his mentors and his own disciples. Not stopping there, his comrade swings a sword, carrying a blue energy current that slices a giant monster in half. The move is clean and smooth to the millimeter. Another slash, infused with green energy, slams straight into the chest of an orc holding an axe. Blood gushes out as he artfully ducks and dodges. Suddenly, the close-up cuts to the face of a female warrior with a wild grin and sharp eyes, accompanied by the protagonist's firm declaration, "Because the legends they achieved all stemmed from me." A beautiful blonde woman, but her attacks are brutally efficient. She streaks past, decapitating a massive monster in the blink of an eye. Back to the protagonist. He calmly wipes blood from his cheek with his armored hand, his expression as composed as if this were child's play. A close-up of his gorgeous sapphire blue eyes flashes with profound depth, reflecting a wealth of hardened battlefield experience. Then, the frame shifts to a giant orc boss, muscles rippling, radiating a blazing red, killing intent as it looms over him, pressing in. In this era where the final calamities have arrived, the monster bares its fanged maw, roaring in intimidation, swinging a fist the size of an industrial rice cooker, ready to smash him into the ground. In stark contrast to that brute force, his left eye flickers with a brilliant azure magical aura, chillingly calm. In a flash, he draws his sword and strikes a surge of blue energy, erupting violently, enveloping him like a god of war. A decisive, ruthless upward slash tears through the boss's massive body, accompanied by a bold declaration. The giant boss is sent flying, suspended in the air against a backdrop of explosive red fire that highlights his incredibly cool stance. Cloaked in his cape, the young man turns around, offering a gentle, soft smile that reveals his flawless handsomeness, despite his face being smudged with a bit of dust. The image of the magic sword planted in the middle of a lush green field under a crystal-clear sky appears, completing his earlier line, becoming a legend. Once again, the frame pans down to reveal a mysterious, glowing red magical entity. A quiet confession follows, explaining its true identity. "I have been reincarnated as a sword." The narrative continues with a flashback showing various mighty warriors who once wielded him as their weapon. "For hundreds of years, I have met many masters, and I have turned them into heroes whose names are etched in history forever." Finally, that sword rests snugly in the hands of the current young man, with golden hair and a red cloak. "After that, I met my comrade." Then, a montage of gameplay footage depicts the grueling grind of fighting monsters, introducing the boy's background. A child born in an anonymous rural village named Leon Beck, along with a close-up of the young man's face, sweating but burning with the will to fight. "We traveled the world together, and achieved feats that no one could ever compare to." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a gloomy, snow-covered mountain range, where blue magical lightning tears through the storm-tossed sky. A massive collision occurs, shaking the earth, lightning flashes, and the ice shatters under terrifying pressure. A close-up shows Leon Beck gritting his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes still defiant, but clearly having a rough time. The proud knight now kneels on the cold snow, propping himself up with his sword to keep from collapsing amidst the storm of power. And the cause of this misery is revealed as the frame widens, exposing a giant, armored black dragon, huge as a mountain, coiled and bowing its fierce head to stare him down. This oversized version of a flying lizard opens its mouth and lets out a deafening roar. Its maw and eyes glow with a purple-pink energy that carries the power of destruction. Even so, our comrade doesn't give up. He braces himself, using the sword as a crutch to stand back up. Though his armor is tattered, his will is harder than diamond. A beam of blazing red energy, pure destructive power, shoots straight into the giant dragon's face, creating a blinding explosion of light. At the same time, his armored hand grips the sword hilt tight, channeling a violent, burning surge of blue magic into it. The imposing knight stands tall in the center of the scene, surrounded by a violent, erupting aura that shatters the ice beneath his feet. His face, covered in cuts, breaks into a defiant, ultra-confident smile. He calls out to his magic sword companion, "Let's go, my friend." Instantly, he transforms into a blue streak of light, tearing through the wind as he launches himself toward the giant shadow of the evil dragon. His eyes widen with determination, gritting his teeth to pour every ounce of his life force into his arm for one earth-shattering slash. The magic blade clashes with the dragon's tough scales, sending out a massive blue shockwave that blows everything away. His small but magnificent silhouette streaks past the monster's giant head, leaving behind a poignant inner monologue. And finally, the result. The supersized lizard is officially sliced in two by those razor-sharp, ruthless slashes. As we defeat the white dragon of the frozen mountains, the scene shifts 180 degrees to a majestic white castle bathed in bright sunlight. My comrade has become the ruler of a kingdom. As for the magic sword, he is placed majestically on a pedestal, bathed in glory like a sacred treasure, representing the legend of the Dragon Slayer, accompanied by a touching final request echoing back, "Ruan, please, take care of my descendants." And so, the proud sword sadly acknowledges that he has been passed down to my comrade's descendants. After some time, the frame shifts to the hazy perspective of someone who has just woken up. The gemstone on the sword's hilt flashes, accompanied by a grumpy mumble. Why is it so noisy? The sword's vision is spinning wildly because someone is waving him around violently, making him curse in annoyance. How annoying. What kind of idiot dares to shake this body? The culprit reveals himself to be a fat guy with an arrogant face, shouting and bragging. "From now on, the owner of this sword is me," mixed with the panicked voices of his attendants calling him "Your Highness." Just then, guards rush over, trying to stop the fat guy's foolish actions. That is a treasure no one but the king is allowed to touch. Please, put it back. A close-up of the shimmering magic sword as if carrying a giant question mark about this brat's identity. What? A prince? This pig? The sword is secretly in shock. The fat prince tilts his head, scolding the guards. "Shut up. In this country, there isn't anything I'm not allowed to touch." The magic sword seems to be sweating invisible drops, completely devastated by the descendant of his old friend. This can't be. With no other choice, he decides to use his appraisal skill. To confirm this bitter truth, I have to check with my own power. Appraisal. An interface sounds as he activates his ability. A blinding status window appears, with a list of achievements that are depressing to read. Andrian Leon Beck, 16 years old. Aptitude, none. Traits, arrogant, pathologically obese, poor coordination, lecherous, sluggish, easily bullied, and suffering from a magical sensitivity disorder. Seeing the name Leon Beck, he really is the descendant of my old comrade. But this blade screams in silence. Is this trashy, pathetic potential really that of a sword saint's descendant? While this fat slob carries the sword and mutters his delusions, I think to myself, if only I could get my hands on this. The king and those nobles. A close-up of that sweaty, distorted face, twisted with delusional ambition, that greasy prince will no longer be able to ignore me. The demon sword glows with a cold light, mocking the useless wretch holding it. What a joke, a guy only good for rambling on like a fool. Meanwhile, that shameless fat prince puts his all into raising the sword to the sky, screaming and putting on a delusional show. "Oh, great dragon slayer, lend me your power," only to be cursed out directly by the sword. "Are you insane? Why on earth would I lend my power to someone like you?" The oblivious fat man gapes his huge gaping maw, yelling the demon sword's name, Grohon, at the top of his lungs in a grating, horrible voice. He starts flailing around with his eyes shut, waving the sword like Grohon, scaring the court, ladies and guards until they scramble away, screaming in chaos. "Your Highness, please calm down. You aren't allowed to draw your sword inside the palace." But who could stop this mad, fat prince? He charges forward, sword in hand, acting like a royal edition thug. "Shut your mouths. How dare you give me orders? Do you all want to die?" He uses his heavy legs to lunge forward, his head still filled with delusions. As soon as I grasp the power of Grohon, Trash like you will. Instant karma strikes before he can finish his pompous sentence. His fat foot suddenly catches on the edge of the slick rug, and his face turns to panic as he plunges toward the floor. His bulky body lunges forward uncontrollably. The sword digs into his chest, the blade impaling his own gut, with a pathetic, dull thud. The guards in the distance stare with dropped jaws, reaching out in utter helplessness at the one-of-a-kind faceplant of the useless prince. A close-up of a terrified court lady covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with horror as she lets out a cry of shock and despair. My goodness, what a sight, the prince lying face down, bleeding all over the floor, with the very sword he was swinging around stuck right through his back, surrounded by the shrieks of his attendants. Your Highness, someone, call the royal physician immediately. The prince's face is contorted, blood gushing out, and with a look of pure stupidity, he mumbles, "Huh? What?" Meanwhile, the demon sword stuck in his back sighs in frustration, thinking, the one who just got stabbed by this sword is this very idiot. A close-up of the fat man's squinty eyes as a single tear of physical pain leaks out. He slowly closes them, thinking with regret, my vision, it's fading away. Even the gaze of the magic sword starts to flicker and dim, bound to such a weak host. It mutters in helplessness. At this rate, I'll end up fainting for the first time in my entire life, as a sword. And just like that, the narrative summary of this waste of space appears plastered across the screen. If Prince Andreon succeeds to the throne, this kingdom is doomed. He inherited not a shred of royal talent, but his arrogance is ranked #1. He has no skills, but his greed sits atop the kingdom. Illustrating his terribleness is an image of the fat prince with his mouth wide open, biting into a greasy chicken leg, truly disgusting. He is a stupid, lazy, and incredibly cruel pig. And that is the first prince, Andreon Leon Beck. The scene ends with a dark shadow engulfing the royal castle, accompanied by ominous lightning, like a black cloud covering the future of the kingdom. After the prince was stabbed and wandered on the brink of death before waking up, a strange rumor began to spread, starting with the maids gathering and whispering like a bunch of gossiping neighbors. Lately, Prince Andreon seems to have changed a bit, hasn't he? Right. He doesn't throw the dining table anymore, and he isn't hanging out with those thugs either, is he? Their sarcastic, mocking faces are clear in the shadow-filled room. Even that infamous first prince must know a little shame, right? Isn't he just lying there, breathing softly because he's scared? Just wait a while. He'll be back to his old ways soon enough. Yet, the person being talked about, Prince Andreon, doesn't care at all about these petty rumors. A close-up of his chubby face, with a double chin, and an expressionless look in the shadows. The guy, or rather, the soul of the demon sword, mutters to himself in total confusion, I can't believe it's me. How ironic, isn't it? The image of the majestic demon sword appears, glowing brilliantly behind the person sitting dazedly on the chair. He bows his head in distress, having killed his comrade's descendant and stolen his body. I can't believe it's me. The door suddenly bursts open, a panicked maid rushing in to break his train of thought. Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived. Please, quickly adjust your attire to prepare to welcome him. Meanwhile, the chubby guy crosses his arms over his belly, grumbling. No, that man didn't even come to visit when I was dying. Why is he showing up all of a sudden now? The maid breaks into a cold sweat, bowing her head and trying to persuade him nervously. Your Highness, the royal knights have very sharp ears. They are right nearby. But wait, a shadow, a guard knight with terrifyingly bright eyes, looms right behind the cringing maid. Please watch your tongue, Your Highness. The old knight with platinum hair glares down, frowning as he speaks coldly. I heard you returned from the brink of death, but it seems your temper is exactly the same as before. Seen from above, the stern old knight orders the maid, you, step aside. In any case, His Majesty doesn't expect anything anyway. He leaves the chubby guy craning his neck, wondering to himself, who is this old guy? The broad back of the old knight appears as he continues his bitter reproach. We still share the bond of teacher and student. Yet now you intend to pretend you don't recognize me? Sure enough, the guy glances over suspiciously, smirking as he thinks, huh? Is he this pig's teacher? At the same time, the knight grunts a reminder. Your Highness, act smart and play along. The guy looks away, sweating nervously as he pretends. My memory is quite a mess. I feel like I might remember who you are, but then again, it feels like I don't remember anything at all. The old knight flinches, exclaiming in shock, huh? Could it be? At that moment, a clear announcement echoes through the hallway. His Majesty has arrived. The knight quickly turns his head toward the door, while the guy crosses his arms, wondering, the king? The sound of authoritative footsteps and shiny heavy boots slowly enters the room. the guy quietly assesses. So, he must be the father of this scoundrel. A close-up of one of the guy's eyes, wide open in surprise. Huh. He looks a bit better than I expected. Instead of a majestic king in a fur-lined red cloak appearing imposingly before a sea of knights, it made him secretly impressed. I thought, as time passed, that old lion's bloodline had been diluted into dog blood. The king's eyes were sharp as razors, radiating a killing intent aimed straight at his son. But looking at him now, maybe that wasn't the case. The king growled, reprimanding him for not even bothering to greet his own father. It seems like barely surviving a brush with death can't change a person's true nature. The knight quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, I just heard that His Highness has lost his memory. The room fell into a panic. The courtiers were shouting loudly. Oh my God, what a disaster. How could the royal physician not report such a serious matter to your Majesty? Summon the physician to examine His Highness immediately. Recalling the image of the chubby guy lying unconscious on the hospital bed, the physician was carefully checking his pulse. The physician looked toward everyone, reporting with great confidence and professionalism. I have not detected any abnormalities in His Highness's health. The scene cut back to the present. The king frowned, deep in thought. However, this could be a temporary condition caused by mental shock. Upon hearing amnesia, the king glared so sharply that the chubby guy sitting on the bed flinched, breaking into a cold sweat and wondering, did that old man figure it out? Delivering the final blow, the king shouted, teeth gritted with sarcasm. That's really convenient, isn't it? If you just say you don't remember anything. The guy's face was extremely tense, sweat pouring down as he listened to the verdict. So, does that mean everything you've done until now just never happened? The king narrowed his eyes, delivering a profound lecture like a sage. Sometimes people make wrong choices, or commit acts that are condemned by everyone. If they realize it too late, and never repeat the same mistakes, that can be considered a learning process. Suddenly, the king's eyes snapped open, rage erupting in his glowing gaze as he said, "But you have forgotten all of that." He glared indignantly at his useless son, scolding him. Because everything has been treated as if it never happened. You haven't taken a single step forward from your past mistakes. And with that, the king huffed and turned away, dropping a crushing statement. And you will never be able to move forward in the future either. The old knight rushed to follow and intercede. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Meanwhile, the chubby guy hung his head, grimacing and muttering. He's actually cursing me. The king strode away coldly, full of disappointment, leaving behind the guy who was actually a magic sword possessing this body, fuming and swearing internally. Damn it, I stepped in some real crap. Forget about being treated like a prince. It looks like I'm not even being treated like a human. A close-up of the guy's face, teeth grinding, veins bulging on his forehead, deeply resentful of the previous owner's shell. What the hell did this brat actually do? A close-up of the chubby guy's bewildered face, sweat dripping down, when a gentle female voice spoke up. Andréan Leon Beck. It was a beautiful woman. Wearing a crown that shone like the sun, she rushed over and hugged him tightly amidst a scene of blooming flowers. Mother heard everything. You must be very confused, right? Your memory will return soon. The queen hugged her chubby son so tightly that he struggled, lips pursed, feeling like he was suffocating. While the queen continued to hug him, tears streaming down as she advised, "No, it's okay if you don't remember that trivial past." Not stopping there, she used both hands to pinch his chubby, fatty cheeks, eyes tearing up with pity. Thinking about her son's beautiful face becoming thin and haggard like this. My poor son. While the guy's face was distorted as he screamed internally. Where the hell is he thin and haggard? A gentle, warm smile blossomed on the queen's lips. Regardless, I am truly happy to see you open your eyes and wake up like this. Embracing her large son, she kindly warned him amidst the opulent room. From now on, you must never touch dangerous things like that again. Just imagine if something bad happened and you couldn't wake up again. Then father. Oh, the sacredness of motherly love. The queen held her son tight, closing her eyes, moved to tears, leaving the guy with the soul of a magic sword wearing an utterly speechless, blank expression. The mother cried out sorrowfully. I don't even dare to imagine that. But the harsh reality was that the guy broke into a cold sweat, sneaking a glance at the image of the golden magic sword in his mind, silently apologizing. I'm sorry, but your son has already kicked the bucket. The quiet night fell, enveloping the massive castle. A heavy sigh echoed in the thoughts of the uninvited guest occupying the body. This really is a burden. Finally, the queen left with a gentle smile. Mother will come to visit you again. Get some good rest. Leaving the chubby son lying limp on the sofa, exhausted as if he had just survived a life-or-death battle. The door closed, and he shut his swollen eyes, tilting his head back to let out an exasperated sigh. Ah, the guilty memories flooded back. The image of the fat prince collapsing in a pool of blood appeared, accompanied by agonizing regret. My comrade begged me to take care of his descendant, and yet I ended up killing the guy with my own hands. Even if it wasn't intentional, I am the one who ended his life. The guy's eyes suddenly flashed with determination in the darkness. Since things have already turned out this way, what else can I do? I'll just have to live a good life, living for the sake of the person who's gone. The image of the glowing magic sword appeared behind the chubby figure hunched over. Having been reborn as a sword, I spent my whole life just cleaning up the mess others created. Now, even if I'm stuck in this fat body with no talent, it doesn't matter. Regaining his composure, he clenched his hand into a determined fist. I just need to rebuild my power one more time. Putting on a villainous smirk and overflowing with confidence, he boasted to himself, "Do you know how many children I've trained to become successful?" Putting his words into action, the chubby guy sprang from the upholstered chair with the most majestic posture possible. First, I need to forge a mana core again. Suddenly, his lips parted, exhaling a puff of white mist as a stream of mysterious blue mana began to converge. The air around him trembled, and the glowing blue magic currents began to ignite, spiraling deep into the center of the chubby mortal chest. The blue energy light burst forth violently, gathering into a sphere as bright as a small star, ready to break through. But life is not a dream. The mana core that was converging suddenly cracked. The energy dissipated cleanly into the air in all directions. He broke into a cold sweat, clutching his chest with a completely bewildered expression. Huh? His eyes widened in shock as he realized a harsh and incredibly painful truth. His mana had completely dispersed. This body just couldn't handle it. He refused to give up, bracing himself with all his might, gritting his teeth to force that blue energy to flare up once more. Come on, one more time, just one more time. Close-up of his strained, vein-popping face, sweat poured down like rain. He bit his lip hard, forcing the powerful magical current to circulate through his body. Mana waves crackled repeatedly. He reached out his chubby hand, trying to control the surge of power that was violently resisting. The result was pathetic. The energy exploded, blasting straight up toward the ceiling, and the once legendary Great Demon Sword user collapsed onto the floor, butt in the air, looking absolutely pathetic. He braced his hands on the stone floor, gasping for air, and whipped his head around to scream in utter frustration. What the hell kind of body is this anyway? Completely helpless under the solitary light, he knelt on the ground, clutching his head, groaning in despair. If I had my original body, I could have easily fixed this weak constitution by forcibly pumping mana into it. Just as his pride hit rock bottom, a steady knock at the door interrupted the tragic scene. "Your Highness, please forgive my intrusion." After the call, the scene shifted to the chubby man sitting on the floor, staring blankly at the steaming tray of medicine presented by the maid. "This is the recovery medicine sent personally by the queen. It might taste bitter, but it will be very good for your body." The maid kept her eyes half closed, bowing deeply, with an expression of resignation mixed with pleading. "So, Your Highness, please consider the queen's heartfelt concern." In reality, she was screaming internally. Close-up of her sweat-beaded face, her sharp, tense eyes were braced for the usual outburst of rage. Terrifying memories flooded back, the image of the fat prince roaring as he swatted the bowl, splashing medicine all over the poor maid's face. "I told you I wasn't going to drink any of your medicine." The maid winced, praying silently. "I hope he doesn't throw the bowl like last time." But a miracle occurred. Close-up of the chubby man's wide, stunned blue eyes, he exclaimed in surprise. Before him appeared a bowl of medicine shimmering with a brilliant blue magical aura. "It contains mana." Quick as a flash, the chubby guy reached out his chubby hands and snatched the bowl decisively, making the maid jump back in fright. Not caring about his image, he threw his head back and gulped down the bitter medicine, cheeks puffing out, swallowing hungrily like someone starving for years, leaving the maid with her jaw dropped, a huge bead of sweat rolling down, completely stunned by this unprecedented sight. The empty bowl, drained of every last drop, was slammed onto the tray, followed by a blunt order to leave. "Are you satisfied now? Get out." The maid bowed hurriedly and scrambled away as fast as her legs could carry her. "Yes, Your Highness." The chubby man watched her back retreat, then rubbed his hands together triumphantly. "Perfect. Now, let's do it one more time." Seizing the opportunity, he stood up. A blue mana aura flared up from his chest once again, enveloping his chubby body. His eyes were cold and sharp, his focus intense, sweat beaded on his forehead, but his face beamed with hope. "Luckily, it's working." In the silent middle of the night, A tiny speck of magical light floated in the air. The amount of mana was still too small, so little it would vanish in a day, but less than a second later, the door burst open. The chubby man poked his head out and called back, "Hey!" causing the maid walking in the hallway to jump in fright and turn around. "Yes?" With an arrogant expression, he pointed his chubby finger forward and asked something completely out of left field, like a debt collector. "Do you have any more?" Fast forward a few days. The timeline accelerated. In his hands now swirled a mass of blue magical energy burning intensely. He smirked maliciously, a jagged, aggressive, villainous grin, half hidden in the shadows. Finally, the chubby man strode majestically amidst a dazzling aura, his arms cradling a massive block of energy, shouting with joy. "Finally! I've managed to create a mana core." An image simulated the heart beating rhythmically, encased in a sea of blue magic. "I've done this countless times before. I could create something like this mana core even with my eyes closed. But what good is haste?" His triumphant expression suddenly soured. His eyes rolled back in alarm. He clutched his chest, throwing his head back and roaring in extreme pain, his muscles feeling like they were tearing apart. "It hurts." Memories of his past life flashed by. The image of the swordsman kneeling, clutching his chest and screaming amidst churning blue flames. "It hurts. It feels like my internal organs are on fire. My chest is about to explode." His hands gripped the great magic sword embedded in the cracked ground. That's right, creating a mana core. Back in reality, the chubby man gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he endured the violent, space-tearing surge of energy. Has always been agonizing. His pale face slumped forward, sweat dripping profusely, his eyes half closed in a daze, as if he were about to pass out. "I cannot lose consciousness." Suddenly, a magical shockwave erupted from his chest, blue and red sparks flying dangerously everywhere. "If I pass out now, I'll suffer a mana backlash." He squeezed his eyes shut, grinding his teeth until they bled, grimacing as he poured every last bit of strength into staying awake, then continued to kneel on the ground, arms crossed tightly over his chest, forcing the blue flame into the core. "I must focus." Step by step, his hand tightened around the screaming power, grabbing the mana that was trying to run wild. No need to rush. The current flowed along the heart toward the right side. Slowly, the water of his mind became calm. The chubby man knelt, eyes closed, meditating, becoming one with the magical aura. Let the new core be absorbed. Close-up of one blue eye slowly opening, calm, sharp, and now completely in control of the situation. With his forehead drenched in sweat, he smoothed his chest and let out a sigh of relief, kneeling on the silent stone floor and whispering, "Done." Close-up of the magical heart, pulsing with vibrant blue veins, now securely under control. This time, it wasn't a mana core made for someone else, but a mana core for me, and me alone. Then he lifted his chin, hands on his hips, and laughed heartily. His robes fluttered majestically. "I did it. It's complete." He stomped his foot on the floor and clenched his fist in triumph. Golden flames flared bright. "I've created a mana core!" However, the joy didn't last long before his smile vanished. He froze, bewildered by the sight before him. A glowing orange holographic system window hovered in front of him, displaying the message, "Mana core has been created." He muttered, "Is this a status window?" He reached out with his chubby hand to touch the virtual screen, his brows furrowed in suspicion and confusion. "This looks exactly like the status messages I used to send to my masters when I was a sword. Why is this appearing for me now?" Suddenly, the system screen flickered, flashing an urgent notification, restoring connection to the original. His eyes widened in shock. "What? Wait a second." Notification panels began popping up incessantly around his panicked, chubby face. Connection restored. Connection quality, poor. Connection, highly unstable. Most powers are currently unavailable. Only a few are accessible. Judgment power is now available within limited parameters. You can now assess the potential of opponents at or below your current level. He shouted in surprise, "What the hell is this?" Before he could even collect himself, the system screen continued to flash brilliantly, signaling new unlocked abilities. Third eye power is now available within extremely strict limits. Your vision has improved. Third ear power is now available within extremely strict limits. Your hearing has improved. The chubby guy immediately snapped his head toward the window, his sharp, skeptical gaze scanning the area. "Powers, you say?" Suddenly, his vision zoomed out, piercing through space and focusing with crystal clarity on a green tree branch far in the distance. Truly amazing, the veins on the leaves appeared sharp and detailed under the bright sunlight. "I can definitely see so much better than before." His face tightened, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he frowned, focusing on the chaotic noises echoing in his ears. Inside the room, he couldn't hear what was being said, but as his vision pierced through the wooden door, the voices of two maids whispering in the hallway reached his ears clearly. Don't you know his personality? He definitely would have caused a huge scene. He quietly evaluated his new ability. I can even hear things outside the door, but reality hit hard. A sharp, sudden pain shot through his brain, making him wince as if he'd been electrocuted. The system screen turned a glaring red, warning of danger. Internal mana completely depleted. Forced termination of power usage. The chubby guy held his head, swaying, and let out a frustrated sigh, feeling helpless against such a cruel reality. I get it now. So that's what extremely strict limits means. He reminisced about the glory days of the past, that sword planted in the middle of the vast wilderness, capable of seeing everything from birds in the sky to squirrels jumping, detecting everything in every direction without a single blind spot. The absolute senses I possessed when I was a sword are all gone now. In his frustration, he compared his current strength to a pathetic, tiny sparrow falling right to the ground. Right now, by draining all the mana I have, which is barely enough to fill a mouse's tail, I can only eavesdrop outside the door or see things a little bit better. However, the pride of a legend wouldn't let him give up. He clenched his chubby fist and smirked with determination. Things will definitely change once I expand my mana pool. But before he could even look cool, a loud rumbling sound erupted from his empty stomach, forcing him into a chibi-style pose, holding his belly and trembling, looking absolutely hilarious. His face returned to its usual gloomy expression, his dull eyes staring at the floor as he hissed out a pathetic line that shattered his heroic image. I'm hungry. The camera panned out to a majestic castle under a blue sky, accompanied by a maid's panicked voice. Your meal will be served immediately, sir. In a corner, the chibi-headed version of him was still talking to himself. First, I need to focus on adapting to this human body. Following that, the queen gave a radiant smile amidst a sea of dazzling, magical flowers. She spread her arms in proud praise. Truly admirable. The royal mother continued to pinch her son's chubby cheeks until his face was distorted. You've drank every last drop of the medicine I sent you. You've finally learned how to cherish your own body. As the queen hugged her precious son, the firm footsteps of a tall man echoed as he entered the room, his cold voice cutting through. Right, a close-up of the new character. A very rugged-looking man, with a long scar on his face, draped in a powerful black cloak, glaring down at him. The queen asked, Do you recognize who this is? The chubby guy, feeling discouraged, answered flatly, No. The man turned his back, crossing his arms with a cold expression. It seems he has truly lost his memory. The queen sat on the sofa, her eyes filled with desperate hope. So, you must help this child. Brother. He broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting around to analyze the situation. I'm wondering, who is this? Turns out, it's the queen's brother, while his mother continued to plead for him, saying, After all, isn't he your only nephew? The uncle offered a faint smile, a smile that looked more like cold daggers. You say that as if he just lost something important. It wasn't exactly a golden past to begin with. He broke into a cold sweat, feeling like the man didn't like him at all. Before he could even react, the uncle's stern declaration made him jump in fear, his eyes wide as he thought, Let me make one thing clear. The camera zoomed in from below, focusing on his massive beer belly tied with a red ribbon, followed by a ruthless promise. The only thing I can do for him is to help get rid of some of that flabby fat. He stood there, stunned. Huh? The uncle stood tall like an immovable mountain. I can't provide anything beyond that. So, get rid of any useless expectations. The queen quickly replied, That alone is more than enough. The uncle finished sharply. Don't you ever forget that feeling. The chubby guy stood there blankly, staring into space with a bunch of question marks hovering around his head. His brain had completely gone on strike due to this bizarre conversation. A close-up of the assassin uncle's face, glaring down with a mesmerizing, threatening glow in his eyes. The rising killing intent signaled that stormy days were ahead. With a powerful force, the chubby guy was sent flying, tumbling head over heels into a cloud of dust. He reached out with his hand and let out a desperate cry. The giant shadow of the devilish uncle loomed ruthlessly, completely overshadowing his nephew, who lay panting on the ground. From now on, every breath you take and every bite you eat requires my permission. If you're still expecting to be treated like a prince, forget about it right now. A mocking smirk appeared on the veteran uncle's weathered face. Try your best. Who knows? I might just change my mind and teach you a few secret sword techniques from our family. How ridiculous. The chubby guy gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment as he muttered to himself. How ridiculous to say that to the very master who trained the undefeated knight and served as the teacher to the founding king who established this country. The uncle's eyes turned cold, curling his lip at his nephew's helplessness. Look at that fat of yours trembling. You must be fuming, aren't you? Refusing to give in, the chubby guy stood up, bowed deeply, suppressed his anger, and spoke with a challenging tone. Uncle, let's make a bet. Sparks flew as they glared at each other in the middle of the training ground. He declared firmly, "Within 6 months, I will make you acknowledge me." Inside, he thought bitterly, I have to shatter that arrogant look on his face no matter what. A sly, cunning smile spread across his chubby face. If I fail, I'll do whatever you ask. However, if I succeed, you must grant me one wish. The assassin uncle raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious at his useless nephew's audacity. Interesting. The man crossed his arms, turned around, and walked away, delivering a cold parting shot across the wide courtyard. Fine. Very well. At the very least, I should have some entertainment. Pride had led him into a trap, and he was already sweating like a pig. The chubby guy panted heavily, regretting his big mouth. But as the camera zoomed in on his massive beer belly, shaking with every breath, the former magic swordsman groaned in frustration. This damn body. He slammed his armored boot against the stone floor, and a surge of blue magic instantly exploded, swirling around his powerful footsteps. The chubby guy started sprinting for his life, his entire body glowing with brilliant blue mana like a living torch. I have to use mana. First, I'll focus on burning the excess fat off my entire body. However, in the distance, his uncle suddenly stopped, his eyes widening and veins bulging on his forehead in shock. That brat. Don't tell me. In a flash, a pincer-like hand grabbed the chubby guy by the shoulder, yanking him back. His uncle roared in anger. Andreon, you! The chubby guy stopped, leaned his head back, and breathed out, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. The uncle's face contorted in shock, shouting right in his nephew's face. Did you actually create a monocore? Time to show off, he smirked triumphantly, tilting his head with mock innocence. Oh, this? He flipped his chubby palm, casually condensing a brilliant blue mana flame that glowed intensely. Yeah, I succeeded a little while ago. What's wrong? Do you regret making the bet already? Yet, contrary to his nephew's smugness, the uncle stared deep into his eyes with a razor-sharp gaze, asking irritably, "What the hell were you thinking? Creating a monocore?" That remark made him freeze, only able to stammer. Huh? The uncle clicked his tongue in annoyance, clutching his head and complaining. Forget that for a second. Where on earth did you learn that method of forging a monocore? Just looking at your face, I can tell you don't even realize what you did wrong. The chubby guy stood there blankly, looking up with confusion, his head seemingly filled with floating question marks. A monocore is. The uncle's words were like a bucket of ice water splashed right onto his towering pride. It's a crude technique that only low-level mercenaries bother to learn. That made his eyes pop out in total shock. What? The magnificent castle landscape under the blue sky was suddenly shaken by a desperate scream, scattering a flock of birds. What? As his image collapsed, the camera zoomed in on his pale face. He covered his mouth with his hands, sweating with pure depression. This is truly the end of an era. The uncle grimaced, repeating that cruel, harsh truth once more, like rubbing salt into the patient's wound. The monocore is a primitive technique that only low-level mercenaries use. He left the chubby guy sweating profusely, eyes staring into the void like someone who had just lost their life savings. Agitated and visibly upset, he shouted back, "What the hell are you talking about?" The uncle replied coldly, "It'll be faster if I show you myself." A blindingly bright green energy emerged, swirling perfectly around the man's powerful arm. Look closely. The camera zoomed in on the chubby guy's wide blue pupils, reflecting the uncle's strange, ornate mana flow. He thought to himself, is mana shaped like a ring? And then, in a cool final shot, the uncle swung his arm, creating a giant mana blade that sliced through the air, shining brightly before his nephew's eyes in absolute shock. A wave of magic slashed through the space, whistling past his face, leaving the chubby guy squinting in surprise at the overwhelming power. Standing stunned amidst the remnants of the powerful energy, he heard his uncle explain the harsh truth. Mana strings have properties that shatter the sword energy of a mana core. Furthermore, it's much easier to use and more stable than a mana core. Not stopping there, the uncle continued to pour salt into the wound with a history lesson. Even the Lee family, who stubbornly clung to the mana core, collapsed completely 100 years ago. Nowadays, no one tries to use a mana core anymore. Switching back to the office, he broke into a cold sweat while glued to the basic theory book on mana strings, muttering in admission of his own obsolescence. The times really have changed. Images of an old, Mysterious mage surfaced in his thoughts. Mages use circles, and knights weave strings to gather mana. A knight's rank is determined by the number of strings they have woven. An image of a sword wrapped in glowing energy rings clearly illustrated this new concept. 1 string, 2 strings, 3 strings, 4 strings, and 5 strings. Even so, the former Grandmaster's pride wouldn't allow him to collapse. Andreon propped his chin up with a haughty look, evaluating the book. I guess it's not complete garbage. His chubby fingers tapped rhythmically against the author's name on the cover as he began to search his memory. Anching? Anching, huh? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a spark of realization flashing through them. Distant memories came rushing back, with images of a holy sword radiating brilliant light. Wait, from a long time ago. Are you that famous sword saint? A formidable shadow wielding a spear charged forward in his recollection, proudly shouting his name. My name is Ernest Tanching, and I'm here to see who is actually worthy of the title Sword Saint. Andreon couldn't help but feel a wave of weary annoyance as he remembered his past life. A guy like that had once shown up, using weird martial arts that weren't quite swordplay, and definitely weren't magic. The chubby guy wore a smug, mocking grin, covering his mouth with a sneer. No wonder the name sounded familiar. And, of course, his eyes were full of contempt as he recalled the miserable end of anyone who claimed to be the pioneer of a new era. So, whatever happened to that guy? Back in the present, in the middle of the wide courtyard, the chubby guy stretched his limbs with an exaggerated, wiggly motion, ignoring the bewildered looks from the uncle and the 2 guards. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Did you do any reading last night? He glanced over his shoulder toward the source of the voice. The uncle stood there, arms folded, looking down at his nephew with a sharp, judgmental gaze. Surely, by now, you've grasped the situation and realized just how foolish of a choice you've made. Half of the uncle's face was hidden in shadow. He wore a cunning smile as he let out a defiant, mocking huff. Not giving a damn, the chubby guy folded his arms across his chest and retorted with equal arrogance. I don't feel like I've made even the slightest mistake. The uncle's face twitched in visible frustration at such incurable stubbornness. Are you just refusing to admit it? Or are you truly that oblivious to your situation? The chubby hand rose again, swirling with a blue flame that lit up the entire frame. You see, not all mana cores are created equal. In a flash, his entire body erupted in a violent, magical aura, his eyes burning with a terrifying, overwhelming intensity. The core, the gap in class. Have you ever heard of it? Contrary to his expectations, his earth-shaking display was met only with a look of extreme disgust. I have no idea what kind of garbage you're spouting. The man's towering silhouette loomed over his nephew, who was still puffing out his chest triumphantly. Sometimes, among mercenaries, there are guys just like you. Guys who delude themselves into thinking they're some legendary hero from centuries ago. Do you know what happened to all of them? An image of a mercenary kneeling and getting beaten appeared to illustrate the delusion of grandeur. Every one of them crumbled. They couldn't even surpass a rank 2 chain. The final challenge was officially laid out, aimed straight at his confident, smug-faced nephew. If you're so different from them, try defeating a rank 2 knight. He flashed a cold, calculated smirk. Do that, and I'll become your guardian just like your mother wanted. But the nephew wasn't a pushover either. He bared his crooked teeth in a sly, devious grin, looking like a little devil. Having you as a guardian? Is that really a good thing for me? I'm not so sure. The provocation worked perfectly. The air suddenly turned ice cold as the man took a step forward, a cold, calculated movement that made even the 2 guards jump. The knight's boots slammed hard against the stone floor, and darkness engulfed the area, accompanied by a voice dripping with killing intent. Did you just question my qualifications to be your guardian? The uncle's entire body flared with a lethal, jade-green aura, looking every bit like a god of war. I am a count of this kingdom and the commander of the Northern Army. A suffocating pressure exploded, accompanied by ghostly images of heroic knights appearing behind the master of the Black Lancer Corps, one of the 5 silver lions serving his majesty. The courtyard floor cracked, and gravel flew into the air under the feet of a monster, truly unleashing his full, terrifying pressure. A close-up of the glowing, mana-infused eyes of a battlefield ruler, a man who had woven 4 rings, a rank 4 knight. And then, the uncle roared his name like a steel-clad oath, aiming to shatter the eardrums of the one standing before him. Valahat. That was the name of the man who might soon be backing him up. A storm of magical energy shrieked, slicing through his skin, forcing him to raise his arms to shield himself, though his eyes remained fierce and unyielding. The threatening question echoed in his ears. Is that enough to qualify? Suddenly, the sharp, metallic sound of swords being drawn filled the air, To everyone's surprise, the guards instinctively jumped forward, frantically crossing their blades to form a shield around the useless prince. "Back off! Count! Please!" Seeing that frantic reaction, the uncle's rage vanished in an instant. He just chuckled with relief and slowly withdrew his killing intent. Despite nearly being crushed by the sheer atmosphere, the chubby brat peeked out from behind the guards, flashing a cocky, toothy grin. "Don't go back on your word later, then." A moment later, he collapsed, lying flat on the tile floor, gasping for air as if he were about to run out of breath. He faintly heard a request for mercy in the distance. "That's enough for today." His trembling hand weakly reached for the edge of the table, looking so pathetic that he knocked over a flower vase nearby. He slid down the side of the table, his face as pale as a ghost. He groaned, feeling like he'd nearly died. In his mind, he could still hear the phantom laughter of that devilish uncle and his ruthless insults. "To think you'd actually challenge me. I guess I'll grant you my recognition for that courage. Rank 2? You'd be lucky to even beat a rank 1 knight." He stumbled down the opulent hallway like a hollowed-out corpse. Ignoring the 2 guards trailing behind him, he muttered curses at that damn demon. The door swung open, and he poked his head into the room, drenched in sweat. He was met with a respectful greeting. "Your Highness, I have been waiting for you." Seeing him, the prince asked, "The royal physician?" An old man with glasses, dressed impeccably, bowed low and replied, "It is an honor that your Highness still remembers a humble servant like myself." The prince stood there blankly, his belly wobbling as he asked, confused, "Yeah, but why is the royal physician here?" The physician bowed and said, "Her Majesty the Queen ordered you to be treated with magic." The old man eagerly conjured a blinding green orb of magic, pressing it toward him. "Come now, your Highness." "This way," the prince scrambled back in fear, screaming, "No, no!" A few seconds later, the poor physician was kicked out into the hallway without any mercy. The door slammed shut as an angry voice erupted from inside. "I don't need it! Get out now!" It turned out he was just fuming, his face twisted with irritation as he muttered, "Are you trying to make all the hell I went through today a waste?" The guard following him could only stand there silently, sweating buckets, completely speechless at the prince's bizarre train of thought. The scene shifted to a luxurious dining table. The doors burst open, and a high-pitched voice rang out. "Brother, are you in here?" A young man with red hair, dressed in flashy, noble attire, stood in the doorway with a complacent, arrogant smirk, looking down on everyone. In stark contrast to that arrogance, our chunky protagonist just froze, his spoon hovering in midair with dead, glassy eyes. Close up on his listless gaze and his mouth munching away, he silently sized up the uninvited guest. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" The guard had to lean in close, whispering a reminder that it was the third prince. Still looking dazed, he asked back, "The third prince? That guy?" The third prince strutted in with his retinue of guards, a mocking smirk on his face. "I heard you had an accident, but you look better than I expected." "What a pity." Ignoring him, the chunky guy kept shoveling food into his mouth, unfazed. Andrian retorted, "So? What do you want? Just here to pick a fight? A prince doesn't have anything better to do, I assume?" Close up on the prince's eyes turning red with irritation, veins popping and teeth gritted, he muttered to himself, "Was that really coming from the idiot who stabbed himself?" Jilan suppressed his rage and forced a composed expression. "I just heard some pretty interesting news, you see." While his big brother kept stuffing his face, the chunky guy finally stopped his spoon, glancing over with a hint of curiosity. "I heard you made a bet with Count Valahat about a duel against a 2-ring knight." Instantly, a sinister smile bloomed on the redhead's lips. Leaning forward, he cast an imposing shadow over the chubby guy sitting in the chair, and said, "How about you make me your opponent instead?" The chunky guy remained calm, ignoring him, hands resting on the table as he stared straight ahead, lost in thought. Recalling the obnoxious laugh and the swaggering pose his little brother had just pulled, he irritably wondered, "What's wrong with that jerk? Why are all the descendants of the Leon house like this?" Clearing up the confusion, the guard on the side chimed in. "Third Prince Jilan has been famous for his swordsmanship since he was a child." He frowned in surprise. "Wait, that brat?" An image of the arrogant third prince manifesting 2 flashy mana rings appeared. Along with the explanation, he was able to weave 2 rings together at the age of 14, so he's definitely lightning fast. He clicked his tongue unimpressed. "Is that so?" In the middle of the conversation, a maid timidly stepped forward to interrupt. Your Highness, I'm sorry to bother you, but..." She grimaced and slammed a massive towering stack of letters onto the table, announcing the shocking news clearly. "These letters have been sent to you." The chunky guy stared blankly at the mountain of paperwork, asking skeptically, "Letters?" He thought to himself, wary. Why are all these people who never cared about this body suddenly? He pulled out a random letter to check, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Right after that, he started flipping through the rest of the letters with lightning speed, right in front of the dumbfounded maid and the guard. The contents of the pile hit his eyes, and they were all reeking of mockery. I apologize for the previous incident, Your Highness. I humbly request a duel. If Your Highness is still having trouble finding an opponent, I would be honored if you gave me the first chance. A dark scenario began to play out in his head, an image of nobles with sinister grins gathering together. In short, this was a golden opportunity to legally beat this deadbeat to a pulp. The prince's fist crumpled the poor letter as he let out a savage smirk, veins bulging on his forehead. Looks like I've become an easy target. He gruffly shoved the paper toward the maid holding the tray and called out to her. This startled her. Oh, yes. A sly, villainous grin blossomed on his chubby face. Write down all the names of the people who sent these letters for me. The scene cut back to the sunny, breezy training ground, where a scarred wooden sword was thrown mercilessly onto the stone floor, bouncing repeatedly. Correction for flow. The sword was thrown. Close up on his sweat-soaked face, staring down with a giant question mark. Right in front of the uncle's steel-toed boots, the wooden sword lay there, accompanied by a short but heavy command. Pick it up. The powerful count glared down at his nephew and said, You need to know at least the basics of swordsmanship for that bet to hold any weight, right? I don't want to hear any excuses that you lost just because you were never taught the fundamentals. Reluctantly, the chubby guy leaned over, hands on his knees, to pick up the wooden toy. He cursed under his breath. You could have just handed it to me properly. What a great personality. But suddenly, his body jolted, his pupils contracting from a shockwave surging through his arm. He held the sword with his other hand, looking at his arm and screaming as if he were a pig being slaughtered. Your muscles, the uncle, who was about to continue, stopped in his tracks. Wait. Seeing his nephew's pathetic state, dripping with sweat, the uncle frowned. Didn't you receive healing magic? The uncle's gaze bored into his nephew's useless ignorance, sternly reminding him, If you're a knight, you should know this well. The camera zoomed out to the whole training ground as he began to explain the harsh reality of muscles. Healing magic only restores muscles to their original state. It doesn't build them. The uncle froze, rendered speechless. Realizing the resilience hidden behind that chubby frame for the first time, a rare, relieved smile flashed across the magic swordsman's face. Right. The uncle turned on his heel, his cloak fluttering, leaving his nephew still clutching his aching arm. Well, fine. Regardless, that's not what I intended to talk about today. The man drew his real sword from its scabbard with a sharp sound, the blade gleaming, and declared, I don't plan on doing this many times, so watch closely. The uncle's whole body flared with a brilliant, jade-green mana aura, and he took a majestic stance to explain. This is the technique that the Knights of the Kingdom learn to build their foundation, the kingdom's training swordplay. Immediately, invisible slashes tore through the air. The uncle's eyes glowed, sharp and fierce, with magic power surging behind every stroke. Massive sword auras billowed, slicing through the very air. The man moved his blade smoothly, like a whirlwind of destruction. Close up on the powerful stance, each swing decisive, not a single wasted movement. The sword was raised high to the sky, gathering all the radiant, green mana energy. And then, a downward strike tore the earth apart. Immense power concentrated into a single point. The result was the stone ground shattering, creating a massive crater with deep gashes spreading out like an earthquake. The dust and wind whipped the chubby guy's hair back, revealing a face, with bulging eyes and a jaw dropped wide, as if he'd just seen a flying saucer. Standing before the horrific ruins he'd just created, the man looked on as if it were nothing. As the young man held the wooden sword, he stammered, Wait, did you just say that's a sword-style knights learn, just to build a foundation? The uncle glared down at him with sharp, cold eyes, expecting the hopeless, useless kid to just crumble. The man sheathed his blade and kept up his lecture. It might lack edge since it's just for training, but it's rooted in the basics. There's no better style to learn the sword. Honestly, given your talent, this might even be too much for you. Before he could finish, his mockery died in his throat. He stared, utterly confused, hearing a strange sound. Ignoring the guy's disdain, the chubby kid threw his head back and let out a hearty, refreshing laugh. No matter how much time had passed, a majestic vision flashed through the master's mind. The image of a great sword severing the head of a mad dragon. The dragon-slaying sword, the legendary technique that decapitated the beast. Then, the kid opened his chubby fingers, revealing a sharp, piercing gaze and a crazed smile. You're calling this a basic training style? The uncle kept his condescending tone, offering advice. Of course, this alone isn't enough to win the bet. Once you've mastered the basics, you can beg your mother to hire a different teacher. The kid cut him off. No need for that. He hoisted the chipped wooden sword onto his shoulder, his chin held high in arrogance. I won't be learning any other sword style, because this one alone is more than enough. Hearing that, the uncle's expression twitched, veins bulging in annoyance at his nephew's delusions. The man clicked his tongue and turned away, leaving a dismissive parting shot. Suit yourself. Meanwhile, Andrian's chubby hand tightened around the hilt. With a powerful, wind-tearing slash, the wooden sword carved a clean, decisive arc. The chubby guy stood there panting after the swing, deep in thought. The truth was, the dragon-slaying style was currently viewed as nothing more than a mediocre training technique. Sweat poured down his round face like rain. He muttered, admitting the bitter truth. He hated to face it, but it was perhaps just a natural phenomenon. The image of the legendary one-eyed warrior rose up, heroic and awe-inspiring, because the current dragon-slaying sword lacked the will to slay dragons, along with the regret for a generation that had lost its way. Those who had discarded their mana core and forgotten how to pour their will into the blade, they surely lacked the eyes to recognize the true value of the dragon-slaying sword. Carried by his thoughts, the wooden sword slammed into the empty air again, splitting the misty fog. Suddenly, the uncle closed the distance from behind, blocking the kid's weapon with his own, forcing him to stop and turn around with a blank look. The uncle sternly lectured him. Strength doesn't flow into the blade just because you tense your arms. Have you already forgotten what I just showed you? He jabbed the wooden tip straight into the kid's massive beer belly. It's in the gut. Then, he struck hard against the calf. And in the legs, too. The kid cried out in pain, losing his balance, and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. The uncle's voice still echoed with instructions. You must channel your power precisely through your entire body to wield the sword. With his face hidden in the shadows, the kid hung his head, enduring the brutal training. That's right. He staggered to his feet on trembling legs. The will of a master awakened within him, even though his current self was just a weak, clumsy body that struggled to mimic even a fake dragon-slaying technique. Yet, his blue eyes burned with a fierce, determined fire. He held the sword high and straight, ready to fight. I will prove that the dragon-slaying sword style isn't some piece of old junk meant to be tossed away like worn-out shoes. A firm, steady step splashed into a puddle, signaling the start of his hellish days. 1 day, 2 days. Although, then a close-up of the chubby guy, running for his life around the castle at high intensity, drenched in sweat. 3 days. Then non-stop practice swinging the sword through the air in the training yard. A week passed, and finally, there were nights spent in deep meditation, gathering brilliant blue mana. A month had gone by. As drops of sweat fell from his determined face, a glowing system notification window lit up. You have successfully altered your physique after rigorous training. His blue jewel eyes widened in surprise at the message that just appeared before him. A barrage of notifications popped up one after another. The pathological obesity trait has changed to common obesity. Metabolism has become significantly more active due to physical changes. You have become somewhat accustomed to using your body through repeated training. Your sword-wielding stance is now steadier and slightly more toned. Surrounded by a golden light, notifications kept appearing. The clumsy trait has vanished. Physical training efficiency has increased significantly. The wooden blade whistled, slicing through the cold air as smoothly as a real sword. At the peak of it all, a confident smile graced the young man's lips as he glowed with magical aura. Your physique has changed after continuously accumulating mana. The mana sensitivity disorder trait has vanished, and the mana sensitivity trait has been created. A full power slash came down, perfect and seamless without a single flaw. I'm swinging it, he thought. It's much more natural than a month ago. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Stop! The chubby guy immediately froze, desperately bracing himself to halt the sword's trajectory right above his head, sweat pouring down his face, a close-up of his sharp pupils, overflowing with ambition and power far greater than the day before. A manic, excited smile appeared amidst the swirling, brilliant blue mana storm. It was even more perfect than a moment before. Down below, a red-headed noble shouted, covering his face in panic. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? However, the wooden sword, unable to withstand the immense pressure, shattered into pieces. As a result, the residue of that terrifying magical power slammed straight into the ground. It tore up the training yard, sending water flying as a heavy downpour began to soak the cold arena. The chubby prince stood dazed with the broken hilt of the wooden sword still in his hand. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the uncle and the guard, fresh blood oozed from his hand, mingling with the rainwater running down the remnants of the hilt. Dark red droplets of blood dripped into the puddles, creating ripples. Through the misty rain, the chubby guy lifted his battered face, wheezing. "Uncle?" A close-up of his exhausted, weary blue eyes. Yet they still glinted with a strange, startled light. A flashback flashed by, the image of a powerful slash coming down on a wooden training post in the middle of a storm. The sturdy post was split in two, shattering alongside fierce, brilliant golden mana explosions. He stood, rooted to the spot, swallowing hard, realizing the terrifying power that had just erupted from within himself. Immediately, his uncle's scolding pulled him back to reality. The man grabbed him by the collar, roaring over the sound of the pouring rain. "Are you out of your mind? You're actually training on a day like this?" His uncle glared at him, menacingly. "If that were a real sword, you wouldn't have walked away without a scratch." He just stared back at his uncle in silence. A close-up of the prince's blistered hands torn, bleeding, and trembling uncontrollably. The immediate price of his frantic, obsessive training. Yet, a shimmering golden system window appeared, soothing the pain. You have fully emerged from the state of hyperfocus. Even so, his body still held the memory of that intense sensation. The hyperfocus trait has been created. He stared blankly at his mangled hands, and then, a smile joyful to the point of madness spread across his rain-drenched face. "Ha ha." He leaned his head back, eyes closed, whispering a hilariously dark final wish. "If I focus any harder than this, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get struck by lightning and die." He wobbled and tipped backward. "Your Highness!" the guard shouted in panic. But luckily, his uncle was quick enough to grab him by the shirt before his hefty frame could faceplant into the mud. In the rain, the veteran looked down at his unconscious nephew, his gaze softening with a mix of complexity and begrudging respect. As the chubby lad drifted off in his uncle's arms, the man let out a helpless sigh. "You foolish brat." Scene change. His eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes blearily to a warm setting, bolting upright in a plush, luxurious bed. He clutched his head in confusion. "Did I lose consciousness?" His chubby hands rubbed his aching head as he sighed, clicking his tongue in self-reproach for not knowing the limits of this body. Memories of his past life came flooding back, filled with glorious titles. As a swordsman, I achieved everything that could possibly be attained. Hero of the Great War, nameless swordsman, king of mercenaries, founding king. Images of a blade tearing through a demonic dragon appeared, radiating pride, leading battles to victory, elevating the level of body and soul, guiding heroes. Along with the vision of the holy sword glowing at the bottom of the deep sea, Ruan, a wise advisor and an excellent mentor, returned to the present. He looked down at his scarred hands, his thoughts turning somber. But that had always been the existence of a third party. His turquoise eyes flared with the frantic fire of a sword addict. "That is why I swung my blade until I reached that realm." Intoxicated by the feeling of turning every drop of sweat, effort, and hard-won achievement completely into his own. However, the reality of Wupa forced him to clench his fist and exhale sharply. "At this rate, this frail body will fall apart in no time. I need to balance my mind and my body." He sat cross-legged on the bed with his round belly, beginning to meditate. "It's been over a month since I formed my mana core. I've gathered quite a bit of mana since then. So I should be moving to the next stage soon." No sooner said than done. Streams of blue, magical energy flared up, swirling around his body as a notification appeared. "Through consistent effort, you have successfully gathered mana to a certain degree." Brilliant blue mana wrapped around his chubby frame while he sat with eyes closed in deep concentration. "Your body can now withstand a bit more mana." He took a deep breath, focusing the glowing magical flame right in front of his chest. "Your mana core has expanded." He raised his hand, glowing with a brilliant blue magical flame. Following the system notification, "Your body has become capable of withstanding more mana." Streams of magical power continued to surge violently around him. The notification echoed again, confirming, "Your physical state has changed thanks to the expanded mana core." His turquoise eyes suddenly snapped open, sharp and full of life, completely different from his usual lethargic, tired look. He stood up abruptly, still radiating a blue aura, and let out a bright, smug laugh. "Done." Next, his eyes drifted with interest toward the shiny sword resting neatly on the rack. "Well then, let's see." The prince's chubby hand reached out, gripped the hilt, and pulled it from the scabbard decisively. He swung a beautiful strike that tore through the air, the blade sheathed in blue mana, accompanied by a notification. "You have reached the rank of sword learner. You can now use the most basic level of aura." He brought the glowing blade up to eye level, the metal reflecting a face sporting a confident smirk. "With this, I can handle the basics." Scene change back to the training yard. His uncle stood with his arms crossed, watching the prince holding the sword, his voice stern. The rumors are spreading all over the kingdom. He asked back in confusion. Rumors? Causing his uncle to frown and click his tongue in irritation regarding the prince's bet. Thanks to that, even I'm getting extremely annoyed. The prince's eyes went wide, stunned for a beat at his uncle's words. Wouldn't it be better if you quickly found an opponent for a duel? He stammered in response. Regarding that. A sly smile played on his lips, accompanied by the image of a red-haired noble flickering through his mind. As for the opponent, I've already decided who it will be. He looked at his uncle, who was swinging a sword wrapped in 2 rings of magic, and scratched his chin, suggesting, more importantly, Uncle, it'll be difficult for me to face a 2-chain user right now. So, how about I duel the guys who use 1 chain first? His uncle replied coldly. Up to you. He turned to the guard, his face eager as he asked, how are the things I requested? Carr smiled respectfully, handing over a file. Yes, Your Highness, I have arranged it just as you requested. This is the list of those who have sent challenges to you. Cars hesitated slightly as he saw him burying his head in the document. However, Your Highness, do you really intend to have sparring matches with them? He replied absent-mindedly. What's wrong with that? Cars nervously explained, while the list seemed to radiate a faint, murderous aura. Most of these people hold a grudge against you. They might intentionally try to harm Your Highness under the guise of a duel. He smirked, his eyes flashing with calculation. I know that. That's exactly why. He turned to stare at his uncle, declaring clearly, You have to be my referee, Uncle. The only reply was a cold, expressionless face and absolute silence. The chubby prince swung his wooden sword and chuckled sheepishly. I'm not asking for much. Just make sure nobody loses their life during the duel. You can grant me a favor like that, can't you? A few days later, on the day of the first duel, a young man stood there, sweating bullets, stuttering as he saw the scene before him. The young man stood before the magnificent, sunlit royal castle. This was the palace where the first prince that absolute scum lived. He gripped the paper in his hand, his face twisted with rage as he muttered to himself, My name is Taylor Teohem, the second son of a common baron's family. Memories from years ago flashed back, that fat, gluttonous prince pointing right at them, laughing in such a disgraceful way. Look at that mess, he'd said. Surrounded by high-ranking nobles, Taylor's father and older brother were mercilessly mocked by the prince. From their clothes to their attitude, he insulted them as nothing more than peasants. Look at him so eager just because he got to attend a royal banquet. My father and brother were subjected to an unforgettable humiliation by that scumbag of a prince. Taylor gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Their family honor had been dragged through the mud, and to this day, his father and brother remained the laughingstock of the nobility. Andrion Leon Beck stepped into the training ground. Taylor bowed to the fat prince and the old veteran, hiding his seething anger deep inside. Today, I will make you pay dearly for that day. My respects to you, First Prince Andrion Leon Beck. Taylor swung his sword forward heroically and announced his name clearly. I am Taylor, second son of the Teohem house. I am an apprentice knight, a chain user, and a practitioner of the Teohem swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the prince grumbled and made a face. Geez, why be so formal for a practice match? It's not even an official duel. Looking at Andrion's bulky, flabby figure, Taylor tightened his grip on his sword hilt in frustration as the prince continued to point at him with sarcastic remarks. By the way, is he actually a knight? He looks so pathetic. Finally, a vein popped on Taylor's forehead. He glared at the prince with burning eyes. Just as the rumors said, he was rude, arrogant, oblivious to his station, and completely tactless. Suddenly, a voice cut in to stop the situation. That's enough. The old veteran stepped in front of Taylor, his expression grim. I understand how you feel, but the duel hasn't even started yet. Sheathe your killing intent. Taylor jumped back, his young, baby-faced features flushing with embarrassment as he stuttered. Ignoring the prince, Taylor bowed respectfully to the veteran. It is an incredible honor to meet you, sir. The old veteran replied calmly. Good to see you too. Seeing this, the prince clicked his tongue and smirked mockingly. Outsiders probably think you're the prince, not me. Taylor's jaw dropped in shock. The veteran immediately turned and glared at his nephew. You should have behaved yourself better in the past. The fat prince looked away, sweating nervously. Geez, always bringing up the past. Breaking the tension, the veteran stepped into the middle, placed a hand on his sword hilt, and announced, Both of you, take your positions. The duel begins now. A close-up of their faces. On one side, Taylor was brimming with killing intent, sword raised high. On the other, the prince stood with an indifferent, cold expression. Taylor took a stance, and a brilliant blue aura erupted, encasing his sword and entire body with raw power. A sinister smile spread across Taylor's cold face. Then, Your Highness, the young man lunged forward like a whirlwind, bringing a terrifying strike down upon him. Please, be careful. Their blades clashed, creating a violent shockwave that sent dust flying. However, the prince used his plain wooden training sword to easily block Taylor's magically enhanced blade without moving an inch. His sharp, sapphire eyes glanced at his opponent as he smirked in disdain. Too many wasted movements. He flicked his wrist, decisively batting Taylor's sword away with overwhelming force, shattering the blue magical aura into sparks. Taylor's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down as he realized the abnormal strength. Huh? This is Monocore? Under the immense pressure, the young man was blown backward, skidding along the cracked ground. Taylor struggled to stand, muttering in confusion as he looked at the fat prince. A Monocore shouldn't be able to block a mana chain. Is it because he only has one mana ring? And then, the prince stood leisurely, the sword in his hand now flaring with a beautiful blue magical flame. It only felt a little bit like an itch. The young man stood there, mouth agape, staring at the absurd sight before him. The guards watching were also stunned. A sound emanated from the sword. They sweated and muttered, "Is that?" Even the experienced old veteran's face turned pale. Sweat dripped down his cheek. Sword resonance. A close-up of the sword in Andreon's hand, radiating dazzling magic. A shocked voice rang out. Without giving his opponent time to react, Taylor gritted his teeth and lunged again in a frenzy of desperation and fury. Impossible. Andreon's eyes widened, his face momentarily blank at the sudden explosion of power from his opponent. Taylor brought his strike down with everything he had. The clash of light was violent, forcing Andreon to grit his teeth against the pressure. But instantly, the fat prince countered, knocking the sword away, and sending Taylor flying back with a shrill scream. The final impact created a blinding flash, blowing everything around them away. The ground was torn up, and the loser's feet slid pitifully across the stone. As the dust settled, Taylor leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, while the fat prince, with his round belly, still stood tall. The prince's face was cast in shadow as he muttered, sweating profusely. They say that a mana ring is incompatible with a mana core. That statement is indeed correct. He clutched his glowing chest, feeling the internal chaos. I feel like a mana backlash could happen at any moment. Despite that, a small notification window appeared. He looked up at Taylor's terrified face. You just said you were the second son of the Teohem Baron family, right? Andreon pointed his sword at his opponent, smiling confidently at the trembling man. You need to cool your head a little. He closed his eyes, began to regulate his breathing, suppressed the backlash, and focused his senses. Instantly, his mind sank deep into a silent space. His bulky body felt as if it were floating down to the bottom of the deep ocean. He opened his eyes, glowing with magic underwater, and reached out, whispering, "Awaken." The image of a majestic dragon coiling in the darkness appeared with great dignity. Whether it is a demon sword, a holy sword, or countless other names, they are all part of my soul. A golden system window popped up with a barrage of notifications. The mana core had accepted a massive will. A new color was now coating its colorless essence. A close-up of a giant dragon eye, glowing bright blue, snapped open a sign of terrifying power. The slumbering, dragon-slaying instinct had finally awakened. Back in reality, he stood his ground. Behind him, the ghostly pressure of a sword plunged deep into a blood-red demonic dragon manifested. The sword's memories from its last, active battle and the essence of the core were forged to slaughter dragons. A crimson light exploded violently from his chest. A system notification appeared, confirming his new strength. The dragon-slaying core has been activated. The prince's sapphire eyes shifted in an instant, his pupils contracting into sharp, vertical slits, radiating a wild, brutal, dragon-like red light. A surge of blood-red magical energy swirled around his body, coalescing into the phantom of a ferocious dragon, rearing up and roaring a beast forged for the sole purpose of dragon slaughter. And just like that, the dragon's phantom cast an overwhelming shadow over Taylor. As the system message echoed, this was the true power of the dragon-slaying sword. The energy flowing from the core had completely fused with the blade. Under that crushing pressure, Taylor's face turned deathly pale. Sweat poured off him like rain, and he stammered in sheer terror. What on earth is standing out there? The seasoned veteran's expression shifted instantly. He gasped, shouting in panic, "Stop! Enough!" No sooner had he spoken than the chubby prince lunged forward. His eyes burned red, his killing intent and the sword's streak cutting through the wind as he charged, ignoring his uncle's desperate screams. That sword was dangerous. The memory flashed back to just before the duel started. The prince had stood beside his uncle and whispered, "Uncle, I have a favor to ask before we start our sparring." The veteran raised an eyebrow, curious. "What is it?" A close-up of the prince's chubby face, wearing an extremely sharp and cunning smirk. "If it looks like I'm about to take my opponent's life." The instruction ended, and the massive figure of his uncle lunged like a bolt of lightning, intercepting the space between Taylor and the raging prince, who was swinging his sword down. His uncle swung his blade, coated in brilliant blue magic, blocking the crimson strike. "Fulfilling your request, kid. I have to stop you." "Uncle." The two immense forces collided, creating a blinding explosion of light. The shockwave was so powerful, it sent the prince's plump body flying backward. As the smoke cleared, the veteran stood tall and imposing, blue magic crackling around him like a steel shield, protecting the trembling Taylor behind him. Meanwhile, Andrian sat slumped against the cracked stone wall from the impact, dust swirling around his rather pathetic form. The veteran's face hardened intensely. He sheathed his sword with a sharp, frustrated motion. Suddenly, from behind, swords were pointed straight at him. The soldiers rushed over in a panic, surrounding him with blades drawn. "Count Valahat, what the hell do you think you're doing?" one soldier yelled. "Depending on the situation, you could be charged with attempted regicide." From the rubble, Andrian struggled to stand, his sword propping him up, and signaled the soldiers to back off. Much to Taylor's surprise, "Stand down, all of you." "It was I who asked him to do that," the soldiers exclaimed in shock. "Your Highness." A close-up of his mud-stained face. Andrian wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with a forced, wry smile. "I did ask him to stop me, but I didn't tell him to beat me until I was unconscious." Before he could finish complaining, his heavy body wobbled, and he fell backward with a thud. The guard screamed in a panic. "Your Highness!" Scene shifts to inside his mind. The image of the glowing blue monocore surging violently, energies clashing like they wanted to tear everything apart. Waking up in his soft bed, he clutched his chest, which was glowing with blue magic, and breathed a sigh of relief. "I really thought the monocore was going to shatter into pieces." Recalling the veteran's terrifying strength, he swallowed hard and muttered, "His power is truly on an entirely different level compared to these small-time nobodies, and I took that hit head-on. Luckily, it doesn't seem like there's any lasting damage." He clapped his hands with a loud smack, a bright, refreshed smile on his face. "Well, at least everything worked out in the end. After all, I did win the duel." Mid-triumph, he jumped as a deep, cold voice echoed from the foot of the bed. "What are you smiling about?" He stared blankly. "Huh?" The veteran count stood with his arms crossed in the shadows of the bedroom. The chubby prince awkwardly scratched his head. "What wind blew you all the way over here?" His uncle frowned and questioned him. "What in the hell were you doing back there?" The memory of the blood-red killing intent immediately flashed back. His uncle growled, his eyes burning with rage. "What kind of demonic swordsmanship was that? I've never taught you any style like that." Facing the fury, the chubby prince dropped his playful facade, responding in an incredibly serious tone, "I was simply staying true to the sword's true nature." His uncle paused, speechless at his nephew's justification. He grimaced and lectured him loudly. "You talk about the nature of the sword when you haven't even been in a real battle yet?" The image of the blood-stained, maddening strike flashed again. His uncle concluded firmly, "So, to you, the nature of the sword is nothing but killing intent." Finally, the veteran closed his eyes, sighed heavily with a complex expression, and begrudgingly admitted, "Even though it was blatant and incredibly irritating, it's still a fact." Andrian blinked, his face showing clear surprise as he spoke up. "That really is beyond imagination." A rare smile appeared on the uncle's face while his nephew's words echoed around them. "I thought you were going to preach to me about how swordsmanship is about perfection, or something like that, and give me a long-winded lecture." The veteran immediately wiped the smile off his face, clasped his hands behind his back, and stood with the imposing aura of an army behind him. He stated in a deep voice, "I am a soldier, not a knight. I am a man who walks the path of victory, not the path of righteousness." The prince stood slightly stunned, his eyes focused, listening intently. His uncle leaned down toward the chubby prince sitting on the floor, his gaze extremely stern. "Your sword path has gone too far. If your killing intent exceeds the limit, you won't be able to tell friend from foe." And so, he blinked sluggishly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, grumbling, "And that's why you're making such a huge scene, right? Just to fix things." The count stared straight into his nephew's eyes, declaring firmly, "I'll be watching you." I'll see if you get swallowed up by the demon within you. Time flew by, and a status window popped up. After 3 days of sparring matches ended, a sword slammed into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The young guy, Taylor, stood there panting heavily, his hand still gripping the hilt as the prince spoke up. Did you say your name was Taylor? The fat prince hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, offering a refreshed, generous smile. You've done well these past 3 days. In reality, Taylor had been straining himself just to block those blood-red, bloodthirsty slashes for 3 whole days straight, so he'd truly suffered a lot. But it's a pity, isn't it? The prince leaned in close, taunting the guy, who was bowing his head in silence. You'd probably feel better if you could have at least landed 1 hit on me, but you couldn't do it. Taylor stammered, flustered. About that. Andreon turned and waved over a maid holding a small wooden chest, ordering her to bring it over. A close-up of the intricately carved wooden chest appeared. Taylor asked, confused, Your Highness, what is this? At that moment, the image of the cruel, fat prince from the past appeared, laughing maniacally. The current fat prince sighed as he looked at the chest. I heard I did some terrible things to you in the past. I don't know if this can make up for it. He shoved the chest into the bewildered young man's hands and said, But take this to Baron Taylor. It's nothing much, just some gold and a letter. He turned away casually, shooing him off. Now, get going. Taylor held the chest, looking back at the shimmering castle, his eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, Your Highness. Meanwhile, the prince smirked, thinking to himself that he had no obligation to clean up the mess that the original piece of trash had caused. But, since he was making someone work for him, he should pay them fairly. The scene shifted. The sparring match of the trashy prince quickly became a hot topic of gossip throughout the kingdom. In the middle of the plaza, nobles whispered sarcastically, His arrogance is just digging his own grave. The first prince will definitely have to pay a heavy price for his past wrongdoings. I wonder how much humiliation he'll have to endure. However, even after days of waiting, the news everyone was dying to hear never came. A curious noble asked Taylor, Oh, you're asking how the duel went? Taylor beamed, a blinding halo radiating around him like a zealot. Well, it seems there was a bit of a misunderstanding. The first prince isn't as bad as the rumors say. Both sides just gave their all in the duel, and that's all there is to it. When asked about the threats, Taylor clenched his fist firmly. Threats? I only came to understand His Highness's sincerity. The nobles stood frozen, their faces pale and sweating, looking completely bewildered. What the hell is this? They thought. The royal family must have bought his silence. Meanwhile, the person involved, hearing these rumors, slammed his hand onto a wooden barrel so hard it cracked. The fat prince roared in anger, his face flushed red with rage. He's just keeping his mouth shut because he's embarrassed about losing to me. He gritted his teeth, radiating killing intent. Don't these nobles have anything better to do? They should do something more useful with all that free time. His uncle stood behind him, rolling his eyes. You've got a lot of nerve telling others that when you've got plenty of free time yourself. Recalling earlier, the young Taylor was hugging the chest, recoiling in fear as the prince approached with murderous intent. A close-up of the fat man's devilish face as he grabbed Taylor by the collar against a backdrop of raging fire, threatening him. When you go out, make sure you spread the word about the result of this duel. Got it? Taylor cried out. I will, my lord. Returning to the present, Andreon crossed his arms, smiling smugly. The rumors have probably died down by now, right? He widened his eyes, sweating profusely, and turned to ask, What was that? The maid waved her hands, nervously reporting the truth. There's a rumor spreading that Your Highness threatened him into fabricating the results of the duel. Andreon was left speechless, plunged into total silence. Andreon bowed his head, panting, sweat dripping down a face hidden in the shadows, but then he shook off the fatigue, his whole body igniting with a brilliant blue aura as he broke into an excited, radiant smile. Forget it, let's just train, shall we? Immediately, he lunged forward, swinging his sword down, tearing through the air to create a stunning blue sword wave. The prince's eyes were sharp and focused, swinging the sword in a rotation, unleashing a series of powerful strikes. He twisted his body, dancing with the sword, slashing through the air with incredibly decisive movements. The blade cut through the air, leaving behind brilliant blue after-images, following every bulky yet agile move. The tip of the blade struck the ground with such force that blue energy erupted, illuminating the entire corner. After a moment, Andreon stopped, his eyes weary but filled with intensity, the blue aura still swirling around his heavily heaving chest. He glanced behind him and asked the blonde knight holding the list, How many sparring opponents do we have left? The knight flipped through the report. The person arriving today is the last one. Your Highness. The fat prince let out a sigh, looking bored. These squire knights just aren't enough for me anymore. However, the knight maintained his calm expression and added, even so, this last person is a knight who has undergone rigorous swordsmanship training. Images of a sword and an exquisite, glowing shield appeared in the narrative. Someone who wasn't content with just a little family swordsmanship, but a genius who joined the Order of Knights to train further. He raised an eyebrow, looked at the paper, and his eyes glinted with interest and surprise as he smiled. Oh, a squire from the Iron Lion Knights. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, the figure of a long-haired female knight stepped in, bearing the glorious name, Awen Kurgen. From the angle behind the armor, her slender frame became clear. It's her, isn't it? Seeing the Iron Lion badge on her armor, there was no doubt. The image of a cold, beautiful woman amidst rose thorns appeared in everyone's minds, along with her elegant nicknames. The flower on the cliff, the rose with thorns, and the one who broke every man's heart, her black leather boots, stepped into the training ground before she paused. The guards immediately whispered excitedly, "She's such a beauty. I never thought a woman like her would come here all by herself." In a weird way, the prince actually has a talent for drawing attention, doesn't he? The female knight tilted her head slightly, revealing a profile as delicate as it was cold, like a glacier that hadn't melted in 1,000 years. Her sharp eyes darted forward as she thought to herself, even so, with the imposing silver armor accentuating such a perfect physique, the malicious whispers continued. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the prince got humiliated by a woman? A grand introduction for her appeared. The Iron Lion Knights were renowned as one of the kingdom's top orders in both reputation and skill. Awen Kurgen, an apprentice knight of the order, was a promising talent who had already been confirmed as an official member. Meanwhile, the fat prince was sweating bullets, his face twisted in confusion, thinking to himself, why would a genius like her come to challenge me? Awen smiled brightly and explained nonchalantly, well, there was a bit of a misunderstanding between your highness and Sir Awen in the past. This made the prince turn pale, swearing under his breath, misunderstanding my foot. Knowing this body's personality, he was sure he had started the trouble himself. As the memories flooded back, the prince spun around and grabbed a terrified, cowering maid, demanding, you there, tell me, what the hell did I do back then? The maid broke into a cold sweat, her eyes darting away as she stammered, yes, your highness. You harassed Sir Awen. The words hit his eardrums like a bolt of lightning. The fat prince's face went rigid with shock, his eyes rolling back in his head. He pulled at his hair, screaming and cursing the previous owner of this body, that insane bastard. As the memories became clearer, the female knight's hand clenched tight, restraining her absolute fury. The memory showed the fat, lecherous face of the old scumbag prince looming close, spewing disgusting, flirty remarks. Did you say your name is Awen? You're actually quite pretty, just like the rumors said. What do you think? If you want, you can become my personal maid. Pushed to the brink, Awen didn't hesitate. She shoved the fat hand reaching toward her away, rejecting him in the most brutal way possible. The prince back then had veins popping out of his face in rage, while she stood tall and replied clearly, Your Highness, knights are not your personal property. The fat pig stomped his feet like a tantrum-throwing child, puffing out his chest and screaming in the middle of the hall. The ugly memory faded back to the present. The prince was speechless, his face dazed and dripping with cold sweat as he listened to the maid's recount. That's what I heard you said, Your Highness? He looked away, sweating nervously and scolding himself. That sounds exactly like the twisted flirting of a rotten piece of trash. Awen's graceful figure stepped forward, cold and imposing. He thought to himself, no one is blind enough to look at her and call her ugly. The knight placed a hand over her heart, bowing stiffly. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Long time no see, Your Highness. You haven't changed a bit. Andreon scratched his head in confusion, offering a forced, awkward smile. I wouldn't say that. I've changed a lot, you know, to the point where the person inside is completely different. In response to his explanation, all he got was a glare sharp enough to cut through the air, making the prince shrink back and cry internally. Right. It's all my own karma. Just then, rhythmic footsteps and an announcement from the guards arrived, mercifully breaking the suffocating atmosphere. Count Valahat is here. Pausing for a beat, the count's face showed clear surprise as he exclaimed, You are? Awen calmly placed a hand on her left chest and bowed properly. Apprentice Knight of the Iron Lion Knights, Awen Kurgen, presents herself to Count Valahat. But the count just tilted his head, glancing toward the prince, and warned her in a worried tone, Be careful. The prince's swordsmanship is quite ruthless. This made the prince standing behind them sweat bullets and scream inside, Hey, what happened to your position as a neutral observer? The count smiled slightly, turned, and spoke casually. Now, the fat prince smirked confidently. While Awen drew her sword with sharp, cold eyes, the count's voice rang out. Both of you, take your positions. Immediately after, the count stood by the fountain and declared, From this moment on, the duel begins. Without a word, the female knight lunged forward like a gust of wind, leaving behind a brilliant blue trail of mana that exploded against the ground. Andrion stood there nonchalantly, wearing a smug smile, wanting to see how good this Iron Lion rookie really was. However, she had already leaped into the air, bringing her sword down toward the prince's head with enough power to split the air. The prince's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie light, thinking, that movement is actually pretty impressive. A harsh clashing sound echoed out. Sparks flew everywhere as Andrion raised his sword to block the powerful, mana-infused blue strike. But the prince immediately realized he was in trouble. His face grimaced as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, realizing in horror that his mana was starting to backflow. A close-up showed Awen's beautiful but ice-cold face, pressing her sword down without a shred of mercy. Andrion was knocked backward, stumbling and struggling to defend himself, gritting his teeth. The scene cut to a series of lightning-fast exchanges. The female knight continuously pressured him, unleashing blue, razor-sharp sword strikes like a storm, forcing him to just hunch over and defend as sparks flew. He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, cursing himself, I'm being completely led by the nose. This isn't good. Awen stepped back, gathering a massive amount of blue mana into her sword, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to her gasping opponent. Just then, Andrion's entire body suddenly erupted with a surging, crimson aura. The system immediately signaled, Dragon Slayer's heart has been activated. The female knight's eyes widened in sheer shock at the eerie, sudden burst of power. Her fatal strike collided fiercely with his crimson aura, creating a shockwave that swept through everything around them. The collision was so powerful that Awen was sent flying backward, hovering in the air while her eyes remained fixed on the man wreathed in flames. She regained her balance, digging her boots into the stone floor to stop her slide. Her fighting stance was still perfect, without a single opening. Beads of sweat dotted her delicate face as she muttered warily, That sword. Meanwhile, the prince exhaled in relief and smirked smugly. I guess not all swords are the same, huh? She's definitely in a completely different league compared to those small fries. A close-up of his glowing eye appeared, along with a magic status window. However, lesser power, greater appraisal can now be used to a limited degree. The opponent's information was laid bare instantly. Awen Kurgan, female, 19. Apprentice Knight. Aptitude. Swordsmanship. A. Archer class combat skills. B rank. Mana sensitivity. B rank. A brilliant, prodigal sword genius, arrogant and sharp on the outside, but soft-hearted and pure on the inside. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze turning more manic and dangerous than ever before. He thought to himself, the fact that I can even see this restricted power. His sword ignited with a brilliant crimson flame, and he quickly crouched, preparing for a devastating counterattack. The female knight didn't hold back either, blue mana wrapped around her blade, ready to meet him head-on. While the prince's explanation echoed out, it implied that she was either weaker than him or held power on par with his own. As the scene drew to a close, the stone ground shattered and scattered under their feet, marking the moment both figures lunged at each other for a fiery, fated collision. Next, the chubby prince, burning with a red-killing intent, unleashed a strike from above, while the female knight swung her mana-infused blue sword to parry, creating a horrific explosion that rang out with a shout. The real battle was just beginning. After a moment, as the dust cleared, both backed away, panting heavily. The chubby prince's face was bruised, and sweat poured down his skin. The great beauty Awen wasn't faring any better, gasping for breath from exhaustion. Under the fiery sunset, the two stubborn rivals stood far apart in the vast arena, their hands gripped tightly around their weapons, their bodies heavy and unsteady. Suddenly, the sharp blade was sheathed with a decisive click, shattering the tense atmosphere. The stern-faced count stepped out to intervene, announcing clearly and loudly, That's enough for today. We will continue this match tomorrow. Andrion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clicking his tongue and putting on a fake, regretful act. Shh. I was just about to finish it too. Awen flashed an incredibly stiff smile, dripping with sweat, but refused to back down, biting her lip as she retorted, What a coincidence. I was just about to do the same. They glared at each other with sparks flying, neither willing to yield. As the chubby prince teased, Oh really? Want to keep going? And Awen? I'm ready to keep serving it up, as long as you like. The old count's powerful roar echoed across the field, cutting off their death-glaring flirtation. "Enough," the count commanded, crossing his arms and glaring in annoyance. "It's too late, both of you. Get treated immediately." Instantly, a mage rushed over to Andreon's side, hands glowing with healing magic, hurriedly supporting him. "Your Highness, I'll have you patched up in no time," the old mage muttered as he fussed over the wounds. "Ugh, there's a bruise here too." Andreon winced in irritation, glancing away with a judgmental look. Across from him, Awen was also being treated by a male mage, the soft blue light illuminating her calm face while the prince sneaked a glance at her. Suddenly, the great beauty lowered her eyes, her expression breaking out in a sweat, looking incredibly hesitant and conflicted. And then, both stubborn rivals simultaneously lifted their chins and turned their faces away, determined not to look at each other again. The female knight's back looked proud as she strode off the arena, her heart screaming in silence, determined to have her revenge she absolutely would not lose. The entire arena was bathed in the brilliant sunset, marking the end of a long, exhausting day with the harsh truth: there was no winner. The knights and guards whispered among themselves, their faces filled with utter astonishment. "Is this the third day already? Honestly, I'm quite surprised." The guard nodded in praise, completely reversing his initial sarcastic attitude. "I'd heard plenty about Knight Awen's skills, but the First Prince's abilities are just as impressive." The next day, Awen's long, slender legs stood tall before Andreon again, declaring her challenge loudly. "I hope we'll have a result today." Hearing that, he flashed a cunning, calculated smile and raised a hand to signal a stop. "Hold on a second. Before we spar another round, I have something to say." The great beauty immediately frowned in defense, her eyes glaring with clear disgust as she shut him down. "Don't tell me you're planning to apologize now," she declared firmly, preemptively analyzing her opponent's psychology. "I won't accept an apology. I understand you're trying to regain your wounded pride through your own strength." It was an admirable thought, but Andreon couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, hurriedly shrugging and waving his hands to dismiss the beauty's wild imagination. "Well, that's not it." He tilted his head with a smirk, setting the trap to lure in the prey. "Since we're fighting so fiercely, shouldn't there be a reward?" He casually cast his bait. "How about the loser has to grant one wish to the winner?" This made the audience panic as they imagined horrifying, humiliating scenarios. If he won, they'd have to kneel. And if they lost, they'd have to bow and apologize. Awen's icy face shifted slightly, a bead of nervous sweat breaking out at this devious proposal. Needless to say, the knights led by their captain panicked, shouting to stop them like a gaggle of geese. "Your Highness, as a member of the royal family, you shouldn't say things like that. Please, take back your words." The chubby prince grumbled in annoyance. "Outsiders should stay out of this. Why are there so many spectators anyway?" Ignoring the noisy crowd, he rested a hand on his sword hilt, his eyes dead serious as he stared, waiting for her answer. "What do you think?" Awen didn't hesitate. Awen slammed her sword into the ground, cleverly hiding behind the guise of loyalty to refuse the dangerous bet. "Even if I am just an apprentice knight, I am still a member of the Knight Order loyal to the Leon Beck royal family. I wouldn't dare commit such a disrespectful act toward your highness." And then, the female knight smiled confidently, her sword glowing with brilliant blue mana as she declared, "However, if it's within the scope that your highness permits, I believe I have the right to accept the reward of this bet." She then turned slightly, a crimson killing intent flaring around her, along with a triumphant smirk. "Good thinking." Instantly, both lunged at each other like moths to a flame, swords crossed, sparks of red and blue creating a massive explosion as he roared. "Don't you dare take those words back later." The prince lunged forward, putting his entire weight into a sword swing that tore through the air, aimed straight at the beauty's head without mercy. Awen didn't hold back either, calmly raising her sword high and unleashing a powerful blue mana slash to deflect that violent attack. But then, the chubby prince's eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie red light, along with a maniacal grin that would make anyone's skin crawl. A giant crimson sword aura suddenly descended. Awen had to grit her teeth and brace herself in agony. She broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes widening in shock at her opponent's overwhelming power. She thought, too fast. He wasn't this fast yesterday. Amidst the smoke and dust, the chubby prince stood tall, burning with bloodlust, with the spectral silhouette of a beast rising behind him. A giant, flaming red dragon let out a roar that left her terrified. Could he have been hiding his true strength all this time? Suddenly, the arena was leveled as two figures blurred into streaks of light, crashing into each other in a flash. A series of violent, fiery collisions erupted, blowing everything nearby away. The female knight grimaced in pain, biting her lip and groaning as a brutal surge of crimson energy threw her backward. She skidded across the ground, forced to dig her heels deep into the stone floor to steady herself, kicking up clouds of thick dust. Her beautiful face was now drenched in sweat, her chest heaving as she struggled for breath, yet her eyes remained sharp and unbroken, refusing to surrender. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Andrian charged forward like a burning steamroller, pressing the attack for a decisive blow. Their swords clashed again. The red and blue energies locked in a fierce struggle, tearing up the stone courtyard beneath them. At the peak of the clash, a blinding explosion of energy erupted, sweeping through the area and clearing away all the smoke and dust from the battle. In the end, the proud female knight had to drop to one knee, driving her sword into the ground to support her battered body. Meanwhile, Andrian Leon Beck stood tall, looming in front of her. The knights and guards, watching from the sidelines, stood with their jaws dropped, eyes wide, rendered speechless by the incredible sight. Even the usually calm and experienced Count was furrowing his brows, his face a mask of utter astonishment. Sweat dripped down Awen's stunned face, her eyes fixed firmly on the ground, unable to believe her own defeat. This couldn't be happening. In the heavy silence, the prince lowered his sword to the ground, calmly delivering a powerful final word. "I've won the bet." Under the setting sun, the small figure of the female knight knelt before Andrian, who was clearly calling out the name Awen Kurgan. A smirk crept across his face, so cunning and lecherous it looked like that of a true villain. The declaration hit her like a thunderbolt, piercing her ears and making the great beauty jump in shock, her head snapping up as she glared at him in pure panic. The perspective shifted to memories of the past, showing a dignified figure in armor, the royal bodyguard, to the most notoriously trashy first prince in the kingdom. Contrary to my worries, that job wasn't difficult at all. Next came the voice of someone standing in the shadows, asking, "Are you the new royal bodyguard?" And the image showed Awen bowing respectfully to her new master. "Yes, your highness. I look forward to serving you." The bloated, sleepy-looking face of the prince sat arrogantly with his legs crossed on the throne. "Yeah," the prince replied with a hint of haughtiness. "All right, I'm counting on you." But he wasn't the kind to throw tantrums like the rumors claimed. Scenes of Andrian diligently jogging, drenched in sweat around the castle courtyard, kept flashing through his memory, and Awen's face showed deep contemplation, reflecting on that time. It was the complete opposite of the rumors, the image of the prince standing shirtless in the middle of a storm, relentlessly striking a wooden post with his practice sword despite the harsh weather, commanded everyone's respect. Back then, the knight standing in the rain, looking out in concern, asked, "The rain is too heavy. Should we stop His Highness?" While Awen just watched silently from behind. Suddenly, Awen's eyes widened in panic, and she shouted a warning toward the arena. "Your Highness, be careful." A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly struck the wooden post, right in front of the chubby prince, creating a terrifying explosion that lit up the whole courtyard. Through the smoke and dust, Andrian slowly turned, a crazed smile on his face, like a demon excitedly playing with death. Awen's pupils shrank, completely shaken and stunned by the manic look in her master's eyes. Amidst the pouring rain and the smoldering post, that heavy, chubby figure appeared completely overwhelming in the knight's mind. I had a feeling His Highness would become a great man. Back in the present, under the setting sun, Awen stood frozen in shock, hearing Andrian's trashy closing line to the kneeling knight. "That's what I once thought. I want you." The knights behind them froze, panicking, biting their fingers, and grabbing their heads in despair at the prince's extreme shamelessness. "Huh? How embarrassing." Awen's face contorted, sweat pouring down, her image completely shattered as she questioned her own worldview. Did I misjudge him? In the middle of the courtyard, the great beauty Awen knelt, trembling, eyes squeezed shut, head bowed with a look of utter humiliation mixed with fear and resentment, thinking to herself, could it be? Awen glared, her beautiful face twisted in a mix of anger and confusion as she shouted, "Is that really what your highness wants?" Andrian responded by calmly putting his hands in his pockets, his demeanor mocking and arrogant as he retorted, "Of course, with your current form, you are just a regular trainee knight, and you couldn't even defeat a trashy prince." Half of Andrian's face was visible, with a cunning, calculating smirk. "Therefore, what I want is..." Awen was stunned, her purple eyes wide, waiting for the verdict while he continued. "The potential and the future of the knight named Awen." Andrian's face suddenly became unusually serious. The setting sun hit the side of his face as he emphasized every word, "I need a knight who will follow me." At this distance, Awen was startled and bewildered, sweat rolling down again, when she heard her master's voice echoing, "Not a knight who protects me just because of a royal decree." In the middle of the vast arena, bathed in the twilight. The two stood facing each other. Andrian's declaration echoed, "But a knight who belongs solely to me." And from what I see, a mysterious status screen appeared before the prince, clearly displaying Awen's insanely high stats. He silently assessed, "You have an innate talent for swordsmanship." The chubby prince's blue eyes flashed with absolute confidence along with a triumphant smile. Because of that, Awen's whole body felt stiff, rooted to the spot as she took in his powerful final statement. "Become my knight." The perspective shifted as Awen's memories flooded back, images of her diligently practicing swordsmanship on the training grounds, accompanied by the whispers of the nobles echoing, "Is that child?" As expected, just like the rumors, while in her heart she screamed, "I have become the knight I always dreamed of." But her heart-stoppingly beautiful face from back then appeared, full of determination, mixed with sweat and the ridiculous gossip. She has such an eye-catching appearance, and the sorrowful thought, "I have become the knight I always dreamed of." But scenes of her frantically swinging her sword, chopping a wooden post to pieces, flashed by. "I have worked twice as hard as everyone else." The dignified figure of Awen pointed her sword at the ground, easily defeating a large trainee knight who tumbled onto the field. Her expression remained cold, without a hint of arrogance, as the referee loudly shouted, "The winner is Awen." Her blade was sharp enough to slice through the wind, knocking aside an opponent's weapon. The internal monologue continued. Even after defeating every other trainee member, she delivered a swift, decisive strike that sent another male knight flying across the grass. She even completely crushed that blonde knight under her boots. After such an overwhelming display of skill, Awen walked down the hallway with a lonely silhouette, leaving behind a group of men whispering snide, mocking remarks. "Isn't Lady Awen just our resident pretty vase? Being a bodyguard for a beauty like Lady Awen is the honor of a lifetime." Hearing that knight's comment made her realize with bitter clarity, "I still can't be a true knight." Back in reality, Awen bowed her head and squeezed her eyes shut to hold back the surging emotions. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, but her cheeks flushed slightly. A spark of hope ignited in her eyes as she looked ahead. "He wants my potential, and my future as a knight?" She stared intently at Andrian's calm, serious face, wondering, is he really being sincere? In the middle of the desolate arena under the blazing sun, the female knight's voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Please, grant me one promise." She held her head high, looking straight at the disheveled, chubby prince before her, and firmly demanded, "Please, treat me. Not as a woman, but as a knight." Awen's face radiated immense pride and determination. She asserted firmly, "If you can do that, I will follow your every command, Your Highness." Andrian's deep blue, confident eyes met Awen's resolute violet gaze. An invisible contract was formed. Without a moment's hesitation, Andrian gave his definitive answer. With an impossibly cool demeanor, he said, "Fine, I promise." Immediately, the female knight took a step back and knelt firmly on the imposing stone floor. Andrian smiled with satisfaction, the smile of a superior who had just conquered a formidable warrior, while Awen's proud voice rang out, "I, Awen, eldest daughter of the Awen Kurgan family, swear my loyalty to Prince Andrian Leon Beck." With the other knights and guards standing there, dumbfounded by such a sudden turn of events, she clearly declared her most sacred oath. "I dedicate this sword and the rest of my life to your highness." An older, scarred veteran stood with his arms crossed, his face expressionless and chillingly calm, watching in silence. Just then, metal flashed as the sharp blade pointed straight ahead. An authoritative voice rang out, clear and commanding, as the legitimate heir of the Leon Beck house. "In the name of Andrian, Leon Beck, I knight you." The blade gently rested on the shoulder of the beautiful woman, kneeling respectfully. The chubby prince began the sacred vow. "Be brave, be gracious." Under the brilliant sunset, illuminating the courtyard, his large figure towered over the small female knight. He finished with a sharp, clear command, "And be loyal." The next day, Awen was back at it, training intensely. She swung her greatsword, creating a gust of white air that tore through the space, leaving the guards in awe. In a hallway corner, the male knights were buzzing with heated, disgruntled chatter. "Swearing loyalty to that piece of trash? Does this even make sense? And it's an oath born from a bet, of all things. We have to find a way to nullify it. But I heard she's already refused our help." Awen's face flushed with shame and anger as she heard the malicious gossip spreading everywhere. "Good grief, from what I've heard, doesn't it smell fishy to you? Could there be something shady going on between her and the prince? Maybe he couldn't publicly make her his mistress, due to his reputation, so he used a knight's oath as a cover? It was weird from the start. Why would she join a rigged duel organized by that trash anyway?" Changing scenes to inside the mansion, The chubby prince was pulling at his hair, roaring in frustration and despair. This is insane. Am I some kind of villain in her story? He gritted his teeth, his hands balled into fists, radiating killing intent as he complained to the people standing nearby. Am I really just the biggest piece of trash on the face of the earth? The blonde bodyguard, a man, broke into a cold sweat. He could only lower his head, avoiding his master's gaze, remaining silent, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, he spoke cautiously, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Your Highness? The chubby prince looked back, bewildered. Huh? The knight looked his master straight in the eye and asked about what he had said that day. Andrian responded, confused. When? The guard recounted the memory in a flat tone. A few days ago, on the day of the final duel. Along with your classic line, it's not a knight protecting me because of a royal decree, Andrian exclaimed. Oh, that? The prince casually shoved his hands into his pockets, responding with a nonchalant attitude. Does that bother you? It's the truth. If there were a royal decree telling you to go somewhere else right now, wouldn't you go? Then, Andrian smirked, a cunning and provocative smile, teasing the bodyguard. If you want, you can swear an oath too. The guard's expression suddenly turned extremely serious, his gaze resolute as he asked, If I said I would swear an oath, would you accept it? Without even a second of thought, the prince turned away and coldly threw out a single, definitive word. No. The guard's eye twitched in shock as the chubby prince heartlessly added, I don't want you. There's no fun in raising you. The handsome bodyguard could only force a bitter smile, sweating awkwardly as he replied, Is that so? However, Andrian's chubby face darkened, his eyes sharp as he muttered seriously, I'm not joking. I'm being serious. The prince held a letter, which clearly stated, the first prince of the Leon Beck royal family. Andrian Leon Beck is hereby pardoned from house arrest and is ordered to attend the upcoming royal banquet. This left him confused, wondering, what did I even do? He tugged at his hair, looking completely lost, unable to understand what was happening. He hadn't expected them to lift his house arrest a month and a half early. The memory of the king's furious face loomed over him, and he muttered in complaint. After acting like that, I thought they'd just lock me up in the first prince's palace and never want to see my face again. Indeed, Andrian shook his head, sighing in frustration as he walked away. I have no idea what that man is thinking. Seeing this, the guard asked, Aren't you happy that your house arrest has ended, Your Highness? A young maid stood nearby, clutching a stack of letters. He glanced away casually, his tone indifferent. I don't really care. Even if I leave the palace, I have nowhere to go, and no one to meet, because I don't know anyone. The maid holding the papers suddenly jumped, pulled her hand back, and let out a startled gasp. Hearing this, Andrian and the guard immediately turned to look. The maid hurriedly bowed, apologizing frantically. I'm so sorry. I only happened to see an invitation sent to Your Highness. The prince's eyes widened, his expression, one of pure surprise and curiosity, as he repeated, An invitation? Immediately, the maid respectfully presented a gray envelope with an exquisite wax seal. Yes, Your Highness, this is it. He took the letter, tilted his head, and frowned, reading the words inside aloud with a look of utter confusion. A social club for young, distinguished nobles? The young maid timidly explained. It's a social gathering you used to be a member of, Your Highness. Andrian, looking bewildered, blurted out, Me? He leaned in slightly, his voice full of suspicion. Is that some kind of strange place? This startled the girl, who stammered, wringing her hands nervously. In his mind, an image instantly flashed, the fat, bloated prince of the past, clutching a beauty, downing wine, and laughing boisterously, accompanied by the maid's embarrassed explanation, To someone like me, the refined tastes of young nobles are hard to understand. Andrian gripped the paper tightly, annoyed. He grumbled, So, it's just a gathering for boozing and chasing after women. Forget it. I'm already busy enough with my training. Why should I waste my time at such a pointless event? But suddenly, his sharp eyes widened, his gaze locking onto a detail that took him by surprise. On the card, the words were neatly written, To the wise, brave, and thoughtful Prince Andrian, from your eternal friend, Bernardo of the House of. The prince's expression turned solemn. He furrowed his brows, lost in thought. A vision of a knight's helmet, emitting a brilliant blue mana aura, flickered in his memory. That's a name I remember. According to my uncle, they were the family that steadfastly pursued the heart of mana until the very end, and eventually collapsed, turning into ruins 100 years ago. Finally, he turned to the maid and let out a long, resigned sigh. I suppose I should attend after all. The girl bowed slightly and obediently replied, I understand, Your Highness. I will prepare your belongings. Standing under the pale sunlight, Andreon held the card, his posture radiating a distant, majestic aura. He thought to himself, I hope that family hasn't completely fallen from grace. The scene shifted to a flashback, telling of the 4 months that had passed since he possessed the body of the wretched first prince and began his weight loss training. Back in the present, the old tailor clasped his hands, looking incredibly excited. Your Highness, are you satisfied with the outfit? I haven't missed a single detail of your instructions. Every detail of the garment accentuated his toned physique. As requested, the color was black, and the decorations were minimalist. In the middle of the room, Andreon stood with his hands on his hips, head held high, radiant like a god. The tailor behind him was moved to tears, and the design is so simple, yet your majesty remains as splendid as ever. Your Highness. The prince stroked his chin, checking his reflection in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction. I've certainly lost a lot of weight. While the tailor laughed and flattered him, your measurements have been cut by more than half. The old man, brimming with enthusiasm, waved his hands decisively. I'll also take care of your attire for the royal banquet. I'll start working on it right away. But Andreon held up a hand to stop him. No, wait a little longer. He turned halfway, his signature confident smirk playing on his lips, arrogant and proud. By then, my measurements will have changed even more. A few days later, the bustling street scene appeared as the luxurious carriage rolled along. A few days after my house arrest was lifted, I'm on my way to that damned social club for young nobles. The loyal guards, looking imposing in their armor, rode on horseback right beside the carriage to protect their master. Inside the comfortable carriage, the prince yawned deeply, complaining. Being a prince really is an exhausting position. He rested his hands on his thighs, his face twisting with irritation, as he spoke to the maid sitting across from him. The clothes, the carriage, the guards, everything is suffocatingly annoying. But then his eyes caught something that made him squint in curiosity. Suddenly, the young maid shrank back, her hands trembling as she clutched her dress at the sound of his blunt call. Oh, Andreon's gaze locked onto a long scar on her slender, white neck. He asked coldly, what is that scar? The girl, flustered, brought her hand up to cover her collar, bowing her head in resignation and fear. That is due to my own incompetence, Your Highness. You were absolutely right to scold me for it. Instantly, a series of memories of the fat prince's terrible, thuggish behavior flooded back him, brandishing a sword, throwing things, and bullying the maid. Hey, you country bumpkin, come here. This sword is mine now. You're not bad-looking either. Andreon, now clenching his fists, frowned and cursed under his breath. Why do I keep finding more horrific stories the deeper I dig into this body's past? Looking at the girl's pale, trembling face, he silently blamed his own indifference. Thinking about it, I've seen this maid for months, yet I don't even know her name. The stifling atmosphere broke when he shifted his legs and calmly asked her, what is your name? The maid jumped in surprise, startled. After a moment of confusion, she bowed her head and answered clearly and politely, I am Adelia, Your Highness. The prince's pupils dilated in shock. The truth was, his hand went to his chin, his eyes narrowing in intense seriousness as a train of thought rushed back. That is a family name rarely listed in the noble registry. A heroic memory opened up a primal world teeming with monsters. I never expected to hear that name again in a place like this. In the distant past, when cities didn't even exist, let alone kingdoms, among the countless different races on the continent, it was an era where the weak were naturally plundered and slaughtered. Amidst the fiery battlefield, a figure in a red cloak stood bravely against the light atop a hill. There were those who stood up to end the history of that wretched existence. At the end of the Great War, a legendary painting depicted the 5 heroes standing tall on the mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. For the saviors who finally allowed humanity to rise and become the dominant species of the continent, people bestowed upon them the title of the 5 sovereign dukes. As the red cloak fluttered in the fiery wind, a warrior's arrogant smirk echoed. One of those 5 heroes, Grohon, the pinnacle, a red-haired female warrior, stood tall, holding a great sword planted firmly in the ground with immense spirit. Have you ever thought about it? Her entire body ignited into crimson flames as she charged headlong into the thousands of brutal, colossal monsters, coolly murmuring, what will you and I do once this battle is over? Her sharp golden eyes flashed like a hunting beast. In a split second, a massive surge of power, like a lightning strike, slammed into the ground, tearing the earth apart in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the blood-soaked sky, the warrior woman Ednis soared through the air like a streak of light, launching a surprise attack down upon the evil giant king who was desperately bracing for defense. The dazzling golden blade sliced through his defenses, blood spraying everywhere, crushing the monster's brutal might. The one who decapitated Awen, the king of giants, ending an era of exploitation with a finishing strike so ruthless and satisfying that it seemed to sweep across the heavens. The demon's massive corpse collapsed before the overwhelming strength of the great warrior woman. Her majestic, awe-inspiring figure was etched into history. She was the blood-iron swordmaster, Ednis Bayen. Then, her blood-stained face curled into a smirk, a look of arrogant triumph accompanying her heavy breathing after the cataclysmic battle. Standing amidst a battlefield littered with the corpses of hideous giants, the heroine clutched her sword, standing tall among the dead, and spat out a venomous, contemptuous curse. "You bunch of mangy, bastard sons of bitches." Suddenly, her golden eyes widened, burning with murderous intent, her razor-sharp gaze pinning the remaining monsters to the spot. The warrior lunged forward like a crimson whirlwind, slashing at a giant's face while roaring in fury. "Scramble back here like the cowards you are. Do you really think you'll have anything left to stuff in your gullets? You greedy, parasitic bastards only know how to scavenge for scraps." Not stopping there, her blade gleamed and swung with brutal force, cleaving the very air. She unleashed a torrent of vulgar insults at the enemies. "With bodies as big as mountains, you cowards still skulk around like rats." Ednis's face twisted with rage, her beautiful mouth spewing the vilest profanities imaginable. She only knew how to bully the weak. "You bottom-feeding maggots, filth like you deserve to have your heads hacked off, damn it." Her hand gripping. The gold-plated hilt trembled from the sheer intensity of her rage, a low, wordless growl vibrating in her throat. Back in the present, inside the carriage, the chubby prince clutched his head with both hands, grimacing in disgust at the memories that had just flashed through his mind. "Just thinking about that is enough to soil my ears." He lowered his hands, glancing thoughtfully at the shocking truth he had just discovered. After all, a descendant of the Bayan family. Was she? But looking at the small, timid maid shrinking before him, Andrian couldn't help but wonder what on earth had happened to turn them into this pathetic state. His train of thought was cut off as the carriage slowly came to a halt, and a voice drifted in from outside. "Your Highness, we have arrived." The attendant poked his head into the carriage window, raising an eyebrow and calling out gently, seeing his master lost in deep thought. "Your Highness?" Coincidentally, Andrian jumped to his feet, squeezed out of the carriage with an annoyed expression, and muttered, "About time." The prince's polished leather boots tapped firmly against the granite-paved ground. Before leaving, the prince turned halfway back, pointed a finger directly at the little maid still huddled inside, and gave a cold order. "Adelia, we'll talk later." Leaving poor Adelia confused, her hands clasped to her chest, a sea of question marks floating over her head. Even the attendant standing next to her looked completely lost. Suddenly, a cheery voice broke the atmosphere, accompanied by the radiant smile of a gray-haired young man. "Your Highness." The gray-haired man approached, placed a hand over his left chest, and bowed elegantly with aristocratic flair. "It is an honor. Have you been well all this time?" Bernardo of the Lee family offers his greetings to Prince Andrian Leon Beck. Regardless of Bernardo's eager, honeyed words, "I cannot express how overjoyed I am to see you safe and sound." The prince just stared at him with dead fish eyes, judging him silently. "So, this is a descendant of the Lee family? He looks exactly like some trashy thug." The nobleman tapped Andrian's sleeve with a fake, pitying expression. "You must have suffered greatly to have become so thin, my lord." It made the chubby prince break into a cold sweat and frown in annoyance. At that moment, Andrian's smile turned cunning and devious. He looked straight at the man and dropped his voice slyly. "Oh?" The other man looked flustered. "Your Highness?" Bernardo hurriedly feigned concern, asking solicitously, "Is something wrong? Are you still feeling unwell?" But Andrian just turned away and replied with a nonchalant smile, "No, it's nothing at all. I was just thinking how glad I am that I made it here." He placed a hand on the gray-haired man's shoulder, bared his teeth in a villainous smirk, and uttered a calculating remark. "Thanks to you, today is going to be very interesting." Having said that, the prince strolled leisurely past the nobleman, leaving Bernardo standing frozen, utterly bewildered by what just happened. Sure enough, upon entering, the scene that hit his eyes was a group of nobles gathered, laughing lewdly. One guy bragging about his conquests, and then that woman lifted her skirt wide open, as if she had never known a shred of shame. Everywhere, there were disgusting, flirtatious sounds. A man reached out to stroke a girl in a red dress, praising her. "This little thing has such smooth skin," while she wriggled along with him. "Oh, don't tease me so, I hate it." The luxurious room was filled with the smell of wine and coarse laughter, with the image of male nobles lolling on red sofas, surrounded by banquet tables littered with fruit and glasses. It is worth noting that Bernardo sat sipping his wine, casting a suspicious glance at the prince, silently assessing the situation. This is strange. Normally, this piece of trash would be dead, drunk, and flirting all over the place by now. In complete contrast to the debauchery surrounding him, Andrion sat in silence, his demeanor exuding composure and authority, slowly swirling his glass of vibrant wine, which made the nobleman from the Lee family shiver, secretly thinking. His aura feels completely different from before. The brown-haired nobleman in a blue vest threw himself onto the sofa right next to Andrion. While Andrion remained indifferent, holding his golden glass, the brown-haired man broke into a cheerful smile, his cheeks flushed with alcohol, and spoke loudly. "I heard, Your Highness." His face was etched with a lewd, mocking expression. Behind him, a phantom of Edna's seemed to flicker. "You managed to pluck the flower of the iron sword, didn't you? The rumors are spreading everywhere." Hearing this, Andrion turned slowly, his deep blue eyes gazing coldly at the nobleman without saying a word. At the same time, several other nobles raised their glasses, joining in with jaw-stretching grins. I was a step too slow. I've had my eye on that woman for quite a while now. If I had known this would happen, I should have gotten a vow from her first. The brown-haired guy kept spewing out sleazy, vulgar remarks, saying that just watching her in armor was beautiful enough, but I wonder just how amazing her skin underneath really is. Suddenly, Andrion's voice cut through the air, icy cold and sharp, silencing the mockery. "Hey, do you have any siblings at home?" The brown-haired guy looked stunned. "What do you mean? Have you already forgotten?" "I have a younger brother." Bernardo, sitting nearby, looked at Andrion in confusion, while the prince's words rang out with eerie calm. What a relief. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened in confusion. Before he could even process what was happening, a fist swung through the air like a storm. The portly prince put his entire weight behind it, landing a brutal, earth-shattering punch right in the arrogant noble's face. The guy's face crumpled instantly, blood and spit flying everywhere from the sheer force of the impact. He was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and shattering wine glasses and furniture right at Andrion's feet. The surrounding nobles, men and women alike, gasped, their faces turning pale at the sudden, raw violence. Bernardo, the gray-haired guy standing right there, froze in his tracks, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes wide with terror as he couldn't get a word out. Andrion leaned over, a true villainous grin plastered across his face, radiating bloodlust. "What a relief. At least your family line won't be wiped out." With that, he raised his foot and stomped ruthlessly onto the guy crumpled on the floor. The luxurious room fell into absolute chaos, while the prince continued to rain down violent blows on the battered noble in the blue coat. Then, Andrion stood up straight, his chest heaving, his eyes burning with intense rage as he roared. "From now on, your younger brother will be the heir to your family." He kept clenching his fist, veins bulging, his eyes crazed as he swung again. A heavy, bone-crushing punch landed straight on the brown-haired noble's swollen face, making him scream in agony. The woman in the red dress and the nobleman in blue backed away, trembling in sheer terror before this beast, in the form of a prince. Both Bernardo and the nobleman in purple gritted their teeth, sweating bullets, as no one dared to step in and stop that overwhelming power. Andrion's thick hand grabbed the victim by the collar, lifting him off the ground without a hint of hesitation. The bloodied, tear-streaked noble shrieked in desperation. "Why are you doing this, Your Highness?" While the prince's fist still loomed over him as a threat. The beaten, pathetic face of the guy who was just insulting him earlier was now filled with total dread as he heard the cold, cutting voice. "Listen clearly." Because Andrion glared down at him, his bloodlust radiating as he declared, "I can tolerate you thinking I'm a piece of trash, but I cannot forgive you for treating me like a piece of trash." The statement was so absurdly unreasonable that the surrounding nobles were left petrified, with question marks floating over their heads, all thinking the same thing in shock. What the hell is he talking about? Without caring for their stares, the prince swung his fist again, shouting with excitement, "That means you need to be beaten some more," causing the guy to wail in pain as blood spilled out. The punch exploded like lightning, sending the brown-haired guy flying across the floor. Finally, amidst the ruins of the banquet table, Andrion stood tall like a demon, his coat draped over his shoulders, leaving the terrified, silent nobles behind. The battered form of the brown-haired noble collapsed to the floor, unconscious, his face swollen and covered in blood. Andrion then called out. Bernardo, the gray-haired guy, panicked and fell to his knees, his forehead drenched in sweat as he stuttered, "Yes, Your Highness." Ignoring the bloodstains on his cheek, Andrion flashed an evil, satisfied grin, his eyes glowing red, as he stared at the person kneeling and said with excitement, Didn't I tell you earlier? Today is going to be very interesting. Bernardo gritted his teeth, his forehead throbbing with veins as he screamed internally. Why? Why is this crazy bastard acting like this all of a sudden? Before he could recover, the portly prince looked down from above with contempt, coldly ordering, "Go and summon the royal knights here," leaving the gray-haired guy completely lost. The gray-haired noble immediately scrambled to his feet and ran off, bowing and scraping, not daring to say a word against him. I will follow your orders, your highness." A moment later, the main hall of the club was surrounded. The royal knights stood in a perimeter around the nobles, who were huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Andrian turned around, his blood-splattered face radiating a terrifying authority that sent chills down everyone's spines. He immediately cast a sharp, icy gaze toward the women dressed in revealing clothes, and with a bored wave of his hand, he said, "You women, get out of here." Another nobleman standing near them glanced over in panic, his face glistening with sweat, clueless about what was happening. Sensing their hesitation, Andrian walked toward them slowly, his thick boots tapping a rhythmic, deadly beat on the floor. He stood before the noble from earlier, his cold blue eyes making the man jump, his voice low and deep. "I believe I said, the women." He brought his hand up, tapping his fingers provocatively with a cruel smirk. "If you want to leave, be my guest. But if you do, you'll be leaving as a woman." Hearing this, a luckless guy on the floor screamed in agony. "Ah!" as the prince's heavy leather boots stomped ruthlessly onto his chest, to the horror of everyone watching. The sound of Andrian's heavy heels clicked rhythmically on the floor, each step feeling like it was stomping on the frantic heartbeats of the spoiled rich kids. Andrian walked and calmly passed judgment, his eyes sweeping over each pale face. "Not one of you has officially knelt before a prince, nor have you shown even a shred of respect." He glared at the arrogant noble from before who was mocking him, grinding out each word. "You dared to insult me to my face." The image of the female knight, Awen, appeared behind him. Andrian's eyes shone with sharp, cold light. "And insulting my knight." He turned toward the person standing behind him and majestically asked his loyal guard, "In this case, what charges can be applied?" The dignified blonde knight stepped forward and clearly recited the law. "Because they have disregarded the royalty, this constitutes the crime of insulting the royal family." The nobles were paralyzed, some drenched in cold sweat, gasping in fear at the heavy charges being dumped on them. The knight continued to crush their hopes with a steady, uncompromising tone. "And furthermore, because they dared to challenge the authority of the royal family, this is equivalent to high treason." The knight stood sternly behind his master and bowed. "Please, give the order. Your Highness, who are we forcing to kneel today?" A wicked grin tugged at the corner of the prince's mouth, the textbook expression of a true villain. He delivered his verdict with chilling clarity, sending everyone plummeting into the abyss. Every single one of them. The scene shifted to the grand, opulent palace, where the prince stood casually, hands in his pockets, questioning with sharp intensity. "I've caused quite a mess the moment my house arrest was lifted, haven't I?" The king, with his disheveled beard, roared from his throne in a fit of rage. 14 noble children have been imprisoned. Insulting the royal family is treason. I just threw together every plausible excuse I could find." The king's face flushed red with fury as he bellowed, "Do you have any idea what the hell you've just done?" Meanwhile, Andrian just sighed, listening with eerie calm. His face twisted into a tense internal monologue. "Since I invoked the royal authority, they have to be punished severely. But with 14 noble houses involved, we can't just ignore the massive backlash." Surprisingly, Andrian didn't flinch at all. A confident smirk played on his lips as he retorted, "Are you worried about their reaction, father?" The prince lifted his chin, methodically exposing the truth to the king. These kids were already being discarded by their own families. They're nothing but hopeless trash, and keeping them around only tarnishes their families' reputations. He shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes gleaming with a cunning plan. "Just send a letter." The king furrowed his brows in confusion. "A letter? To whom?" The prince teased. "Why keep asking when you already know the answer? Aren't there people there who can handle internal family matters better than anyone else?" A smug smile appeared again. Andrian finalized his perfect plan. "It's the siblings of those scumbags I just had arrested." He stared straight at the king, his tone sharp and piercing. "Am I wrong?" Leaving the most powerful monarch in the kingdom speechless, frowning in deep thought. Finally, under the blazing sun shining upon the magnificent castle, the king let out a defeated sigh. "Just go." Andre winked playfully, acting as if the matter was settled, and skipped away, thinking to himself, "See? Nothing else to argue about, right?" Back in Andrian's palace, he stepped forward, reached out toward the little maid, and offered the gentlest, most reassuring smile he could muster. Now, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm not going to hurt you. Unexpectedly, Adelia was so terrified she burst into tears, her hands clutching her chest as she sobbed. Your Highness, what exactly has this lowly girl done wrong? Her whimpering echoed through the empty room. The prince stood there, flustered and rooted to the spot, watching the girl in the red dress tremble, internally sweating as he judged himself. This scumbag must have tortured her quite a bit. A flashback of the maid, Adelia, appeared, her face anxious and timid inside the carriage earlier. Hers was a family that had barely managed to get their name onto the noble list. Distant memories flooded back, a giant being sliced in two by a flash of golden light, splashing blood everywhere. Even their direct descendants knew nothing about the name, Bayan. Their glorious history had been wiped out, and their peerless martial arts cut off. The now slimmed-down prince curled his lip, his eyes shimmering with calculation, their once great reputation, their once noble pride. His gaze dropped to the trembling, cowering maid, Adelia, her eyes filled with tears. A legendary, unprecedented status window appeared, glowing with a series of S-rank skills, all of which had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Andreon's pupils constricted. He broke into a cold sweat, gasping in shock. Wait, hold on. His eyes widened as he stared at the list of bizarre, glowing traits, screaming internally. What the hell is with these traits? It was terrifying. Two completely contradictory auras warring within one person, a butcher who goes mad at the sight of blood, a battle maniac obsessed with combat, yet simultaneously possessing a fragile, weak heart, a devoted caretaker, and a slave mentality that is always passively dependent. The prince pulled at his hair, his face twisted in confusion, muttering to himself, she has unparalleled talent, but not a single trait to control her own madness. He looked at the small, weak maid cowering before him, sweating bullets, gritting his teeth as he thought, is it really okay to unleash that kind of madness into the world? But then, the atmosphere in the vast study fell silent. He straightened up, his tall silhouette blocking out the light. He brushed back his hair, his eyes turning determined and ambitious, casting aside all hesitation. I have to try it. After all, she was an S-rank talent. A wicked smile blossomed on his lips as he discovered a fatal weakness. Coincidentally, there's one trait I can exploit. The slave mentality, a trait that makes the person feel incredibly blissful when they have a master to serve wholeheartedly. Without a second of hesitation, Andreon lowered his authoritative gaze onto the maid and issued a firm, decisive command. Adelia Bayan, swear your loyalty to me. Adelia jumped, her face blank and clearly confused, stuttering as she asked, What does your highness mean? The prince, now lean and imposing, looked her straight in the eyes with an inescapable intensity. I am telling you to become my knight. Swear it right here, right now. Panic-stricken, the girl was so terrified her knees went weak and she collapsed onto the floor, begging, Your Highness, that is not something a lowly girl like me could ever handle. But Andreon delivered a critical psychological blow, hitting her weakest point. You said your family is very small. I will take responsibility for your family. That made her eyes widen in shock as she froze. He stood tall, his posture like an overlord setting his conditions. In exchange, you must swear loyalty to me and serve me as your master. Furthermore, he saw right through her heart, whispering a bewitching promise in a low voice. If you cannot control that madness yourself, I will hold the reins for you. In the quiet study, the girl looked up with teary eyes filled with a faint glimmer of hope. Will you really take responsibility for my family? She received a firm nod. That's right. He generously added another privilege. If you wish, I will summon them to the capital so you can see them whenever you like. Adelia's face lit up, and she clasped her hands, agreeing in a rush. I will do as you command. Immediately, she knelt low, folding her hands in front of her chest, reverently swearing, Adelia, eldest daughter of the Bayan family, swears loyalty to His Highness, Prince Andreon Leon Beck. The prince's lips curled in satisfaction as he heard the full oath. I will serve you, like her master, and dedicate her entire life to him. His large hand gently reached out, resting on the maid's brown hair, and he let out a praise filled with dominance. Good, very good. Under the light streaming through the window, he stroked her hair with authority. From now on, you will obey my orders unconditionally. She responded, as obedient and reverent as he desired. But suddenly, Adelia's face flushed red, and her eyes, once green, flashed with a brilliant, obsessive golden light as she felt his hand on her head. Seeing that strange, fanatical expression, Andrian broke into a cold sweat, questioning his own perspective on life. Is this really the right choice? Scene change. A few days later, vicious rumors spread across the capital, along with illusions of a forced binding pact. They say the first prince, who's been quiet lately, has started acting like trash again. Not only did he force a knight to swear loyalty through despicable means, the image of the beaten-up nobleman and the frail little maid continued to appear in the nasty gossip, but he also gathered children of the nobility, beat them up, and even threw them into a closet. And now they say he's turned a maid who's never held a sword into his personal knight. Clearly, he's just trying to build a harem under the guise of personal knights. Sitting heavily on his throne, the prince clasped his hands together, veins bulging on his forehead in frustration. He muttered, "Since when did everyone care so much about me?" He hung his head in annoyance, sighed heavily, and spoke, "I only accepted one personal knight. Yet, from the moment I wake up, everyone has something to say about it, while everyone else stands sternly behind me." The king's rage struck like thunder. His face turned bright red as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "I am having a headache trying to clean up the mess you caused, yet here you are, wallowing in debauchery?" Next, an image of his uncle standing by with a sharp, contemptuous gaze, dropping a biting remark, "How pathetic. Have you completely given up on the bet?" And finally, the image of the second prince with brown hair, smirking smugly, mocking his older brother's ineptitude. "You intend to appoint a maid as a knight? That's so like you, brother." Meanwhile, back in his room, the chubby prince sat with his head in his hands, complaining wearily, "Good grief, how do rumors spread so fast?" The trouble didn't stop there when the maid ran in, frantic, to inform him. "Your Highness, the Empress has arrived." He felt like losing his mind and tilted his head back, screaming at the ceiling. "Oh, come on." The Empress stood with dignity and authority, hands on her hips, in front of her son, who was rubbing his temples in despair. "I thought you had turned over a new leaf. It seems you're planning to go back to your old ways." But her sharp face suddenly darkened, and the corners of her mouth twitched with a calculated plan. "Actually, this might be for the best." She loudly declared her grand plan. Once he chose a partner and settled down, he would surely stop this womanizing behavior. The prince was stunned, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammered, "Huh?" The Empress's eyes blazed with determination as she clasped her hands, full of fiery spirit. "Trust me this time. I will surely find you a partner worthy of you." Leaving the prince sitting blankly on his chair after the storm had passed, his gaze dull and weary, thinking he didn't understand a single thing anymore. Scene change. The little maid, Adelia, looked up at the prince with big, innocent, round eyes and asked timidly, "So, will I have mana now?" The prince looked down calmly, raising one hand with authority to confirm, "Yes, a very special kind of mana." Immediately, a blinding blue mana burst forth around his hand, creating brilliant and incredibly powerful magical sparks. A heroic flashback appeared, describing a legendary legacy. Even though the whole world had completely forgotten the Blood Iron Sword Maiden, he had never forgotten a single detail. Every step she left behind, the sword dancing on her fingertips. Magic power erupted violently. The majestic figure of the red-haired female warrior appeared brilliantly behind little Adelia, and the face of the heroic warrior completely merged with the sparkling eyes of the maid, creating an unprecedented sight. The prince gritted his teeth, pushing his power, his two hands molding a hot, blindingly golden ball of energy directly into her heart. Adelia closed her eyes, hands clasped over her chest, feeling the great power flowing through her veins. Along with the system notification, Adelia felt the mana. Andrian observed calmly with a sharp gaze, enjoying the fruits of his labor. He had successfully imprinted mana onto Adelia. The mana had successfully settled within her body. Adelia's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils flashing with a brilliant golden light that shook her soul. A mana heart had been created. She looked in panic at the golden magical flame, wrapping around her body, her voice stuttering in disbelief. "Is this mana?" The prince stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor like a grand master teaching a lesson, explaining that what she had just performed was the method to forge a mana heart. From now on, practice it yourself whenever you have time. However, the maid suddenly cried out in alarm when she saw the prince stagger and collapse. "Your Highness." Andrian knelt on one knee, hand on the floor, panting from exhaustion, silently cursing himself. "I didn't expect to end up like this just for creating a puny mana heart." While the maid asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" he tried to act calm, answering awkwardly while sweat poured down his face. "I'm just a little tired." This made the girl even more distressed and confused. "Why would you go to such lengths for someone as lowly as me?" The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. She turned away, biting her lip, eyes welling up with sadness as she urged, "It's all right, you should leave." Noticing the strange look in her eyes, the prince looked back, confused and a little creeped out. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She broke into a cold sweat, her voice trembling. "Huh?" The peak of her slave mentality complex officially erupted. Adelia bowed as low as she could. Her eyes shone with a chilling, fanatical devotion as she shouted, "I will serve you with absolute loyalty for the rest of my life." Hearing that, an evil, villainous smirk appeared on the chubby prince's lips. He said smugly, "Just don't forget that I am your master, and that's enough." Immediately, Adelia looked up, her eyes sparkling with extreme adoration as she clasped her hands together in wild, joyful response. "Yes, yes, your highness." Andreon walked away, leaving a gentle warning. "I'm afraid you might forget that." Behind his back, Adelia was plunged into shadow, her green eyes glowing brilliantly with obsession, and she responded with a chilling smile. "Never." A few days later, the golden-haired protector stood impressively in silver armor, looking sternly. He speaks up to report the situation. "Your Highness, regarding the matter of Bernardo." A mental image of a disheveled man with gray hair, dark circles under his eyes, and shaking between two crossed swords appears alongside the report. "I heard he's being held by the Royal Knights as a witness to the recent disturbance. It seems no one is allowed to see him until the trial begins," leaving the prince looking bewildered. "A trial?" Andreon breaks into a cold sweat, asking anxiously, "Don't tell me I have to attend this trial too." But the other person shuts him down with authority. "Royalty isn't required to stand trial, your highness." Hearing that, the plump prince's face lights up instantly. He raises a finger and lets out a sigh of relief. That's definitely good news. He sits on the sofa, propping his chin on his hand, and clicks his tongue in annoyance. Even so, they're really blowing this out of proportion by holding a whole trial. Meanwhile, Adelia stands quietly nearby, wiping a vase. Suddenly, Andreon calls out, making the maid jump in surprise and shrink back. "Adelia, how have you been lately?" She blinks, looking confused, and asks, "I'm sorry, your highness? What do you mean?" He rests his chin on his hand, staring right at her, and smirks triumphantly, reminding her of her mana heart. "Has it stabilized yet?" She bows her head honestly and replies, "It has stabilized, your highness." He immediately jumps up from his seat, his eyes blazing with determination. "Good. Starting today, you're going to train with me." A confident, bright smile plays on his lips as he points his thumb backward, saying clearly, "Go change your clothes and meet me at the training grounds." Seeing her still clutching the cleaning rag, he frowns, sighs, and reminds her, "Drop that rag. You're a knight now." At the training grounds under the brilliant sun, the prince stretches his limbs, twisting his body with a satisfied expression. While warming up, he suddenly stops, glances sharply behind him, and asks coldly, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The man standing there replies calmly, "Can't you see, your highness? I'm warming up." But the older man cuts him off with a grimace, "Not you." He glances into the distance, where Adelia is rushing over, struggling in her heavy knight's armor. "I'm talking about that girl." Then, Andreon lifts his chin arrogantly and nonchalantly brings up the controversy. "Haven't you heard the rumors? I'm turning her into a knight." At this, the older man's face darkens, his eyes flashing with fury as he roars, "Do you think the title of knight is so trivial?" The older count yells at him, furious, considering the current situation. "How could you be so reckless?" This makes Andreon frown and snap back irritably. "Since when did you become such a busybody? If you hate it so much, why do you keep showing your face here?" As the prince grows more annoyed, the sound of heavy footsteps approaches, along with the maid's panting voice. "Your highness." The next moment, Adelia collapses onto the stone ground, hands on the floor, gasping for air in exhaustion. 10 laps completed. Ignoring the earlier tension, the older man turns away, paying no mind to Andreon, who is still standing there with his arms crossed, glaring. Adelia looks up at her master with guilt-filled eyes, stuttering, I'm sorry, your highness. It's my fault." But a wooden sword is suddenly tossed toward her, followed by a firm voice, "Forget about that. Take this." The plump prince, now looking quite dapper, draws his own wooden sword, smiles confidently, and turns to say, "Today, I'm just going to teach you the basic stance." Immediately, his body moves fluidly, swinging the wooden sword through the air, creating a beautiful blue streak of mana as he demonstrates. "First, get into your stance and swing the sword like this." He retracts his sword and nods, signaling, "Give it a try." Adelia stands there awkwardly, clutching the sword with a look of utter bewilderment. She struggles to spread her legs, her hands trembling as she grips the hilt, trying to mimic the posture awkwardly, asking, like this? Your Highness? Suddenly, her eyes go dark, her pupils flashing with a haunting, brilliant yellow-blue light, the sign of an awakening. An overwhelming surge of power erupts. Adelia swings the wooden sword, cutting through the air, creating countless massive mana lightning bolts that tear up the ground, rivaling her master's display. The older count, standing there with arms crossed, suddenly widens his eyes in shock, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Even the prince drops his jaw, his face turning pale as a ghost, inwardly terrified. Did she copy it perfectly after seeing it just once? Adelia's eyes return to normal, and she timidly looks at the prince, asking, "Was my posture correct?" This makes the prince break out in a cold sweat and raise a hand to stop her. Wait a second. Andreon's face turns ashen, his teeth gritted as a red alert goes off in his mind. If I let my guard down, she's going to surpass me in the blink of an eye. The truth is, the memory of the past, the fat, wicked prince trampling over the tiny maid is still vivid. The slave mentality means submitting to the strong, not respecting the weak. I was already feeling uneasy thinking about how that scumbag prince used to mistreat her. The worst-case scenario flashes through his mind, a dark Adelia with a murderous smile pointing a sharp blade at his throat, making him shudder in panic. If she surpasses him now, he'll lose face. Andreon quickly clears his throat to regain his air of authority, looking away and pretending to be deep in thought, leaving the girl confused. Just then, the older man steps forward, stroking his chin, his eyes glowing with intense interest as he evaluates her. I never imagined she possessed such talent, but immediately, the prince steps in, shoulder-checking the man hard to block his view, glaring at him irritably. What the hell do you think you're doing? His eyes are sharp as blades. He grinds his teeth and warns the older man with a possessive tone. Don't you dare covet her. The older man isn't afraid. Instead, he offers a deeply sarcastic smile, firing back a biting challenge. And what exactly can you offer that child? Andreon stands there holding his wooden sword, looking arrogant. Meanwhile, the older man behind him continues to belittle him. You're just a beginner who's only been holding a sword for a few months. The older man's body even erupts with brilliant blue mana, his face stern and harsh as he delivers a firm judgment. You can't handle her. But the prince just smirks, and the count's blue mana seems to shatter into pieces before him, as if struck by an invisible force. Andreon glances sideways, his eyes incredibly cold and dangerous, thinking to himself, if it were that scumbag from before, he would have been trembling and backing down already. However, the prince's pupils flash with an overwhelming deep blue light, affirming a raw truth from the depths of his soul. But I am not him. If I can't control her, the mana burns fiercely like a blue-colored beast. The prince lifts his head with absolute arrogance, knowing that if he can't do it, no one can. It's because it's me. Just then, glorious flashes of memory flooded back. The images of the giant king and the brutal mad dragon who had once been miserably defeated flickered through his mind. It had drunk the blood of the giant king, the mad dragon, and countless other creatures. The legendary greatsword manifested in the air, radiating a chilling, blood-red aura. Suddenly, Andreon's eyes shifted into a sinister, blood red, accompanied by a flickering, blinding system notification. A portion of his soul was reacting to the user's will. Dozens of crimson evil spirits surged around his body, creating such terrifying pressure that the very air seemed to freeze solid. The arrogant old uncle, once so composed, was now drenched in cold sweat, his aged face stiff with shock as he was crushed under that crimson aura. Not only that, but the prince's massive frame stood cloaked in fiery red flames as he stepped forward, growling out every word with overwhelming authority. She is mine. His face twisted into a crazed, crimson-eyed expression as he declared absolute ownership like a tyrant. The red flames roared even higher. The prince, the fat prince, bluntly threatened the count without a shred of mercy. She is mine. Don't you dare look at her, and don't you dare crave her. Moreover, his gaze was sharp as a blade, and he grit his teeth to hiss a deadly warning that made everyone shudder. I truly hate it when someone dares to take what belongs to me. The uncle stood paralyzed and deathly pale, while in the distance, Adelia stood dumbfounded, clutching her wooden sword, having no clue what was unfolding. In a flash, Andreon's red pupils constricted. A turbulent storm raged within his mind. He let out a sharp breath, his expression suddenly softening as his consciousness began to sink into a surreal, water-filled void. Gradually, his body felt completely limp, sinking deep into the cold abyss, drifting helplessly through the pitch-black water. He silently wondered as his grip on reality faded, unable to feel any sense of life or vitality. Bubbles rose to the surface as the prince opened his lifeless eyes, mumbling to himself about the horrific vision closing in on him, filled only with cold and darkness. Is this an omen? The giant greatsword plunged into the pitch-black night, releasing waves of deadly purple-red energy that trapped his small silhouette. It was terrifying how countless blood-soaked demonic hands reached out from the darkness, grabbing hold of Andreon's trembling, cowering body, trying to drag him down to hell. This weak body, it's going to be swallowed by Grohon's soul. In an instant, his eyes snapped wide open, waking from the horrific nightmare and shattering the illusion. He reached out, and a wave of powerful blue mana roared, slamming directly into the red abyss, coldly extinguishing every manipulation. That's enough. And then, he slammed his hand down. The sharp blue energy tore the dark illusion into fragments. The sound of heavy boots hitting the stone courtyard brought him back to reality, the blue aura slowly fading from around him. Suddenly, the uncle dropped his playful facade, his old face growing serious as he uttered a fundamental truth of the battlefield. An ordinary knight can save the lives of 10 soldiers. He roared, his eyes wide with agitation and passion, fully acknowledging the extraordinary power in war. But an exceptional knight can save the lives of 100 soldiers. His gaze turned toward the little maid, who was still holding her wooden sword in confusion, and he voiced a sky-high assessment. That child could potentially save thousands, or even more. Finally, the prince raised a hand to wipe his chin, tilting his head to look at his uncle with a cynical, half-hearted smirk. Is this an attempt at persuasion? Thoughts of the Northern Expeditionary Force commander's stern face flashed through his mind. Was he talking about the commander of the northern border? However, Andreon immediately turned away, his expression indifferent and cold as he bluntly muttered, "I don't care." It left his uncle stunned. The old count grit his teeth and waved his hand in frustration, loudly questioning, even if that girl could save countless lives? Following the narration that highlighted Count Valahat's anger, the little maid, Adelia, suddenly stepped up to shield him, clutching her chest with a determined look as she replied, "My body and my heart already belong to His Highness. I cannot follow your orders, Count." The uncle's face turned beet red, so furious that veins popped out on his forehead, rendering him speechless. The prince smirked in satisfaction. It was worth the effort he'd spent pulling his soul out to train her. It was a psychological trait of slaves to be forced to submit to a higher-ranking entity. He spoke in a provocative, mocking tone toward his uncle. She said it herself. Following that, Andreon raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he twisted the knife in his uncle's heart. "And uncle, you have nothing left to teach me, do you? Your only goal from the beginning was just to help me lose weight." He turned his back, coldly extinguishing any intention the old knight had to intervene. "If you want to keep visiting my palace, from now on, don't you dare lay a finger on my business." Hearing this, the uncle bit his lip, swallowing his rage along with the cold sweat, forced to concede. "I understand." However, Andreon's monologue echoed as the old uncle was seen secretly watching from a corner of the courtyard. Even after that day, the uncle continued to visit the palace every single day, just to keep an eye on Adelia. The prince's face appeared incredibly cunning and evil as he saw his uncle stomping his feet in frustration, even though the uncle couldn't do anything because he had been forbidden from nagging or interfering. It was quite amusing to see his arrogant uncle squirm like that. Suddenly, the sound of wooden swords clashing and cutting through the air drew his attention. The apprentice knight Adelia was panting heavily, her hands gripping the wooden sword, which was now blazing with a brilliant golden magical aura. The sight made the uncle's eyes go wide, sweat pouring down in astonishment as he gasped. Even the arrogant prince broke into a cold sweat, his face panicked as he grit his teeth and muttered, "Has she already learned sword resonance?" To save face, he hurriedly clapped his hands, flashing an awkward, forced smile. "Good. Well done. She's improving so fast, I might actually get surpassed." Hearing her master's praise, Adelia's face flushed red, and despite her heaving chest, she beamed with happiness. However, the old count suddenly turned, his gaze fierce as he hissed in resentment. Did you teach her the mana heart, too?" Andreon narrowed his eyes, his expression turning icy and challenging as he frowned back. "That's right. Is there something wrong with that?" Immediately, the uncle exploded in rage, gasping as he shouted, "Is it not enough that you alone learned that cheap, nasty trick?" Adelia behind them flinched in fear. At that, the atmosphere froze instantly. The prince lowered his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, frowning while radiating a chilling aura. Enraged, he hung his head and let out a cold, merciless order to leave. "Get out." The old uncle, however, remained stubbornly defiant, his face twisted with pure resentment and regret as he roared, clearly implying there had been a much better path to follow. There was a potential here you couldn't even imagine, yet you've ruined it all. Andreon turned away, cold and indifferent, and signaled his guard, escort him out. The guard broke into a cold sweat, clearly uncomfortable. Furious, the uncle turned and stormed off, snapping, "Forget it, I'll walk out on my own 2 feet." The old man's silhouette trudged away across the sun-drenched stone courtyard, leaving Andreon and his 2 attendants standing there in silence. Adelia gripped her sword tightly against her chest, her eyes welling up with worry as she looked up at her master and asked timidly, "Your Highness, is what I've learned really just a cheap trick?" The prince's expression turned deadly serious immediately, his deep blue eyes firm as he completely dismissed the notion. "No, absolutely not." Still doubtful, she blinked and asked, "Then why would the Count say that?" Andreon just looked away, replying calmly, "Because he doesn't know." The brilliant red sunset descended behind the fading figure of the uncle, while Andreon's arrogant narration brought things to a close. The people of this era have completely forgotten what a true mana heart really is. Andreon glanced to the side, murmuring with a sense of lingering regret. If only they hadn't forgotten. He walked into the brilliant sunset, leaving behind an cryptic remark. "You'll realize it soon enough. The true power of a mana heart." Suddenly, a sword slammed into the ground with overwhelming force, blue magical lightning crackling and shattering the wooden floorboards to pieces. The prince stood with his arms crossed, looking at the sword stuck in the ground beside him with a deadpan expression, speechless. The uncle stood in the distance, pointing his sword, challenging his nephew's stubbornness. "You act as if you'll never come back. Prove it." The uncle's face was grim as he set a daunting condition. "I will only use 1 ring of mana. If you can push me back even half a step, I'll acknowledge you." Responding to the provocation, a hand reached down and casually gripped the wooden hilt, pulling it from the ground. "Remind me, what was the bet back then?" Andreon swung the wooden sword through the air, standing majestically as he retorted, "A wish, right?" The uncle took his stance, his steel sword flashing with a powerful bolt of blue lightning as he declared clearly, "If you win, I will grant you 1 thing, no matter what it is. Even if you want me to pass down my family's secret techniques, I'll do it." Hearing that, Andreon immediately lunged into a stance, a blue magical aura burning around his chest, a mischievous smile plastered on his face. "That's not what I want, but sure." He charged forward like a cyclone, swinging his sword straight at the uncle and yelling, "Let's do this." The uncle smiled smugly, easily seeing through the strike, aiming for the neck right from the start. "Are we?" Andreon unleashed a flurry of dangerous slashes, forcing the uncle back, who noted that his swordsmanship was still as vicious as ever. But the figure blurred in and out of sight, their swords clashing repeatedly, creating a flurry of afterimages flashing in the air. The prince gritted his teeth, his sharp, murderous gaze focusing all his strength into one powerful downward strike. But the older, the wiser, the old man calmly used the flat of his blade to deflect every one of the young man's storm-like attacks. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave reverberated, throwing Andreon's sword off course and sending it flying into the air. Seizing the opening, the uncle swung the hilt hard, slamming it into the center of the prince's chest. He smirked, his eyes glowing with the magic of thunder, provoking him. "Is that all you've got?" Andreon bit his lip, his face grimacing and drenched in sweat, shooting his uncle an annoyed look. The recoil was so strong he was pushed back, skidding across the ground and kicking up dust. The veteran knight lowered his sword, lifted his chin, and said condescendingly, "Have you given up already?" Despite taking the hit, Andreon slowly stood up, gripping his sword while flashing a cunning smile and dusting himself off. "Not a chance. You're such a pain, old man." But credit where credit is due. The uncle's entire body was now encased in intense magical lightning. Andreon assessed him silently. The uncle was strong. An uncle like that was waiting for him to unleash his mana, just to see him suffer a more pathetic defeat. Looking at the weak blue magic flame flickering on his chest, he knew clearly that with a mana heart at this level, he would definitely lose just as the old man wanted. Yet, strangely, the prince's expression became craftily smug, enough to warrant a beating. He smirked sarcastically and spoke up. "Don't you get it?" The old uncle furrowed his brows in confusion, as Andreon began to lecture him. 4 years ago, distant memories surfaced of heroic dragon-slaying knights. Countless knights who possessed a mana heart had achieved unimaginable feats. The image of a proud wielder of lightning appeared, and he pushed further. Yet, just because a seemingly useful technique appeared, all the martial arts of those great knights are now treated like trash. Andreon braced himself, gathering his mana. A blue light enveloped his chest, bursting with vitality. That seems to be what everyone thinks, that this technique called mana chain is a much more powerful way to manipulate mana than a mana heart. The uncle began to lose patience, questioning him loudly. "What the hell are you trying to say?" Andrian replied coolly. "My thoughts are different." He pointed his sword straight at the Count, declaring clearly, "Just because it's called a mana heart doesn't mean they're all the same." At that very moment, the prince's eyes glowed with an eerie, vibrant blue, and he smiled dangerously. "Uncle, have you ever heard of the warrior's holy anthem?" The uncle frowned in anger, speaking sharply to dismiss it. "This is a place for swords, not for discussing that nonsense." Andrian smiled smugly, as if the fish had taken the bait. "I knew you'd say that, uncle." He casually sat in front of the uncle's sword and continued to ramble. "Because you also call the mana heart a crude trick that only low-level mercenaries." That made the uncle snap irritably. "You talk too much," his uncle mocked him. "Need more time to catch your breath?" Andrian's face went dark, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he uttered one cold word. "No." He immediately stomped his foot, the force slamming into the ground and causing the magic to erupt. He proudly shouted, "The path a knight has walked becomes his achievement." Andrian stood his sword upright, his entire body burning in a majestic, deep blue magical flame. 100 victories are my pride and my power." The uncle's arrogant expression shattered instantly, his face dripping with cold sweat as he gasped, "What?" Meanwhile, a notification window suddenly appeared. "I raise my voice in a song of 100 victories won against 20 trainees aspiring to be knights." In the blink of an eye, the system chimed incessantly as invisible sword strikes slashed through the air. A milestone etched deep into the heart, and that very milestone has become the anthem of his martial soul. The martial soul anthem has been born, the wooden sword in his hand ignited with a brilliant blue magical glow, lighting up the corner of the courtyard. It dwells within the knight's blade. A common-grade martial soul anthem, the anthem of camaraderie, has been created. Andrian's face loomed large, oozing malice, his blue eyes glowing brightly with a smug, lopsided smirk. "A small, ordinary achievement I've managed to scrape together over these past 6 months. The effects of the anthem of camaraderie activated." Instantly, he raised his blue flaming sword high, his presence exuding an absolute dominance that swallowed the entire space. This is the true power of a mana heart, the martial soul anthem. A massive surge of power poured forth from Andrian's back, while the Count's voice echoed from afar, dripping with disdain. The anthem of camaraderie's effect is active, yet no matter what you do, the outcome remains the same. The Count maintained his stern, stiff expression, adamantly refusing to acknowledge his promising nephew's hard work. "As long as you possess a mana heart, you can never defeat the mana above it." Ignoring him, Andrian lunged forward like a blue phantom, tearing through the air straight at his opponent. Their blades clashed with terrifying force, triggering a flash of shockwaves amidst 2 brilliant currents of magic. Andrian's internal monologue cut through the exploding, interwoven sparks. Indeed, the mana from those rings has the property of triggering a mana reflux through the mana heart. Yet, the prince's face contorted in pain. Sweat poured down as he clenched his teeth, enduring the suffocating pressure building up from within. Contrary to his nephew's struggle, the Count wore a smug, arrogant smirk, gloating as if he were certain of his victory. He swiped hard, knocking the blue blade away, and loudly mocked his nephew's stubbornness. "You're quite talented at being stubbornly persistent, aren't you?" Unexpectedly, instead of being afraid or outmatched, Andrian let out a dry, cold laugh, his blue eyes eerily calm as he spoke. However, memories of those bone-crushing beatings surfaced. Andrian silently gritted his teeth, thinking, "To obtain this anthem, I've sparred over 100 times and withstood the mana of those rings over 1,000 times. A power forged solely to deal with ring knights." The magical aura on his sword flared, shooting straight up toward the heavens. "While clashing 100 times, I endured 1,000 tidal waves." The brilliant light from the blue aura continued to erupt, wrapping around his golden hair and spreading throughout the surrounding space. Then, Andrian stood tall, pointing his glowing sword toward the ground, and declared clearly, "This is the power of the anthem of camaraderie." The wooden sword had now transformed into an exquisite, razor-sharp blade, slashing through the air and leaving a blinding streak of light. The Count frowned, watching the pressure surging from behind the prince, murmuring as he re-evaluated the situation. "Now, this is finally worth testing." Instantly, an explosion of white magic rumbled and shook the earth as their attacks collided once more. Andrian closed in with dizzying speed, repeatedly raining down blows of crushing weight that forced his uncle to strain every muscle to parry. Using the momentum, he spun and unleashed a powerful, wind-tearing strike. The blue blade swept across the courtyard, creating roaring whirlwinds. Look at Andreon's face now. It was filled with extreme excitement mixed with a hint of fury, putting all his strength into crushing the opponent's defense. Sweat poured like rain down the Count's grimacing face. He widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, I never expected him to hold out this long. A thunderous force slammed directly into the Count's defensive sword, making the space around them seem to crack with blinding light. Seizing the chance, Andreon launched a violent, horizontal slash, creating a shockwave that sent his uncle flying backward. The prince landed firmly, sliding a long way across the stone floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. While his uncle stood stunned in the distance, Andreon slowly stood up, his demeanor so relaxed it was infuriating. With only a tiny, insignificant scratch on his cheek, the Count's voice rang out, full of stunned disbelief. What is this? While Andreon retorted with a smug tilt of his chin. Didn't I tell you? At this point, the Count unleashed his full turquoise magical lightning, surrounding his body, glaring with anger as he roared at the final remark. Not all mana hearts are the same, and added, You arrogant brat, you're just too full of yourself. The Count stomped his thick-soled boot into the ground, creating a tremor that kicked up a cloud of dust, aiming to increase his intimidation. He swung his sword, encased in a massive blue mana current, downward, forcing Andreon to raise his wooden sword and brace himself. A blinding explosion erupted from the collision. The prince gritted his teeth, letting out a groan. At this point, the Count stood tall, radiating immense pressure as he delivered a condescending judgment. I'll stop playing around now. That you could hold out until now is commendable enough. Looking at Andreon, who was down on one knee, gasping for air, he continued his patronizing assessment. I'll give you some credit. Just as expected, a common-grade martial soul anthem isn't enough to get the job done. Hearing this, Andreon refused to give in, using his sword to prop himself up to stay balanced as he began a historical lecture. 400 years ago, the prince kept his grip tight on the hilt, lifting his sharp eyes to look at his uncle as he continued. The knights of that era made a grave mistake. Next, an image of a lonely hero standing atop the corpses of countless monsters appeared. Andreon's voice echoed continuously. They didn't leave any enemies for their descendants. Glorious skills gradually drifted through his mind. Initially, everything was surely passed down intact, from sword techniques and proper methods of training the heart to the radiant martial soul anthems. But time had gnawed away at those brilliant achievements. Then, the scene of the knight tumbling down into a fiery abyss symbolized the decline, eventually causing them to sink into oblivion. Legends of dragons that had never been witnessed. A massive shadow of a dragon and an army of great monsters appeared, obscuring the sky. It was breathtaking, along with giant kings that had never been mentioned. Andreon pouted, imagining a picture of a dragon being redrawn in a foolish, ridiculous way. In the end, they just became nonsensical legends. Of course, new martial soul anthems must have been created. Images of knights charging to slaughter ordinary human soldiers flickered by, yet it was at most just a victory against 10 knights. At best, it was an achievement of defeating 100 soldiers. To put it bluntly, those were just anthems built to fight against humans. The aftermath is a collection of broken swords stuck in the cliffside, serving as proof of weakness. With pathetic power levels that could never reach the realm of legends or heroes, they couldn't withstand the winds of this new era. Andreon's gaze remained icy and motionless as he continued. Mana chains, with those mediocre skills, you'll never reach the threshold of transcendence. The old man stood there, annoyed, hands clasped behind his back, sighing as if talking to a fool. Are you drinking in the middle of the day? I haven't been able to make sense of your babbling this whole time. At that exact moment, the prince's expression shifted. He called the arrogant old man by his name, with a tone 10,000 times more condescending. Ignoring the arrogant and foolish old knight made the man frown in annoyance. A weird, crimson malevolence began to swirl around his heels. His voice, cold enough to chill the bone, rang out again. All of you need to know just how terrifying the greatness you have, lost truly is. A massive, evil shadow erupted, swallowing the entire space behind Andreon. He looked like the incarnation of a true demon. If you don't know, he gripped the wooden sword, which was now ablaze with blood-red flames. I will teach you. Explosively, Andreon's eyes turned blood red, darkness clawing around him as he growled every terrifying word. The thing that no holy sword could ever cut will tear through a dragon's scales. His face was twisted with madness, his deathly eyes locked onto his prey, eager to drain its hot, fresh blood. Immediately, crimson energy surged forth in torrents as the system notifications flickered, honoring the terror. I began the true dragon-slaying hymn, but the power was so overwhelming that it backfired. causing him to cough up blood. His face contorted in pain as the system screen flashed red, warning that his current physical limit couldn't withstand the rank of the hymn. The system notifications stuttered, and a flurry of dialogue boxes popped up as if the system were crashing. A part of the hymn had been omitted. Even so, he struggled to stand straight, the dark aura crushing the space around him with dazzling text as he recited a single verse. 14 out of 14, tearing dragon scales. At the same time, Andreon's red, murderous pupils tore through the darkness. He swung his sword with the speed of death. The blood-soaked blade clashed fiercely against the blue mana. The crimson aura bit down frantically, trying to crush the old man's arrogant strength. The impenetrable defense from before was now like thin paper, torn to shreds. The old count's eyes widened in panic. What on earth was that? Ironically, the man who had just been loudly belittling others for their weakness now looked pale as a ghost, his pupils trembling violently as he realized the terrifying power surging toward him. At this rate, I'm going to be swallowed whole. A blinding, earth-shattering explosion erupted, dust and debris flying everywhere, completely obscuring the view of the training grounds. Andreon's body was thrown backward, falling to the ground and skidding away in a pathetic display. A panicked shout echoed from afar, "Your Highness!" The dust slowly dissipated in the wind, revealing the firm stance and imposing silhouette of the old count. The portly prince sat up, wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and fell silent with a sharp, piercing gaze. He looked up at the old man, who was still pulsating with green magic, and calmly exposed the shameless cheating. "Didn't you say you would only use one ring?" The old count's face was now dripping with sweat, his expression extremely tense, mentally kicking himself in utter shame. After having used all 4 rings in his possession, he looked down at the wooden sword in his hand, now cleanly sliced at a square angle, his tone condescending while his heart bled. "You still failed to stop your sword from being cut." But back to Andreon, the exhausted prince sat slumped on the ground, exhaling heavily, though his arrogant aura had not faded in the slightest. The old count stood looking down, his mind still reeling from the natural laws that had just been broken. Mana from the heart was always inferior to mana from a ring. That had been an undeniable truth. Andreon lifted his chin, speaking one word, calling the name as cold as a blade, finishing off the remnants of the count's pride. Indeed, the old count's face darkened, his eyes widening in total shock as he heard the 3 cruelest words in the world. "You lost." In a flash, Andreon's mind was yanked into a dark void. The image of a giant dragon jaw crushing his crimson aura appeared vividly. The holy sword glowed brightly in a pool of blood, as if crying out in agony from being drained of power. "Stop, please, stop, immediately." Andreon's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down like rain, his face turning pale from the soul-shattering feedback. He frantically clutched his chest, a stabbing pain tearing his soul apart, making his breath hitch. The scene shifted as he slammed his hand down onto his bed, his chest heaving violently, gasping for air. His hand gripped the bedsheet so hard his veins popped, his body still trembling after the life-and-death shockwave. He scrambled up, his expression a mix of bitterness and exhaustion, cursing that demonic power, this damn martial soul hymn. He remembered the moment he forced the crimson aura to erupt around him, bitterly realizing this was the price to pay for forcibly drawing out the power of the martial soul hymn. The murderous red eyes flashed through his mind once more. Because the true dragon-slaying hymn is a martial soul hymn that touches the realm of mythology. Even so, the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Gentle blue mana enveloped his battered body. My body was torn to shreds because of it, but this risk was worth it. He sat up straight, bathed in the radiant glow he had created himself, proudly declaring, "The martial soul hymn, the first one I wove with my own hands, my 100 victories, is my pride and my power." An image of a knight holding a sword, reaching high, burning in blue flames. "In 100 duels, I withstood 1,000 waves of mana. I will stand firm against those waves, and become even greater." Andreon's face relaxed with smug satisfaction as the system kindly announced some heartwarming news. His dual hymn level had increased slightly. Just then, the prince rubbed his chin, nodding as he calculated his next move. This much should be enough to take on the 3rd prince, that bastard. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out from the door. "Your Highness!" The little maid, Adelia, clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "You've finally woken up." She shuddered, remembering the previous scene. Everything had become chaotic after His Highness suddenly fainted like that. I have never seen the Queen that angry before. Andreon calmly sat there, picking his ear, his demeanor dismissive of the Queen's wrath as he muttered, "Serves them right, serves them damn right." The maid continued, "And The Archduke left a message saying he had to be notified the moment His Highness woke up. Upon hearing that name, the prince shot a glance of sheer boredom his way. He stretched out and flopped back onto the bed with a loud thud, lazily bracing his head with his hands. "Don't report it yet," he drawled. "I'm going to get some more rest." But the truth was, as soon as he lay down, that nonchalant expression vanished, replaced by extreme tension and cold sweat beating on his forehead. An image flickered in his mind, a deep blue soul, cracked wide open across the chest. If I don't properly restore my spirit, after the damage from overusing the War Soul Anthem, I'll have to pay a terrible price. Shards of memory mirrors fell like rain, blurring the line between reality and the past until it all becomes a chaotic mess. Eventually, the boundaries of reality will collapse entirely, and I'll go insane, forever replaying the moments of the War Soul Anthem in a fractured world. He shuddered, a chill running down his spine, his face twisted in utter disgust at the thought of being trapped in the sword's memories again, especially now that he'd finally become human. Just the thought of it is enough to make my blood run cold. A moment later, the image of a legendary red-haired swordswoman, burning heroically in a sea of flames, was suddenly conjured up. Ednis Bayan, consider. She was an incredible swordswoman. Back at the lavish dining table, the prince casually used his fork to pick at his food, analyzing the situation for Adelia as he chewed. Since you're a descendant of the Bayan house, you're certain to inherit the War Soul Anthem she left behind. Hearing her master drone on, Adelia just stood there, stunned, her cheeks puffed out with food, thinking foolishly, I never imagined my ancestor was such a great swordswoman. Andre took a sip of water, delivering a harsh but necessary truth. Of course, you'll need to grow much stronger than you are now to reach a level worthy of that anthem. So, as for that, getting straight to the point, the prince set down his fork, fixed the maid with a sharp, piercing stare, and asked, "What do you want to do once you learn swordsmanship?" The question was so direct that Adelia's eyes went wide with confusion and nerves. She shrunk into her shoulders, not knowing where to begin. That is, Adelia hung her head, her hands clutching each other in distress, timidly revealing her small dream. If I could truly become a knight. Suddenly, the maid's face flushed as red as a ripe tomato. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted it out, completely mortified. If I become a knight, then... Andréan was left speechless. Not daring to finish her sentence, she spun around and bolted, leaving only a trailing will echoing behind her. Meanwhile, Andréan remained sitting there, calmly answering the retreating back. If you haven't thought it through, you can tell me another time. A moment later, the portly prince, who had been leisurely picking at his meal, suddenly paused, his hand gripping the wine glass tight. Seeing this, Adelia clasped her hands to her chest with a fiery, uncharacteristic resolve, and said, I am yours, your highness. I will become your sword. Andréan's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise flashing across his typically mocking and indifferent face. In truth, glorious memories from an ancient era came flooding back. Some War Soul anthems began with the booming sound of battle horns. Images of dignified knightly armies, blades held high, echoed in his mind, and some War Soul anthems began with the very first step across a vast plain. Andréan stared blankly at the magical light radiating before him, silently marveling at the eternal laws of power. Let their story begin with a sincere vow. A brilliant golden mana fire roared to life, engulfing Adelia's body. The small girl clearly and firmly uttered her knightly oath. I will live for your highness, for the rest of my life. I will dedicate everything I have to you. Instantly, a dazzling system notification appeared. Adelia has offered a subjugation anthem. The prince reached out to catch the warm light, muttering, Is this Adelia's War Soul anthem? He gently touched the shimmering golden rays dancing around his hand. Sometimes, a War Soul anthem can influence those nearby, too. A giant tree of light took root in the center of the room, casting a brilliant golden glow over the entire space as a notification chimed. A new War Soul anthem has been created. The light of domination wrapped around Andréan's body. The system continued to honor the one standing at the top. A common-grade War Soul anthem, the Anthem of Domination, had been formed. The portly prince smirked, letting out an intrigued laugh. Oh, he understood the nature of this power perfectly. The subjugation anthem was a song reserved for a single master, rather than a typical War Soul anthem. It was like a vow of submission binding their souls together, even if the girl possessed a slave-like mindset. Looking at Adelia's pure, naive expression, he couldn't help but offer a sarcastic remark in his head. Who would have thought the descendant of a sword marquis would weave a subjugation anthem? The golden light shattered into countless tiny fragments, floating away and dissolving into his body. Andréan savored the surge of power. Well, I've received some help I didn't expect. He clenched his fist, the sly smile of an opportunist plastered on his lips. As long as I am the target of this subjugation anthem. Naturally, his eyes gleamed with calculated intent. Adelia's growth will also bring benefits to me. Meanwhile, Adelia just smiled shyly, brimming with happiness. The man who usually lounged with such arrogance propped himself up, sincerely offering her his thanks. Adelia bowed, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness at her master's praise. Your Highness. The room was filled with peaceful sunlight, but the prince's mind didn't stop calculating for a second. Even if I don't yet know how these benefits will evolve. Time slipped by, and a few days later, a clear blue sky blanketed the majestic, jagged spires of the royal palace. Andrian sat slumped in a luxurious armchair, his face pale and beaded with sweat, his expression one of extreme discomfort and tension. A handsome knight stood silently behind him, while Adelia stood by, her concern evident. Before him stood a noble woman, her voice soft and overflowing with care. Andrian Leon Beck. Does your body feel even a little bit better? Andrian Leon Beck was Andre's nickname. He broke into a cold sweat and forced a reply, I'm doing just fine. Ironically, the prince's eye twitched. He glanced to the side, secretly lamenting the awkward situation of a soul-swapped transmigrator. Dealing with people who hated this body was easy enough. His gaze shifted to the elegant, dignified woman, who looked crushed with worry. But handling someone who truly loved the original owner of this body? That was a much tougher nut to crack. She blinked, hesitant, asking about the man who had nearly beaten him to death just a few days ago. Are you harboring any resentment toward your uncle? Finally, the woman clasped her hands in prayer, letting out a soft sigh as she urged him. Your uncle truly didn't mean to hurt you, so even if you're still holding on to any hard feelings, please, just let them go. Contrary to her anxiety, Andrian merely replied with a cold, indifferent tone, I don't have any hard feelings at all. Tears welled up in the noble woman's eyes as she gripped her handkerchief, crying out in distress. Why wouldn't you be resentful? He treated you so roughly and nagged you about everything. Saying you don't hold a grudge is surely a lie. Hearing his mother sobbing, Andrian just nonchalantly scratched his cheek, his face bored as he looked away, secretly thinking that he really didn't feel any resentment. In truth, in his mind, the image of that crimson malevolence crushing the blue arrogance remained vivid. I dealt that old man a fatal blow that day. Since all his pride and convictions were completely denied by me, he must be struggling in a way that's hard to bear. The image of the Count, collapsing to his knees amidst the dark purple aura of despair, appeared. That which I sowed in his mind that day. The heart. The stout prince leaned back into his chair arrogantly, crossing his arms and judging everything like a god. If he has the mettle, he will overcome it and go further. If he can't conquer it, he will lose even that precious martial strength of his. Honestly, I don't care whether he lives or dies after that. However, his mother gradually regained her composure and softly explained, Your uncle has spent his whole life devoted to the sword rather than to people, so he is a bit clumsy and rough. Even so, lately, he seems quite proud of you. The image of the Count, bowing low before the majestic throne, flickered by. He even went personally to convince the emperor. This time, Andrian's weary eyes opened a little wider, seemingly surprised by this news. It was thanks to him that your house arrest was lifted earlier than expected. Ironically, memories of the prince's time in and out of jail rushed back, where knights competed to pin him down and shackle him. But trouble arrived right as the house arrest was lifted. Your uncle's position back then must have been very difficult. Could that be the reason he acted so harsh and disgruntled? The prince rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing calculatingly, but he scowled, his head filled with the dark conspiracy theories of a former tyrant. Why would that old man go out of his way to do those things for him? Just then, the door opened, and an old man with flowing white hair entered, flashing a smile so radiant it practically glowed. As soon as he saw the old scholar Niccolo Macchia with his stack of books, the prince's expression shifted instantly. He backed away, glaring defensively. I absolutely refuse. The knight and the maid, Adelia, standing behind him, could only stay silent, sweating nervously as they exchanged awkward glances at their master's rebellious tantrum. Andrian, losing all dignity, rolled around on the rug, struggling like a child forced to eat his vegetables. Seriously, why do I have to study? If a person doesn't learn, how are they any different from a beast? He looked the old man straight in the face and shouted, Are you calling me a beast? The old scholar smiled and calmly replied, Your Highness has only just begun to learn, so I cannot call you a beast yet. Andrian went mad with rage, his hands clenching into fists as he shouted loudly, I haven't even started yet, so don't play word games with me. Finally, dusting himself off, he plopped down on the floor with a very impudent expression. I might look like this, but I already know everything I need to know. I'll tell you straight, I don't need to learn another thing in this world." Ignoring the fierce resistance, the old scholar maintained his mysterious smile and calmly offered a deal. "If you insist, then let's do this." The old man propped his hand on the stack of books, proposing a deal that hit the lazy prince's weak spot. "You shall discuss a few topics with me. If your skills are truly as advanced as you claim, I will never bother your highness again." Andrian's eyes lit up instantly, and a cunning, supremely confident smile spread across his lips. "That sounds like a good deal." Surprisingly, before long, Andrian slammed his hand on the table, feeling satisfied, discussing so passionately that he lost track of time. "Right, exactly, that's it." He rambled on, explaining the principles of governing a nation. "That's why one must always be careful of being stabbed in the back. Human nature is to walk all over you if you're too lenient." The scholar nodded in approval. "You are absolutely correct." The old man skillfully slid a thick book in front of him. "You will find this book on iron-blooded statecraft very interesting to read." Caught up in the conversation, the prince subconsciously opened the book and began reading eagerly while the old man continued his lecture. Here, it evaluates the relationship between the ruler and the subjects as a kind of contract or transaction. The ruler receives military and economic support in exchange for protecting the subjects, and the subjects seek protection and political stability from the ruler in exchange for their loyalty. And then, he nodded repeatedly as he read, looking very pleased. You've got a point there. All relationships are fundamentally based on the law of reciprocity." Just like that, the sky outside the window shifted to a fiery sunset, and their lively discussion continued without pause. "So, about this part." "Exactly." The scholar packed up his books, gently tapping the cover to conclude the meeting. "Well then, Your Highness." He waved goodbye with a benevolent smile. "Let's continue the rest of our discussion tomorrow, shall we?" Andrian happily waved back, looking incredibly obedient. "Yeah, sure, I'll be waiting." The door closed, and the prince kept a bright smile on his face, feeling immensely satisfied that he had gotten to show off his intellect. Suddenly, in a flash, the smile on his face stiffened, his eyes widened, and a giant question mark appeared over his head, realizing he had just made a catastrophic blunder. "Wait a minute. Did I just voluntarily participate in a regular study session?" Afterward, the prince smirked slightly, his face sweating as he sighed in helplessness. He thought to himself, evaluating the tutor who had just left, that old man was truly cunning. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, the old scholar stroked his beard and muttered, "The first prince." Outside the door, the old man walked slowly, passing two imposing guards, silently remarking to himself that the prince was completely different from what the rumors described. The scene shifted outside, where the sky was clear and quiet, and the sun shone brightly through the fluffy white clouds. The scene moved back into the room, where Andrian lay face up, his weary, lifeless eyes letting out a bored sigh. He sprawled out on the large bed like a rotting fish, speaking in a lethargic tone. "I'm so bored. It's pathetic." The soldier standing by could only stare, feeling uneasy as he watched the prince tossing and turning on the bed, pulling at his hair and wondering, "Have I been living too diligently lately?" Since there was no training to do, there was nothing to keep him busy. Plus, his body was still in the middle of recovery. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a respectful voice. "Your Highness, the Count is here to see you." Andrian sat up with a start, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. After such a long time, the maid turned to look at him, confused. "What should we do?" The prince replied excitedly, "Oh, tell him to come in." He stood with his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest and smoothing his hair smugly, calculating in his head. It had been a few days since the duel, so it was about time his uncle came to visit. But as soon as he saw who walked in, the smile on Andrian's face vanished, and a cold drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. The Count appeared looking terrifyingly haggard, with a dark, gloomy aura radiating from him, and deep, bruised circles under his eyes that made the prince recoil. It seemed he hadn't overcome his mental demons at all. The Count hung his head, his face covered in stubble, his lips pressed shut in deep sorrow, not saying a word. The prince's eyes widened in surprise, and sweat poured down like rain when he heard a heavy apology. "I apologize," the Count said, standing straight and bowing sincerely, leaving Andrian standing there like a wooden statue. "I broke my promise to myself, and caused you serious injury because of it. I have no excuses." An arrow of conscience pierced the prince's chest as he remembered the harsh reality. The reason he was bedridden wasn't because of his uncle's sword aura, but because he had actually abused the dragon-slaying him. On top of that, the memory of his mother nagging him echoed in his ears, making him shiver. His conscience took another fatal hit. My uncle's position must be difficult, especially since I caused another mess. The Count looked up, his eyes fixed and filled with misery as he stared at his nephew, solemnly declaring, "Therefore, tell me what you desire." His uncle made a blood-sworn vow. "If you want my arm, I will give it to you. If you want my eyes, I will hand them over." Hearing this, Andrian shrank back, replying in a panic, "Why the hell would I want that junk?" Regaining his composure, Andrian folded his arms, looked away, and sighed. Tisk, a man who should have been a legendary master swordsman, reduced to this because of his own inner demons? He puffed out his chest, hands on his hips, trying to act generous to clear the stifling atmosphere. "All right, I'll be generous." The prince's eyes sharpened, and he lowered his voice, deadly serious. "I'll state my request first." The room fell silent. He looked straight at his majestic uncle and clearly stated his demand. "Uncle, let me go for a walk outside." The Count frowned slightly, his face showing clear confusion at such a simple request. "Your house arrest is over. Can't you go out whenever you want?" Andrian immediately held up a finger, shaking it with a mischievous, calculating smile. "It's not just a day trip. I mean somewhere a bit further away, maybe even outside the capital." His uncle stood stunned, silently considering the prince's bold demand. Watching Andrian wave his hands freely, the knight hesitated. "It will take some time to arrange the schedule. With the upcoming banquet, traveling too far is impossible." Andrian beamed and waved his hand dismissively. "That's fine." With the agreement settled, the Count turned to leave. "Good. I will contact you when the schedule is finalized." The prince nodded indifferently. "Do that." As the door closed, the bodyguard knight stepped forward, looking at his master, who was proudly stretching with his hands on his hips. A silence filled the room. Noticing the knight's intense, probing gaze, Andrian spun around and snapped. "What? Why are you staring at me like that?" the knight stammered, breaking into a sweat. "Well," Andrian let out a sheepish laugh, admitting his misunderstanding. "I was just surprised. I thought your highness would ask for something much more unreasonable." In truth, Andrian's face fell into shadow. His eyes narrowed craftily. Because the Count had broken his promise, this was a rare opportunity to manipulate him in many ways. Just then, the prince glanced away, unexpectedly showing a rare moment of empathy. "Seeing that stubborn old man acting so wretched makes me feel bad for him." The knight was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. He couldn't help himself. The knight clutched his stomach and burst into a hearty laugh, teasing his master until Andrian turned beet red and pointed his finger, shouting, "What? Why are you laughing? You've been living a bit too comfortably lately, haven't you?" As they were bickering, a voice cut through the noise. "Your Highness." The prince's eyes glanced to the side, waiting. The maid, Adelia, walked over excitedly, holding a letter tightly, her eyes glowing as she reported, "The letter you were waiting for has arrived, Your Highness." Her slender fingers gently handed him the envelope with the bright red wax seal. The envelope was opened, and he read the lines on the paper. The image of a heroic female swordsman surrounded by blue lightning flashed in his mind. "I have recently achieved a small milestone." The swordsman's sharp gaze flashed with determination. The letter continued, "It seems I will be able to visit you soon. I hope you keep yourself healthy until that day. From Awen Kayan." He held the paper in his hand. Andrian let out a sly, satisfied smile, his eyes filled with perfect calculation. What good news at just the right time. About 5 days later, the Count sent word of good news. And 2 days after that, the day of departure finally arrived, with the carriage rolling away from the city gates. The prince leaned out of the carriage window, excitedly calling out, "Uncle, what is the name of the territory we are visiting again? Is it Elin?" Hearing this, the Count, riding his horse ahead, turned his head back with a frustrated scowl. "Can you not sit still for a single moment?" The prince, in his small form, stubbornly poked his head out again to tease him, forcing his uncle to reach out and push his head back into the carriage, growling, "I will explain everything, so get back inside." The emblem of the Count's territory appeared in all its glory. This was the kingdom's largest weapon production base. Images of blacksmiths working diligently, swinging hammers and sending sparks flying, came into view. This territory possessed mines that provided high-quality iron, along with a guild of master blacksmiths specialized in refining them. His uncle seriously explained that it was no exaggeration to say that more than half of the weapons supplied to the royal family came from here, making Andrian thrilled as he exclaimed, "Amazing!" Andrian flashed a smug smile, thinking to himself that his cultivation had improved significantly, so it was finally time to find a sword of his own. At first, he'd planned to just grab any decent blade from the royal armory, but then he remembered the cold sweat on everyone's faces and the king's strict prohibition echoing in his mind. "Forgive me, Your Highness," they had said. "This is a royal decree. We cannot hand over any weapons to you." along with the king's threat. You will be severely punished if you let that brat touch a sword ever again. Recalling that scene, Andreon's face went blank, stunned, as if struck by lightning. The image of a dagger piercing his back felt all too real, making the prince sigh as he stared out the window, muttering that, given his past history of destruction, it was only to be expected. Still, it meant that if he wanted a proper weapon, he would have to find one outside the palace. His eyes flickered toward the horizon, revealing a calm, calculating gaze. Watching the earl's majestic silhouette as he rode his horse, Andreon quietly mused that the man was surprisingly thoughtful. But his appreciation didn't last long. A gust of wind sent leaves flying into his face, making him snap. "What the? No way, it's too bright. Close the window." And so, the 20-day journey officially began. The map showed a short, 3-day stop at the earl's territory before reaching the capital. After that, the carriage would visit the Iron Lion Carstle 2 days later, where they would rest before heading back to the capital. Andreon now sat slumped in the carriage, with his arms crossed, his face dark with frustration, complaining about being stuck in this carriage for 3 whole days without being able to move. He glanced at his maid, Adelia, who sat motionless across from him, feeling bored and annoyed. She was no fun at all, acting like a machine that could only offer yes or no answers. Out of options, he dropped his head and let out a long, desperate sigh. Closing his eyes, he decided that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well check his mana core. He steadied his breathing, taking a deep breath and thinking, as a side effect of using the true dragon-slaying hymn, my core is completely empty. Deep within his dark inner world, he knelt amidst the faint blue energy, thinking, it's time to fill it back up. Ignoring the rattling of the carriage, the cold wind outside, and the noise of the nights, he began to gather the mana particles hidden in the air. Andreon meditated, a brilliant blue aura erupting and enveloping his body. He calculated, if I fill this empty core, suddenly, a swirling orb of mana appeared, making him gasp and snap his eyes open in shock. Huh? He looked tiny compared to the massive, violently spinning orb of blue energy. He wondered in bewilderment. Since when did my mana core become this huge? At that moment, a system window popped up. You have made an extraordinary effort beyond your limits, and witnessed a fragment of overwhelming will, causing Andreon to break into a cold sweat. Realizing this was the consequence of forcing the use of the true dragon-slaying hymn, blue mana exploded from his chest, and the system notification flashed brightly. That effort has directly impacted your body. Your mana core has expanded. The shockwave made him double over amidst the intense blue flames. The system announced, due to the expansion of your mana core, your constitution has changed significantly. Your body can now withstand a much larger amount of mana. Finally, Andreon stood up straight and reached out. Countless chains that had been binding him shattered in the blinding blue light. The system continued to chime with good news. You have reached the level of a sword master. Connection to the source has improved slightly. Some restrictions on your authorities have been lifted. His eyes widened in shock as the system kept firing off earth-shattering news. Third eye authority has been significantly improved. Third ear authority has been significantly improved. Suddenly, Adelia's timid voice broke his concentration. Your Highness. Startled, the prince, in his smaller form, quickly pulled his hand back, blowing on his fingers because he felt overheated. He clenched his fist and declared with a triumphant smile, I've taken another step forward. Moments later, a grand, majestic mansion appeared under the bright sun, marking their arrival at the territory. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he was greeted by a respectful voice. I don't have the words to describe the honor of meeting you like this, Your Highness. 2 elegant men bowed formally. Iga of the Allen family, greetings. And along with Torrance, the eldest son of the Allen family, we welcome you, Your Highness. Andreon replied, thank you for your hospitality. Meanwhile, Torrance eagerly suggested, you must be exhausted from the long trip. Let me show you to your room first. But Andreon just turned his head, glancing around with a bored expression. He secretly observed the flashy swords floating in the air and sighed inwardly. They said this was a weapons manufacturing hub, and sure enough, the mansion was filled with all sorts of weapons. However, they were just flashy, low-grade trinkets useless in real combat. The group strolled along the sun-drenched hallway of the mansion. The prince frowned and sighed in disappointment. It looks like it will be hard to find what I'm looking for here. Without hesitation, he turned to Torrance and asked, you said the blacksmith guild is in this territory, right? Torrance turned back, looking flustered. That is true, but, ignoring the hesitation, Andreon firmly requested, I want to take a walk around there. And so, their hurried footsteps led them straight to the forge area. Along the way, Torrance explained in detail, the blacksmiths are all, one by one, inherently rude and stubborn. He added, when work is at its peak, they often ignore even the Lord when he visits, and their words are as cold and blunt as the iron they work with. Therefore, even if you are offended, please consider it their artisan spirit and show some tolerance. Andreon's eyes suddenly went cold, his pupils narrowing as he focused entirely on something ahead. An explosive scene unfolded. Flames erupted from the forge, releasing a massive wave of heat that lit up the entire corner. The scene exploded into action. Flames erupted from the forge, casting a massive, blinding heat that lit up the entire corner of the room. In the bustling, sweltering heat of the forge, Torrens carefully warned him, the heat from the furnace is intense. If it becomes too much for you, my prince, just say the word. However, Andreon stood still amidst the flying sparks, completely entranced by the scene before him. The sound of hammers striking iron filled the air. Torrens tilted his head, confused, and called out, Your Highness? But the prince ignored him, slowly stepping toward the blazing flames, silently savoring the authentic atmosphere of the workshop. The flames roared, the bellows wheezed. A brawny old blacksmith appeared, swinging his hammer with immense power against the iron block. He worked with such intensity, his face dripping with sweat, yet his eyes lit up with pure astonishment. Suddenly, a hammer blow created a dazzling burst of light, capturing his entire focus. There was a sound so distinct, so special. He stood there, stunned. Behind the master smith, who was lost in his work amidst the sea of fire, he let out an unconscious gasp. Before him stood a blacksmith, incredibly muscular, with white hair and beard, swinging a sledgehammer down onto the anvil with such force that flames erupted everywhere. At that very moment, his eyes trembled violently, reflecting the deep red fire and the silhouette of something achingly familiar. He was dumbstruck. It was a glorious, breathtaking sword, with a blue gem embedded in the hilt, shining brilliantly in the fire. That's it, the very first memory I have. While he was lost in that radiant light, someone suddenly used a small handkerchief to quickly wipe the sweat pouring down his face from the blistering heat of the forge. He turned back with a confused look, and Adelia kindly said, Your Highness, you're sweating far too much. He let out a soft, surprised sound. Ah, as the timid maid moved closer to wipe his brow. Andreon quickly turned away, his gaze irritated, glancing back as if someone had disturbed his concentration. In the vast space of the forge, the shirtless old blacksmith was still passionately hammering away at the glowing red block of iron. A flustered, portly manager wearing a blue beret rubbed his hands together and bowed obsequiously. These lowly ones offer their greetings to your highness. Torrens stood nearby, smiling as he introduced him. This man is Jackson. He is in charge of the blacksmith guild here, the prince replied indifferently. Is that so? Yet the old blacksmith ignored them all, continuing to strike the anvil with a deafening clang that made Jackson shout in a panic. Are you angry? The manager's eyes popped out as he pointed and barked. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stop right now and bow to his highness. Without hesitation, Andreon reached out and gripped the noisy manager's mouth, making him choke on his words. He frowned and warned him sharply. You're too loud. He let go, casting a chilling, cold glare that made the apprentices around them shrink away in fear. The atmosphere fell into silence. On the anvil, the half-forged sword sat glowing red, smoking and waiting for the next blow. Andreon silently assessed the situation, glancing at the workers, and sighed to himself. It's obvious they were dragged here against their will while they were busy, doing work I didn't even order. He turned to the trembling workers and waved his hand, mocking them with a sneer. The iron is going to go cold. Unless you plan to let the furnace fire die out completely, keep standing there. The workers were jolted back to reality instantly. They scrambled around, shouting, What are you all doing? Get the tools. Work the bellows. Hurry. Andreon stood calmly in the middle of the chaos, looking like a young boss coldly overseeing a construction site. He leaned forward slightly, pouring all his focus into watching the sword-forging process. Amidst the fiery red screen, the brawny blacksmith gritted his teeth, patiently tempering the long metal bar. Giant sledgehammers swung down repeatedly, creating a deafening sound and a spray of blinding sparks. Looking at the old man's sturdy, sweat-drenched back, the prince's eyes couldn't hide his mix of curiosity and anticipation. Suddenly, his pupils dilated to their fullest, reflecting the blinding light from the furnace. Unconsciously, he began to walk, stepping slowly, moving straight into the sea of fire like a hypnotized sleepwalker. He stood right behind the blacksmith, letting the overwhelming heat envelop his small frame as sparks flew all around him. With his face drenched in sweat, the prince let out a bewildered whisper. What on earth? What is this feeling? The scene shifted to the sunny courtyard of the mansion, where Torrens walked along, sighing as he explained. Regardless of the reason, he has repeated the process of forging a sword and then melting it down for the past 6 months. Andrion raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are they all failures? Torrens shook his head helplessly. It's hard to say. Recalling the heroic image of the blacksmith in that brilliant light, accompanied by an admiring story, he added that every sword the man created was considered a masterpiece, which was why he was known as the Master of Blades. As images of countless beautiful swords thrust into the ground appeared, Torrens said with regret, even the swords he has made up until now were completely flawless to the gods. It remains a mystery why he melts them all down. The future lord's face darkened with visible concern. Furthermore, for the past month, he has barely slept and has just been obsessed with his work. Hearing the worried nobleman express this, he added, since he is no longer a young man, our worry is not small. Andrion remained silent and deep in thought. By now, the sunset had covered the magnificent mansion, and he muttered a rare compliment. A true artisan. Time passed, and the system log narrated his strange patience. Many days had gone by since then. The prince had visited the forge every morning at dawn, and left late at night. Despite the presence of his noble guest, the white-haired old man just kept swinging his hammer, oblivious to the world. During that time, the old man simply continued his daily work, and the prince stood there like a statue, arms crossed, rooted to the spot. The prince simply watched him in silence. Torrens breathed a sigh of relief, smiling to himself. Contrary to the tension caused by the rumors that the crown prince would be arriving, surprisingly, almost no incidents had occurred. The deep night sky flickered as a crescent moon hung in the air, signaling that time had run out. Finally, the cold system notification appeared amidst the fiery forge. The day the prince had to depart had arrived. Regretfully, Andrion stood there in silence, watching the old blacksmith still crazily struggling with the iron block. Tireless, he turned to walk away, clicking his tongue as he muttered a sentence full of disappointment. I had hoped to see it completed before I left. Both Torrens and Andrion were wrapped in a lingering silence, leaving behind the rhythmic clanging of a masterpiece that had yet to be born. He turned his face away into the shadows, his expression clearly showing his weariness. He was lost in deep regret. Letting out a soft sigh, he ordered, Torrens, tell the escort knight we're leaving. I heard there's a farewell banquet tonight, but we must depart at dawn tomorrow. Watching the young prince's back, Torrens silently understood. Perhaps that was why he had hoped His Highness would see the sword finished by the master smith himself. Then, for just a fleeting moment, a brilliant light erupted from the forge, tearing through the twilight sky, accompanied by a frantic cry, Your Highness. Startled, he froze in his tracks, bracing his hand against the wall and whipping around to face the source of the light. The nobleman Torrens came rushing over, gesturing wildly with a joyful expression, announcing that the master smith had finally finished the sword, making his eyes widen in astonishment. Without hesitation, he abandoned all royal decorum, scrambling back to the forge at full speed, breathless. Under the brilliant sun, the lean, rugged silhouette of the smith appeared majestic, his hand gripping a sword held straight toward the sky. The old man carefully used a cloth to wipe away the final remnants of the forging process along the blade. The sword emanated a dazzling cross-shaped light, sparkling with flawless, razor-sharp perfection. Seeing the visitor return, the once mighty smith lowered himself, kneeling on one knee with deep reverence before the young prince. The old man bowed his head, holding the sword horizontally with both hands, and spoke in a raspy voice. I humbly offer this sword to your highness. As soon as he finished, Andrion reached out to touch the hilt. His gaze was mesmerized, completely captivated by its beauty. Standing behind them, witnessing the scene, Torrens and the servants were wide-eyed with shock, unable to utter a word. The master smith's voice rose steadily, carrying the philosophy of an artisan who had heated the steel like a sun rising over the horizon. He gripped the hilt tightly, admiring the lethal beauty of the steel blade, while listening to the man continue, describing how he cooled it until its hue matched the king's deep crimson cloak. Proudly, the prince raised the sword to his chest, smiling with arrogance, echoing the smith's words. If you do this, a sword as majestic as the sun and a king shall be born, he recited from the smith's songs. He gazed at the reflection of himself on the polished blade and asked, Does it have a name? The old man remained in his respectful posture, sweat dripping down his weathered wrinkles as he replied, How about calling it sunset? The sword pointed straight at the sky, reflecting his cryptic question. Was it the fading light of dawn or the twilight of dusk? The smith answered profoundly, To me, it is twilight, but for your highness, it is certainly dawn. Andrion threw his head back and laughed heartily, a rare, genuine smile breaking the solemn atmosphere. You're surprisingly eloquent for a blacksmith. The old man slightly curled his lips in a smile, intending to reply. But suddenly, a mouthful of bright red blood surged from his mouth. Exhausted, he collapsed forward, whispering his final words of relief and fulfillment, causing Andrian to panic and rush forward to catch his heavy frame. The old man's weary face shut its eyes, sinking into delirium after burning his entire life force for this final masterpiece. Holding the old man's frail body, he heard Torrance calling out anxiously. Ignoring the call, he firmly ordered, "Tell my uncle I think I shall spend the night here." Night fell, and torches burned brightly outside the tent, where knights bearing the lion crest stood guard vigilantly. Inside the silent tent, the prince sat patiently on a chair, watching over the old man asleep on the bed, the newly forged sword resting neatly beside them. The smith struggled to open his eyes, looking at the prince as he whispered, "The moment your highness stood behind me that day, the sword took shape, as if by destiny." He didn't stop there. Panting, he continued, "The sword itself decided the day of its own birth." Hearing this, Andrian asked coldly, "Is that what you think?" A faint smirk touched his lips, a gentle smile that hid his deep, piercing eyes. He whispered, "The truth is." Then, he leaned in, wearing a cunning smile, and whispered a shocking secret into the old man's ear. The smith's eyes suddenly widened to their limit, stretching in utter terror and disbelief as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Immediately, he gasped, "My God, so you are that dull, unacknowledged prince?" "That's right." Then, gently placing his hand on the sword, resting by the bed, he continued slowly, "So how could I not understand the heart of this friend?" Hearing those words, the old man slumped back onto his pillow, letting out a long, satisfied breath, shedding all his burdens. He slowly closed his eyes, his weathered face relaxing into a gentle smile. "I see. Now I understand." His voice turned strangely weak. "Your Highness, please, let me hold that sword for a moment." While Andrian looked down with a pensive, slightly sorrowful gaze, he didn't hesitate to place the hilt into the old man's calloused hands, and replied softly, "Here it is." The old man's gnarled hands trembled, gathering his remaining strength to finally grip the blood-forged sword. He opened his clouded, tear-filled eyes, pouring his last bit of life into his final words. "Please, I pray this sword becomes as great as you." The prince's eyes widened, surprised to hear such a grand final wish. He bowed his head, darkness obscuring the expression in his eyes at the passing of a legend. Immediately after, he gripped the hilt with both hands, his voice sounding resolute and strong, shattering the somber atmosphere. "It certainly will." His blue eyes flickered, carrying a rare complexity hidden behind his usual indifference. In the dimly lit room, the young prince sat quietly on the chair, bowing his head and resting his forehead on the sword to keep vigil beside the body. On the quiet bed, the master smith had taken his final breath, his face radiating profound peace. Beneath the crescent moon and the flickering torches outside the tent, a silent vow merged into the night. "Certainly." The next morning, a magnificent sword, sparkling with golden light, was placed ceremoniously in a red velvet-lined box to be presented under the sun. The nobleman Torrance spoke up with an awkward expression. "Though no one can dispute the value of a sword forged with one's soul, I believe it would be quite inconvenient for your highness to use." Deceitfully, he drew another sword and held it up before the prince. With a plastered-on smile, "I, the humble servant, have this magic sword to offer to your highness. Please, I beg you, accept it in its stead." Andrian grinned from ear to ear. As he took the new sword, he remarked with satisfaction, "Good. Even if it's not a top-tier masterpiece, it's still a very decent mid-range blade." However, when Torrance hesitated and tried to circle back to his main goal, "Your Highness," about that other sword, Andrian immediately cut him off with sharp, piercing logic. A single sword, forged by a legendary master who poured their very soul into it, is already a priceless treasure. And yet, you even intended to offer an additional magic sword on top of that? Breaking into a cold sweat under the young prince's subtle mockery, Torrance forced a stiff, awkward smile. Truly, the loyalty of Hausun to the royal family is nothing short of exceptional. Outwardly, Torrance bowed deeply and respectfully. "It is the honor of my house." But deep down, his inner self was clutching its head, screaming in agony. He had planned to use the flashy magic sword as bait to get the master-forged blade back, but now he had just lost a perfectly good sword for nothing. The scene shifted outside. The count shouted clear orders to the troops. The carriages and infantry were to follow behind, while the cavalry was to push forward at maximum speed. "We are falling behind schedule, so hurry it up. Keep the pace," the soldiers shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Andrian stood there, looking completely spaced out. With hollow eyes, he stared blankly at his uncle standing in front of him. Suddenly, the Count turned, shot a sideways glance at his nephew, and delivered a biting remark. "You seem busy, don't you?" He stared at his nephew, grumbling. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen hide nor hair of you the entire time we've been in this territory. His Majesty assigned me a private mission." Andrian raised a hand to cover his mouth, thinking to himself while clicking his tongue in regret. "I guess my field trip wasn't free after all." Suddenly, the Count turned to urge him on. "Right, you should get ready too. We plan to ride at full gallop to reach the Iron Lion Karstal by tonight, so you'll have to ride a horse." Andrian was stunned. "Oh, about that." The prince stood tall, his face a mask of cold indifference as he dropped a bombshell. "I don't know how to ride a horse." Hearing this, the black-haired Count was speechless, breaking into a cold sweat as he stared at the prince with a deadpan expression. Meanwhile, Andrian was busy questioning himself. "In my past life, I was a sword. How would I ever know how to ride a horse?" And so, the journey to Iron Lion Karstal began, with Prince Andrian vomiting his soul out on the side of the road. While Adelia frantically and anxiously called out, "Your Highness!" The trip was truly a disaster. Andrian clung for dear life to the back of the galloping horse, screaming, creating a scene that was both tragic and hilarious. Meanwhile, the knight following behind called out in a panic, "Your Highness!" And it didn't end there. A series of absurd and chaotic events unfolded along the way. It culminated in the horse-illiterate prince falling head over heels at every turn and bend. Andrian's face was as pale as a drowned corpse. With lifeless, hazy eyes, he barely managed to grip the reins, dragging himself along as if he had just survived a life-altering ordeal. Finally, the massive fortress appeared, glistening under the sun. Although it hadn't just taken half a day as originally planned, they still reached their destination in exactly one day. Andrian lifted his eyes slightly, assessing the sturdy structure before him with a regained spark of interest. "So, this is Iron Lion Karstal." Suddenly, a series of rhythmic thuds of heavy boots striking stone echoed out, signaling the presence of a highly disciplined army. The commanding knight spoke clearly, delivering a solemn greeting on behalf of the entire troop. "The Woden family sends their greetings to Your Highness, the First Prince." Along with the shout, "Iron Lion welcomes the noble blood of Leon Bang." Andrian smirked, a mocking half-smile on his face, his sharp gaze sweeping over the ranks of soldiers. "Your spirits seem a bit too bright and overflowing, don't you think?" The prince's eyes passed over the tense, murderous faces of the knights greeting him. As for the reason, a beautiful female knight with long black hair suddenly stepped forward coldly. "Well, that's obvious," Andrian thought. Perhaps it was his nature as someone who loved watching a good show, so he secretly wondered. "Should I stir things up a bit?" He then nonchalantly called out to Awen. The female knight bowed perfectly, responding in a flat, emotionless tone. "Your Highness." She knelt on one knee in submission before Andrian, offering a vow of loyalty that sounded faithful but carried a chilling edge. "I have counted the days, waiting only to see Your Highness once more." However, the atmosphere behind Awen suddenly flared with immense killing intent from the knights, who were looking at Andrian with daggers in their eyes, which made him smirk in amusement. "Oh ho, the reaction is immediate." At that moment, right behind him, Adelia's expression darkened suddenly. Her eyes flared with a cold, murderous light that made the prince flinch and break into a sweat. He quickly grabbed the maid's shoulder to restrain her, realizing the danger. The excessive loyalty and hostility directed at him, her master, might trigger Adelia. He then hissed, "Adelia." Adelia startled, reeling in her killing intent, blinking her bewildered eyes at her master as if no murderous thoughts had ever crossed her mind. She obediently bowed her head shyly. "Yes, Your Highness." This made Andrian breathe a sigh of relief, smugly praising himself. "It's a good thing I cultivated this girl's slave mentality early on." After settling that small annoyance, Andrian tilted his chin, that familiar, cunning smile of a superior appearing once again. Now, he turned to the female knight standing there, deliberately planting the seeds of conflict in front of the pack of wolves growling behind her. "Awen, come with me." The mocking grin spread across the face of the despised prince. "Don't we have a lot of things to catch up on?" he said, provoking them further. "It would be even better if those guys behind you came along too." A while later at the training grounds, Andrian took off his heavy coat, donned a comfortable white shirt, and carried a wooden sword on his shoulder with an innate, arrogant air. He scanned the knights below and bluntly declared, "I want to witness the swordsmanship of the Iron Lion, a place reputed to be the best in the kingdom." Then, he challenged them loudly, "Who will show me the sword of the Iron Lion?" The knights looked at each other, confused and hesitant, not knowing how to handle the bizarre request of the good-for-nothing prince. Seeing the silent atmosphere, Andreon closed his eyes slightly, indifferently mocking their hesitation. If my status makes you feel burdened, he rested the sword on his shoulder, an arrogant smile blooming as he cast a magical lure. I swear on the name of Leon Beck that I will not hold anyone responsible for the outcome of this friendly match, he growled. Still no one? They could no longer endure his biting taunts that struck straight at the knight's pride. So, the famous Iron Lion Knight is actually this cowardly. I guess the title of the kingdom's best is just empty talk. Immediately, a red-haired knight stepped out from the ranks, gripping his wooden sword tightly as he boldly announced himself. I am Dal, of the Denon family. Even though he was suppressing his anger, Dal still tried to keep a facade of fake respect. Although I am still far too unskilled to represent the sword of the Iron Lion. If your highness permits. He swung his wooden sword hard, creating a sharp gust of wind, his eyes burning with fire. I would like to challenge your highness. Andrean waved a hand, his trademark confident smirk never fading. No need for permission. I asked for this first. Without wasting a second, Dal charged like a piercing arrow, swinging his sword straight ahead and shouting with power. Then please, be careful, your highness. But contrary to the expectation of a weak prince, Andreon simply lowered his center of gravity, his blue eyes flashing with the calm, deadly focus of a true master blade. With just a single push of his sword, Andreon's counterattack erupted in a blinding blue glow, brutally crushing his opponent's attack with overwhelming power. Dal's eyes widened in sheer terror. Blood sprayed from his mouth due to the unbearable impact as he let out a pained scream. The arrogant knight was sent flying through the air like a fallen leaf, slamming his back hard against the grass, creating a shocking impact that left the onlookers stunned. Wrapping up the warm-up, Andreon leaned on his wooden sword, a brilliant blue aura of mana radiating from his chest. He looked down at his defeated opponent with a cold smile and issued a brief command. Next. The crowd was stunned. The knights stood with their mouths agape, staring in shock as Dal lay there miserably. Immediately, a pink-haired knight rushed forward, slamming his sword down to defend his comrade. Porodum Dale! You're only a first year, but I'm in my third year. And the result? The unlucky Porotim was sent flying into the air just the same, spitting blood as he let out a pained groan. A series of knights rushed in like moths to a flame, only to meet the exact same tragic fate. I am H, a fifth-year trainee, Judy, eighth-year cough. The Iron Lion's sword never fails, ow. In the middle of the encirclement, Andreon swung his sword so fast it created sharp after-images, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were just taking a stroll. Dust swirled, and dirt flew everywhere across the Iron Lion Castle's vast training ground after the violent warm-up. A moment later, the prince stood tall, casually carrying his wooden sword, surrounded by a pile of knights groaning pathetically on the grass. Andreon sighed, his eyes clearly showing boredom and disappointment. Seriously, he cast a provocative look at the knights who were whispering among themselves, sweat beading on their faces. Now, I want to face the official knights. You guys are way too slow. His gaze swept across the crowd before landing on a beautiful female knight who had been watching silently. Owen. The knight responded immediately. Yes, your highness. Andreon gave a knowing smile and issued a bold command. When I return, you're coming with me. Owen blinked, her beautiful face silent and thoughtful at the firm declaration. She obediently bowed. As you wish, your highness. Meanwhile, a silver-haired knight standing behind her began to frown in annoyance. The silver-haired knight muttered something as he stepped forward, making Andreon smirk with interest. Your highness, that would be too easy. The arrogant knight smiled and proposed a new distraction. I hear your highness loves a good wager. How about a small bet to liven things up? However, the silver-haired knight glanced at Awen with a shady look. If I defeat your highness, he was immediately cut off by Andreon, his face hardening, his sharp eyes asserting ownership. Awen was not a prize to be won. Seeing this, Awen, standing behind them, hesitated before answering obediently. Your highness, but... However, the prince had other plans. Andreon casually threw his wooden sword to the ground. How about we bet something else instead? Bring me a real sword. Andreon slowly drew a magnificent blade from its scabbard, his fingers gliding over the gleaming metal. If you win, I will. He held the sword high, as it shimmered under the sun, clearly declaring, I will give you this sword right here, right now. Hearing that firm declaration, both Awen and the silver-haired knight were stunned, eyes wide with amazement at the value of the wager. Awen rushed forward, intending to stop her master. Your highness, surely, a retainer should be the one too. But Andreon turned his back and cut her off. You are worth 100, no, 1,000 times more than this sword. a fatal line that struck right at the heart, because the value of a master swordsman cannot be compared to a mere blade. Awen stood frozen, her expression dazed with a hint of confusion. The silver-haired knight smirked, feeling like he'd snatched a great deal. "Very well, Your Highness." He drew his own real sword, grandly announcing his name. "I am Dunham of the Fahrenheit family. I am an official knight of the Iron Lion Order, and I am on the verge of reaching the third circle." Not missing a chance to taunt him, Andrian pointed a finger with matchless sarcasm. "So, you mean you're still only at the second circle then?" This drove Dunham mad. Dunham suppressed his anger, raising his sword proudly to show off. "This sword is the 17th one forged by the legendary master swordsmith," he continued firmly. "If you win, this sword will belong to you, Your Highness." Andrian chuckled with amusement. What a coincidence. Without another word, Andrian swung his sword down, creating a blinding trail of light. He pointed the blade straight at Dunham like a god of war, and smirked to himself. "I also happen to possess a sword received from that same master." He wore a haughty, satisfied smile. "This is the 100th work of that master." Dunham broke into a cold sweat, narrowing his eyes in confusion. "I have never heard rumors of the master swordsmith creating a 100th sword." Andrian explained nonchalantly, a playful smile still on his lips. "I guessed as much, because this was his final piece, completed just a few days ago." Dunham's face went pale. "Fine then." The silver-haired knight took his stance, mana surrounding his body, crackling with blue lightning that tore through the air. He spoke arrogantly. "Although Your Highness is walking a misguided path in swordplay, I can recognize the relentless effort hidden within that path." He continued to act superior, acting as if he were bestowing a favor while pointing his sword forward. "To show a little respect for that, I will give this friendly match my all." Andrian smiled faintly, repeating it to himself with mockery. "A misguided path, you say?" Suddenly, a deep blue mana flame erupted from the prince's chest. He narrowed his eyes, sneering. How utterly mediocre. Knight Dunham focused intently, while Andrian's cold, commanding voice echoed through the air. "From the very beginning, this position was never something that could be called mine alone." The blinding blue light reflected in Adelia's wide, astonished eyes. The maid held her breath, gripping her hands tightly as she watched, her heart filled with reverence for her master. Outside the arena, Awen stood frozen. A cold bead of sweat trickled down her normally stoic face as she witnessed the overwhelming power surging forth. The prince's blue eyes burned with a ruthless, enchanting fire as he declared with absolute authority, "It is enough that it comes from my own people." Suddenly, Andrian called out, making the maid jump. "Adelia, watch closely." She stammered, flustered. "Yes, me lord." At that exact moment, Andrian slammed his sword into the ground. A massive wave of deep blue mana spiraled upward, forming a giant magical silhouette that loomed like a god, swallowing the entire space. He turned to look at her, standing proudly amidst the dazzling storm of energy. This was the path she would have to walk from this day forward. His teachings etched themselves into her mind. Adelia's small hands tightened over her chest, her teary eyes shining with newfound, absolute determination. Yes. A radiant, golden aura surged to life, wrapping around the maid and rising up, clashing brilliantly against the problem. Cold, growling flames of the prince below. Adelia clasped her hands in deep devotion, her entire being immersed in the fierce, loyal fire as she vowed, "I shall certainly do so, Your Highness." The scene shifts to a steaming cup of tea sitting quietly on a table, accompanied by a calm voice. The brown-haired man, sitting cross-legged across from him, asked the black-haired count sipping tea, "How many times have we visited the Iron Lion Carstel now?" The brown-haired man replied calmly, "This is the 4th time." Hearing this, the count rubbed his chin, his brows furrowing in cautious contemplation. Recalling the political landscape, the voice analyzed, "The 4th prince has no interest in the throne, so he likely won't come. The 3rd and 5th princes visited while the 1st prince was under house arrest, and even the 2nd prince dropped by recently." Then, the brown-haired man slammed his teacup down onto the saucer, creating a sharp, decisive clatter. He asserted firmly, no matter how terrible his reputation may be, it cannot be denied that the 1st prince is the kingdom's rightful heir. The man pointed his finger forward, waving it irritably. "For things to have reached this point, you must certainly bear a great deal of the responsibility." The image of the prince standing alone in the flickering light appeared, surrounded by cold, retreating backs. "If you, the commander of the 3rd Legion, had supported the 1st prince even a little, His Highness wouldn't have become so isolated." The man shouted in frustration. "Then why, after all this time, are you only now acting like his protector?" The count hung his head, his dark eyes admitting his guilt. "You are not wrong. I did, in fact, abandon my own nephew once. Terrifying memories flooded back. An image of the fat, alcoholic prince, lounging pitifully on his throne. A man who was not only an incompetent puppet king, but a tyrant. That was my own nephew. The Count remembered the moment of anger when he grabbed the prince by the collar and dragged him away, scolding him. One day, when I berated him for indulging in some disgusting magic drug, he asked, "Have you truly gone mad?" The prince's chubby face had twisted in extreme spite, gnashing his teeth and staring with insane, panting rage. A madman who had lost his mind, he screamed savagely and charged forward with his sword to take his own uncle's life. He had actually swung his blade at his own flesh and blood. The image of his crazed nephew reflected in eyes filled with utter disappointment. A hopeless, wretched creature. Carrying that deep disappointment, I returned to the north. Letters and bottles of liquid, with a sinister purple hue, floated by. The nephew had sent me poison, shamelessly calling it a gift, accompanied by a letter. Ending the flashback, a black-gloved hand shot out and grabbed the bottle, crushing it to pieces in the shadows of silent fury. The Count sipped his tea, his face expressionless as he reminisced. When I used mana to burn that expensive poison purchased from some god-forsaken place, his gaze became icy and incredibly resolute. I also burned away the last shred of affection I had left for him. However, the image of the fat prince faded, replaced by the prince drenched in sweat, swinging his sword with madness. That wretch, who I thought would never change, is different now. The boy endures harsh training and is growing stronger every day. The brown-haired man frowned in frustration, leaning forward and waving his hand in protest. Was it not you who said it yourself? That the first prince must absolutely never become king. The Count's black-gloved hand gripped his thigh tightly. The prince's figure flickered in the still tea. The child today is a completely different person compared to the past. Therefore, the Count looked straight ahead, his tone filled with earnest request. Give him a chance at least so he can stand at the same starting line as the other princes. He suddenly left his chair, bowing his head humbly, to the other man's shock. I beg of you. The brown-haired man sighed heavily, holding his head in confusion. I really cannot understand this. He looked at the bowing Count, saying dejectedly, I truly don't know if it's you or the first prince who has changed more. Just then, the door burst open, and a knight rushed in, cutting off the brown-haired man. First, lift your head. The man known as the Silver Lion, Lord Woden. Both men froze, stunned as they looked at the stuttering soldier reporting the shocking news. The first prince is rushing out to the sunlit courtyard. The brown-haired man walked, waving his hand to calm the situation. There's no need to be so worried. Dunham knows his limits. Nothing serious will happen. He turned to the Count with a smug smirk. Even in a real sword fight, he surely wouldn't beat a member of royalty half to death. Conversely, the Count stopped, his face tightening in tension. The one you should be worried about right now isn't the prince, it's your knight. The brown-haired man was stunned, frowning at him as if he were an alien. You really have become strange. You look pale, and now you're talking nonsense. But before he could even finish his sentence, a figure was sent flying from the arena, slamming into the ground with a thunderous crash and kicking up a cloud of dust right before their eyes. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened, staring in shock at the person who had just been knocked out, sprawled on the ground with a blank, vacant expression. In the distance, the first prince stood tall, his back turned to them. Brilliant blue magical flames swirled around him amidst the panicked cheers of the crowd. Even Dunham had been taken down. The prince had won again. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the brown-haired guy stammered in a daze. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, the Count crossed his arms with a smug smile. I told you so. In the middle of the arena, Andrian wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes sharp as razors, radiating a chilling, exhilarating, killing intent. The Count's voice echoed, He isn't someone you need to worry about. As Andrian turned his head, chin held high in arrogance, he beckoned to the pack of wolves. Rewinding slightly to the intense battle just moments ago, remembering the sight of Dunham lunging forward, swinging his blade, and tearing through space with blue lightning, Andrian thought to himself, You always used to say that a true knight only truly begins when they reach the second chain. Andrian grimaced and gasped for air, forcing his blue mana aura to flare and swell, pushing back against the overwhelming pressure. A lightning-infused cross-slash forced Andrian to grit his teeth and slide across the grass. Those words of yours were certainly no exaggeration. Even though he was at a disadvantage, the prince let out a manic grin, revealing his fangs. The current Song of Fellowship isn't enough to handle him, but I can't exactly use the real dragon-slaying song against a regular knight. As he dodged an attack and unleashed a burst of brilliant blue light, Andrian made a silent decision. In that instant, The system responded. The exclusive skill Super Focus had been activated. Immediately, everything around him sank into absolute silence. Ignoring Dunham, who was charging forward with a fierce, wide-mouthed roar, Andreon calmly condensed the blue flames in his chest. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, feeling a terrifying surge of power coursing through his body. His own frame didn't even feel like his own anymore. In his eyes, a deep, blinding blue light flickered, like a demon awakening. This feeling, it was exactly like it was back then. The prince moved as fluidly as a blue cyclone, perfectly sliding past Dunham's attack. And then came the slaughter. The arrogant knight was launched into the air, headfirst into the grass with a painful thud. Now, the prince let out a heavy breath, wiping the blood from his chin, his smile becoming increasingly arrogant and bewitching. He stood tall in the middle of the battlefield with his sword, pointing directly at the knights who were trembling and backing away while screaming in terror, and growled a challenge. Who's next? Not giving them a moment to recover, Andreon charged forward, unleashing a barrage of sword strikes with such power that it shattered any feeble resistance. Unfazed, Andreon held his head high, his deep blue eyes gleaming with disdain as he looked down at those who claimed to be the best in the kingdom. He glided like a ghost, unleashing a horizontal slash that erupted with blue mana, causing the knight facing him to widen his eyes in sheer horror, completely unable to defend. The swords collided with sparks, lighting up the entire courtyard, but the prince's overwhelming strength ruthlessly crushed the other's defense. Still not satisfied, he used the momentum to spin in mid-air with artistic precision, transforming into a deadly blue buzzsaw. A wide-range slash cleared the path, sending the Iron Lion Knights flying into the air like autumn leaves. Finishing the warm-up, he brought his blade down with terrifying force, crushing all the hollow pride of those arrogant knights while they watched in complete helplessness. The prince's gaze was sharp, the brilliant blue mana flames reflecting in his confident eyes as his lips curled into a smug, triumphant smile. His sword slammed into the dusty ground, officially ending the frantic battle. Under the setting sun, Andreon stood in the center of the arena, panting and exhausted. The blue flames still flickered around his body, and all around him lay the bodies of knights who had collapsed, groaning in defeat. His face was drenched in sweat, covered in scratches and blood, and he struggled to breathe, gasping heavily. Yet his eyes remained razor-sharp. The crowd of knights outside stared in shock before breaking into loud, joyful cheers. Pawn has been knocked out too. That's the prince's 5th consecutive victory. At the same time, in Andreon's mind, a figure shining with blue mana appeared majestically, offering a teaching. Enduring 1,000 waves through hundreds of battles, I shall stand firm even before a wave greater than that. A glowing gold system screen appeared before the smirking prince. A new verse had been added to the Song of Fellowship. Only now do I rise to grasp the sword. The system continuously chimed, reporting that the level of the Song of Fellowship had reached the transcendent tier. The Song of Fellowship evolved to match its new level. The greater Song of Fellowship had become the Song of the Duel. Andreon looked up at the sky, his body spent, but he smiled with a sense of relief and satisfaction. I did it. Suddenly, his legs gave out, and he stumbled forward, having used every last drop of his strength. A knight in a blue cloak rushed over to catch the prince, dropping to his knees beside the sword, asking with earnest concern, "Are you all right, your highness?" The knight smiled sincerely and bowed his head, showing the utmost respect to Andreon. "We offer our deepest respects for the victory you have achieved, your highness." A spectacular scene unfolded as all the arrogant Iron Lion Knights simultaneously knelt on one knee, solemnly shouting, "We honor the sword of the first prince. We honor your fighting spirit. We honor your victory." Andreon blinked in confusion, his sweat-streaked face full of bewilderment, thinking, what on earth is this? Just a moment ago, they were eager to tear me into 100 pieces. From a distance, the dark-haired count and the brown-haired guy stood with their arms crossed, watching the prince look baffled at the knights kneeling before him, calmly noting that these people were simple by nature. The brown-haired guy clapped his hands excitedly. "Nothing excites them more than a sword and a victory," the count called out, to the prince, who was looking back at him. "Judging by your expression, you must have thought you'd incite their wrath, didn't you?" He stepped forward leisurely, crossing his arms with a dignified, authoritative air as he explained, "A fair defeat is worth more than a dirty victory. When both sides have fought with all they've got, do these trivial matters of winning and losing even matter anymore?" Behind them, 2 knights joked and put their arms around each other. Dunham is probably going to be pretty bitter about this. True, because he has to hand over the sword he was bragging about to the prince. Listening to their hearty, refreshing laughter. He's become way too arrogant about that sword. Andreon offered a faint smile, head bowed, thinking to himself that he'd once assumed everything he knew had been forgotten and discarded along with his mana heart. But fortunately, as he gazed toward the setting sun, his expression softened into something strangely peaceful, though it seemed at least one thing hadn't changed at all. Beneath the brilliant twilight, the spirit of chivalry shone bright, a camaraderie among warriors who could find nobility in defeat and respect for the strong. The knight's spirits were high as they prepared for the journey, the luxurious carriage already waiting. Andrian stood in the courtyard, bidding farewell to the men of the Iron Lion Castle. Dressed in comfortable attire, the prince offered a polite, charming smile. "Well then, I'll see you all next time." The brown-haired prince bowed respectfully. "I pray for your continued health until then." Andrian walked past, not forgetting a final reminder. "Take care of yourself, Count." But as he turned away, Andrian suddenly paused, glancing back over his shoulder. "Ah, that's right, Count Woden. I must ask that you keep what happened during my stay here a secret." Count Woden frowned, looking puzzled, and shot back. "Wouldn't it be more beneficial for your highness if everyone knew about this?" Andrian didn't even bother to turn around, just running a hand over his chin, with a cunning, wicked, villainous smirk. In his mind, a shadowy image flickered of a man in a red uniform brandishing a sword. Andrian was already plotting a dirty scheme. There was someone he wanted to toy with for a bit. Night fell on the new route, and the carriage caravan stopped in an open field, still bathed in the glow of sunset. The guards began unloading the gear, calling out, "We'll be camping here for the night." The brown-haired knight in the red cloak spoke up cautiously. "I'll go scout the surrounding area for a moment." Andrian nodded slightly. "Go ahead. Be my guest." As soon as he left, Andrian stood frozen in his tracks, blinking blankly at the lady knight Awen, who stood as still as a statue right in front of him, staring unblinkingly. He clicked his tongue with a sigh, brushing past the rigid bodyguard while thinking to himself, "Well, Awen will probably get used to it soon enough." As he reached the front of the tent, the prince let out a huge yawn, stretching his arms lethargically. "I should head inside and get some rest." "Huh?" His eyes were immediately met with the sight of the maid, Adelia, standing there with her hands folded, waiting obediently, flashing a bright smile as she greeted him. "Your Highness, you've returned." Andrian's face went deadpan, his eyes filled with speechless frustration as he told himself, "The person I recruited is supposedly a sword prodigy with an S-rank aptitude. Yet, all she ever does is maid work." Seeing her master exhale with such exhaustion, Adelia nervously clasped her hands together, retreating a timid step. "Your Highness, is something not to your satisfaction?" Andrian flopped heavily onto the soft bed, waving a hand dismissively with his eyes closed. "No, forget it. You can step out now." Adelia bowed obediently. "As you wish, Your Highness." Resting his head on his hand, the prince stared thoughtfully at the tent ceiling, pondering the Iron Lion Knights were nothing like what he had imagined. Memories of when he used his status window flooded back. When he used his authority of judgment, most of the official knights didn't possess any sword talent surpassing the intermediate level. A harsh reality, images of nameless knights charging into battle flickered in his mind. In the past, they were the kind of people who would struggle just to reach the level of a mid-tier swordsman. Even with a lifetime of brutal training, they were just ordinary people destined to fade away in despair. Yet, Andrian's blue eyes sharpened as he remembered their actual strength in the arena. How could people like that reach a level equivalent to a swordsman while only being 22 or 30 years old? He compared it to the previous era, the figures of Count Woden and Dunham appearing as a clear test. The potential that superhumans once possessed had declined to the point of being incomparable, but the potential of ordinary people had increased at a dizzying rate. Andrian pushed himself up, wincing as he sat on the bed and arrived at the answer. It was strictly due to the power of the monolink. Proud memories of his uncle swinging his sword on a blood-soaked battlefield surged forth. His uncle was someone who, in the past, could have easily aimed for the transcendent realm. That was why he was so incredibly disappointed when the man discarded that potential. The truth of the era, the image of a shattering world sphere appeared, symbolizing broken limits. However, this era was one where there wasn't even an opportunity to build achievements that transcended the superhuman level. Andrian's hand clenched into a fist, his eyes burning with enlightenment. In the end, it was all due to the flow of time. Sitting alone in the corner of the dark tent, the prince whispered to himself, "I have to admit it. I don't understand this era, so I will start learning everything from zero." Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps approaching the tent, his expression immediately sharpening as he assessed the situation. That's a very good mindset to have. The dark-haired count stepped into the tent, speaking clearly, "It's not too late yet. If you put in the effort from now on, you can absolutely achieve your dream." It left Andrian stunned, a giant question mark forming on his face. "What dream are you talking about?" The Count reached out a hand, explaining smoothly, "Haven't you already won the hearts of the Iron Lions? If it were any other prince, they would never have been able to get along with those knights so naturally." Andreon remained blank, not understanding what his uncle was getting at. The Count's usually stern face suddenly brightened, his surroundings seeming to radiate sparkling stars of pride. "That was truly a very wise decision, Ian." A chill ran down Andreon's spine, his jaw dropping in shock as his hair stood on end, recoiling with a look of absolute horror while muttering, "What the hell? What the hell has possessed this old man?" Then, the prince lost his cool, shouting in frustration, "You're crazy! Don't you remember the conditions of the bet between us?" "Ah." The Count tilted his head in confusion, suddenly realizing the misunderstanding. Hadrian frowned, waving his hand in denial. "If you mean the bet about defeating the third prince, that still stands." He recalled the moment he landed the finishing blow on that arrogant knight earlier. "Our bet was to defeat a double-linked knight, so, basically, I've already won the bet." As if to seal the deal, his boots thudded against the carpet, the Count stepping decisively toward the bed. "I will do exactly as I promised before." Andreon looked up, stunned, a giant question mark hovering before his eyes. Suddenly, placing a hand over his left chest, the Count took a solemn, commanding stance and swore an oath. "I, as a Count of the Kingdom and commander of the Third Legion." The clear declaration echoed through the silence of the tent. "I will officially support the first prince of the kingdom, Andreon Leon Beck." Andreon just sat there, stunned. The prince was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this guy babbling about? Official support?" At that very moment, the prince snapped out of his trance, his eyes widening in shock. Cold sweat poured down his face like a waterfall as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. "Don't tell me." He remembered the look on Count Andreon's face, mentally imagining the Count, giving him a confident thumbs up and a wink, as if to say, "Trust in me." The prince screamed internally. When did I ever say I wanted to be king? His uncle's grand declaration had truly become a bombshell, literally exploding and spreading throughout the castle. "Your Highness, congratulations." A massive crowd packed the hall, clapping thunderously and beaming with bright, congratulatory smiles. "We sincerely congratulate you. This is truly a great joy for the entire kingdom." Meanwhile, Andreon stood in the center, his face frozen. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts speechless. Not only that, the newly assigned royal knights and soldiers stood tall and imposing, creating a noisy, bustling atmosphere. Along with them, a new squad of maids and servants sent from the royal palace were scurrying back and forth all over the castle. Andreon kept his head down, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat beading up from the sheer stress. And suddenly, I realize I'm standing right in the middle of this mess. He couldn't take it anymore. The prince exploded in a fit of rage, waving his hands and shouting, "This is way too chaotic. Get all of them out of my sight right now." Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the knight, Kars, stepped forward to explain, "They are here under royal decree, Your Highness. Even if you order them to leave, they won't listen." Hearing that, Andreon snapped back irritably. "Then at least clear them out of my sight. This is annoying the hell out of me." Kars broke into a cold sweat and turned away to avoid his master's murderous glare, while the maid could only bow submissively and obey. Finally, after escaping to the quiet of the study, Andreon collapsed into his expensive leather chair and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally, a bit of peace. But the door was suddenly kicked open without mercy. A young man stormed in, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. "Brother, are you in here?" Andreon rolled his eyes, looking at the person disturbing him with total exhaustion. "What the hell are you here for again?" The intruder was the third prince, Gilon Leon Beck. He put his hands on his hips and smirked smugly. "You're a pretty good actor, brother. Secretly learning swordsmanship from Count Valahat, and even revealing such grand ambitions." Andreon looked at his younger brother, thinking sarcastically, "So, who is actually learning from whom?" Gilon gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. "I was actually planning on saving some face for you. How could you do this?" Andreon rested his chin on his hand and gave a cold, faint smile in return. "I was going to let you lose without being too embarrassed. But," his mouth twisted into a taunt, "wonderful. How could I ever thank you enough until I cry?" The third prince pointed a finger forward, his eyes burning with hatred. "Brother, you've made a huge mistake, because I intend to make you pay a heavy price for daring to deceive me." After finally chasing off his annoying younger brother, Andreon grabbed his hair and muttered frantically, "First this guy, then that guy. I've already said I have no interest in the throne. I need to find the one who started this whole mess." The prince immediately went to meet the mastermind Count, sighing as he called out, "So, uncle, Andrian crossed his arms, frowning as he declared seriously, I'll play along for a while, so please, pull back at the appropriate time, because I have absolutely no interest in things like the throne. The Count smirked, his smile full of hidden meaning, making Andrian wince as he demanded, Why did you start all this on your own without even discussing it with me? The calm uncle replied, Are you worried about the Valahat territory? The image of hideous monsters flashed through the conversation. The Valahat family was the shield protecting the kingdom from monsters coming from the northern mountains. The Count smiled confidently and asserted, As long as the royal family and the nobles didn't forget the harshness of winter, nothing bad would happen to the Valahat family. Andrian lowered his gaze, feeling slightly more at ease. If that's the case, then that's a relief. The Count continued, It's only a matter of time. It was going to happen sooner or later anyway. The Count stood watching the prince, who was slumped over, and spoke in a stern voice. Do you really not know the fate of an eldest son? Who fails to inherit the throne? The situation won't change just because you keep shrinking away. Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind some sincere advice. If you need time to accept the situation, I will give you as much as you need. However, remember this well. The prince's eyes froze as he heard the final, piercing remark. The legitimacy of the eldest son will never disappear unless you die. Left alone in the room, Andrian sighed in frustration and curled up. I've already said it. No matter how much time you give me, I'm not going to change. True desire. The image of himself from his previous life, wielding a brilliant sword, flashed through his mind. The thing I truly need to find is my power, and the strength I attained. Reaching a transcendent realm, his face remained calm, indifferent to worldly fame and fortune, so there was no way he would ever want something as trivial as the succession to the throne. The scene shifted to a magnificent hall, with glittering chandeliers and melodious music. I definitely used to think like that. The sound of footsteps hitting the staircase echoed along with a formal introduction. The authentic bloodline of the Leon Beck kingdom, the eldest son of the Leon Beck royal family. The crowd of nobles turned their eyes toward the stairs, waiting for the arrival of the main character, the first prince, Andrian Leon Beck. Every gaze from the sycophants to the jealous third prince and the calm uncle was directed at him. Lurking in a dark corner, a woman in a hooded cloak smirked, her eyes glowing with a wicked and mischievous light. Andrian appeared on the balcony, wearing a brilliant, powerful red ceremonial outfit, looking down coldly. As the party officially began, the sound of thick heels hitting the steps rang out rhythmically. Andrian walked down to the banquet hall with a calm, authoritative demeanor. Under the sparkling chandelier, the prince, dressed in a black ceremonial outfit with red trim, stepped onto the red carpet, capturing the gaze of the kingdom's elite. Immediately, the nobles swarmed him with flattery. A noblewoman clutched her chest and gasped, looking genuinely astonished. Your majestic presence right now is just like seeing the king when he was young. Contrary to the sweet-talking flattery, Andrian glanced away, looking bored, and thought sarcastically, Making such a fuss just because I lost a little weight? And these people call themselves the kingdom's nobles? In his eyes, a series of glowing red status windows flickered above the heads of those smiling people, each bearing the trait, poisonous heart. The haughty prince curled his lip. What a joke. The truth about these people manifested around the prince like giant purple snakes, slithering and writhing, signaling their wicked nature. It was the mark of evil karma, accumulated by those who prey on others and trample upon human lives. He never expected all of them to carry such filth. Andrian's gaze swept across the devious crowd, stopping at the third prince, who was sweating profusely and glancing at him nervously. Andrian, the only one among them worth noticing, suddenly changed his expression. He smiled warmly, opened his arms, and called out to an awkward-looking young man with orange hair. Tayer, since you've come, you should at least come and greet me. The young man jumped, sweating and stuttering. Your Highness. Remembering his guardian's stern expression, Tayer scratched his head and gave a strained smile. I apologize, Your Highness. I only intended to come and thank you for the invitation. Andrian watched him, silently evaluating those who might not be incredibly talented, but were at least remarkably honest. The prince stepped closer to Tayer, a calculating, meaningful smile on his lips. All right, this is enough, he thought to himself. They will be the perfect vessels for the seeds I am about to sow. Suddenly, the voice of a royal guard boomed through the room, cutting through the party's atmosphere. Attention, everyone! The great doors swung wide open, and a formal announcement rang out, recognizing the authority granted by the king of the Bogon Empire. Marquis Mong Per of Bogon, Ambassador Ken Bogoni Mong Pi, is entering. Andrian, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. His eyes widened, His face darkened with shock, and he blurted out, "What?" In the middle of the magnificent hall, the entire Leonbach nobility simultaneously bowed deeply to welcome the Empire's ambassador. The stout ambassador, with his arrogant, twirling mustache, walked in with an incredibly smug and conceited look on his face. He put his hands on his hips, walked straight up to Andrian, and greeted him with a condescending smile. "Long time no see, Your Highness." But the man had no idea what he had just touched. Half of Andrian's face was cast in shadow, and his deep blue eyes ignited with a raging, murderous fire. Traumatic, bloody memories flooded his mind. Bogone, the sworn enemy that he and his friend had fought against for the longest time, 400 years ago. Veins bulged on the prince's forehead. Blue magical flames flared fiercely in his hateful eyes, bearing the name that had left countless painful scars on this land. How dare he stand right in front of me? Suddenly, someone tripped and shouted, causing a glass of wine to splash directly onto Andrian's face in front of everyone. Andrian stood there, panting, his shoulders heaving, his clothes stained with streaks of red wine. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he was speechless. Immediately, an old nobleman with white hair and beard rushed out, pushing through the crowd, anxiously saying, "Your Highness, are you all right? I was in such a rush to see you that I lost my balance." The old nobleman quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe Andrian's chest, bowing repeatedly to take the blame. "I beg for your forgiveness, Your Highness." Andrian broke into a cold sweat, glaring at the fat man with an ice-cold gaze. The fat ambassador stood there, looking confused, staring at the person in front of him, having no idea what had just happened. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became terrifyingly silent. The old nobleman handed Andrian a white handkerchief. Everyone held their breath, staring at the wine stain spreading on the floor. Andrian took the cloth, closed his eyes slightly, and played along. "I must go and change my clothes." The old nobleman stepped back, bowing low and apologizing loudly. "This old body no longer listens to me. I have committed a grave act of disrespect." Seizing the opportunity, the brown-haired knight stepped forward to shield him. "Your Highness, I will escort you." Andrian retreated and whispered, "Who is that?" The silver-bearded nobleman bowed respectfully as the prince left, and the knight replied, "That is Marquis Biffet." Briefly retreating, Andrian wiped the wine from his collar while walking down the hallway, a look of relief forming at the corner of his mouth. "Biffet, it seems not all of them have rotted away yet. Well, thanks to him, my head has cooled down a bit." In the dimly lit room, Andrian sat quietly by the window, dabbing away drops of sweat, his face half hidden in the shadows, revealing a weary, troubled expression. The door suddenly opened, and the Count entered, saying in a low voice, "I heard there was an incident." The Count, with a stern, experienced look, stared at the prince's back. Walking up to Andrian's chair, the uncle repeated the old nobleman's complaint. "Marquis Biffet said you looked as if you were about to start a brawl." Hearing this, Andrian's eyes instantly flared with a cold, blue, magical light. He raised an eyebrow and glared back. It seemed the old man wasn't entirely talking nonsense. The knight crossed his arms, sighed helplessly, and asked, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Andrian shrugged, innocently defending himself. "I'm not that reckless. It's just that I truly cannot understand it." The image of the fat ambassador loomed in his head like an insult. That evil Bogone family was flaunting their power right in the heart of this kingdom, and the nobility was showing them a level of sincere respect that they wouldn't even show their own royals. Recalling the awkward scene earlier, he described the suffocating atmosphere of the party. It was an atmosphere far too tense to be called peace, and a relationship far too one-sided to be called an alliance. Andrian's face twisted in anger as he snapped, "How on earth did this country fall into such a pathetic state?" The Count lowered his eyes, his expression a mix of sorrow and bitterness. "It is not a particularly unique history, Your Highness." The story shifted, back to the glorious past, his voice filled with pride, mixed with regret. In the past, the kingdom stood firm against countless invasions by the Empire. Exceptional knights stepped forward to push back the enemy. Yet, the image of a massive Bogone Empire appeared, overwhelming everything. However, as time passed, the empire grew stronger, and the gap between the two sides widened. The image of a shield bearing the kingdom's crest shattered under a brilliant light. Standing before an empire that had become a superpower, the kingdom finally had no choice but to kneel. Andrian's eyes widened as he suddenly realized the core cause. "Don't tell me it's because of that?" Looking at the map of the continent, despite being a small nation nestled on the edge of the continent, the kingdom once possessed something that allowed them to stand against a powerful empire. Fragments of memories of countless feats flashed through my mind. From the very founding days, accomplishments had been accumulated perfectly, some mundane, some extraordinary. Sometimes they were heroic tales, sometimes legends, and occasionally even myths. The image of a knight wielding a sword that shone with a brilliant, blinding light emerged a majestic, martial hymn. Back in the present, Andreon raised his hand, which was wreathed in blue magical flames, and whispered with a bitter laugh, "In the end, we lost it all." The atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Andreon extinguished the flames, turned to his uncle, and called out affectionately, "Uncle, I've changed my mind." His uncle frowned, his face showing clear confusion, not understanding what trick his nephew was up to. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Andreon stood up straight, placing his hand over his left chest with a determined gaze and an unusually radiant demeanor. "Becoming king. I'll give it a try." At that moment, his uncle's eyes widened, so stunned that his jaw almost hit the floor at the shocking declaration from the prince known as a good-for-nothing. The prince smiled confidently, clenched his fist, and thought with great passion, "I might regret this decision, but it's something I have to do." The next day, bright sunlight shone upon the magnificent palace, and Andreon reflectively told himself that, after all, he had built half of this country with his own hands. The system window appeared, displaying the text for the second day of the banquet. His slender fingers elegantly fastened the gold buttons on his crimson royal formal wear. The banquet hall doors swung open again, and a resonant announcement broke through the noise. "His Royal Highness, First Prince Andreon Leon Beck is entering. The Lord of the Northern Territory, Valahat, is entering," all under the glow of the chandelier. Andreon's eyes flicked over the crowd below, sharp and full of cold calculations. The Leon Beck nobles bowed awkwardly. Some grimaced, others just went through the motions like a bunch of forced scarecrows. Andreon put one hand in his pocket, calmly walking down the stairs with his uncle, sneering slightly at the underlings. This sloppy greeting ritual wasn't even as good as how they treated a foreign noble. Glancing at the hypocrites below, Andreon's chiseled face exuded a deadly calm. He was ready to clean up this trash. Recalling the distant past, Andreon thought to himself, "In the past, when my friend stood before the people, no one ever thought he would become king, because he was nothing more than a country boy running away from some remote village." The silhouette of his small friend standing before the alienated crowd appeared in his mind. Even among those who had been stripped of everything and cast aside, he wasn't particularly outstanding. Yet that youth still planted his feet firmly on the green grass. He smiled nostalgically. Even so, that youth courageously stepped forward, facing everyone. Returning to reality, brilliant blue mana erupted, enveloping Andreon's body. His figure now perfectly matched the hero of yesteryear, just like me right now. A cold spark flashed in his eyes as he spoke with authority, targeting the foolish nobles, those who had eyes but were as good as blind. Instantly, a massive wave of magical pressure surged from the prince, causing all the surrounding nobles to retreat in terror, clearing a space. He held his head high with pride. "Before this flock of naive sheep, I stand tall." A golden system window displayed a skill notification. "I sing the hymn of the king." However, a series of bright red warning windows popped up. Obscuring his vision, the current capability could not handle the level of the hymn. Part of the hymn was omitted. Andreon clicked his tongue in regret. He could only sing a fragment of the hymn, equivalent to 14 points of power. Even though his body was tensing up, enduring a dull pain that made him break into a sweat, he still smirked and judged it silently. Compared to the Dragon Slayer hymn, this wasn't unbearable, because this hymn was only at the heroic level, not the mythological one. His blue eyes suddenly widened, flashing with a brilliant light. But right above his head, a beautiful jade-blue magical crown materialized, majestic and splendid. There was no hymn more fitting for this situation than this one. A wave of authority surges of blue energy exploded, sweeping across the marble floor and brushing past the feet of those standing there. The nobles, typically the orange-haired young man Taylor, were breaking out in a cold sweat, their faces stunned with such surprise that their knees automatically buckled. Looking from behind, the magnificent hall was now filled with people who dared not stand tall. Everyone was bowed low before the blinding crown. Andreon thought with satisfaction, "This is enough for now." He smiled pleasantly, regaining his graceful demeanor, intending to grant a favor. "You may stand." He couldn't finish his sentence. His words choked in his throat. His smile vanished, replaced by a chilling startle as a strip of evil, purplish-black mana drifted past his face. Andreon spun around, frowning in vigilance at the cloaked figure radiating killing intent as she wove through the crowd. This energy. The person pulled her hood down slightly, revealing a pale face with pointed ears and a mocking smile. She muttered, "An elf? How surprising." "Ah," she continued with amusement. "To think there's still someone who remembers the hymns." Meanwhile, Andreon's pupils contracted, and he broke into a cold sweat. No, that wasn't just an ordinary elf. Right in the middle of the banquet hall, the elf tossed aside her gray cloak, revealing a sizzling figure in a provocative, high-slit, purplish-black evening gown. That woman, the handsome prince's face, suddenly contorted as if he were about to cry. He clutched his chest, cursing silently in extreme panic. What the hell is this? Why is that crazy witch here? Memories flooded his mind. The concept of elves was always associated with holiness, the most beautiful masterpieces created by the gods. A noble race that would never harm even the smallest life. The gardeners of the forest lived at least 300 years, sometimes up to 1,000. The image of a gentle female elf tenderly lifting a fragile butterfly appeared. Those were the beings that people praised as elves. But the cruel truth, that hand, previously lifting the butterfly, suddenly crushed it mercilessly, blood splattering everywhere, completely discarding the deceptive romanticism. Andrian bit his lip, recalling their true nature. The truth is, they are cruel beasts, using beauty as bait to destroy their prey. High elves, those who awaken heroic qualities from birth, they are the most dangerous ones. The atmosphere froze. The silver-haired elf walked leisurely closer. Andrian stood like a wooden statue, not daring to move a muscle. And she wasn't just any ordinary high spirit. Andrian broke into a cold sweat just thinking of her name. Sigrun, the high spirit of the magic sword. She was a key member of the expeditionary force that wiped out the mad dragon 400 years ago. Traumatic memories flooded back the image of that lunatic, eyes filled with sick, obsessive longing, reaching out to seduce him in his past life, now crystal clear. Won't you come with me when your master dies? I promise you'll never, ever be bored. That spirit hugged her massive, golden greatsword with a crazed expression. What's so wrong with being a sword? That's exactly why I crave you even more. Andrian gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Ugh, that absolute psycho is the reason I suffered through so much hell. Steadying his nerves, he swallowed hard, keeping his face calm and unreadable. There was no way she could recognize him in this guise. I was just humming a bit of the king's hymn, something she's far too familiar with. The spirit narrowed her eyes, probing. Have we met before? It's strange. You look so familiar. Despite his cool, stoic exterior, Andrian's inner self was shaking his head violently like a bobblehead. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and replied in a dry, feigned tone of innocence. This is my first time ever meeting a spirit. She raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He answered firmly. It is. The silence was deafening. Sigrun rested a finger on her chin, her long, narrow eyes scanning the prince from head to toe as if trying to strip away all his secrets. She smirked, whispering, liar. Andrian forced a stiff, awkward smile, silently assessing the danger level. Sigrun was already one of the strongest beings 400 years ago. Now, he couldn't even guess just how powerful she had become. The madwoman crossed her arms, eyes wandering around the hall, before she began to lecture. There are two types of reactions humans show when they first encounter a spirit. Her fair hand gestured toward the lust-driven nobles whose eyes were glazed over, hearts literally floating around them. Most ordinary men would be completely entranced. Shifting her gaze, she looked at the knights and guards, who were breaking into a cold sweat and bracing for combat. The ones with high awareness, however, go into immediate defense mode. In a bold move, her slender, chilly fingers brushed directly against the lapel of the prince's ceremonial robe, and from what I can see, Sigrun's lips curled into a teasing smile. She poked Andrian's chest and said, Your level, Highness, hasn't reached that stage yet. He jumped, face twitching with annoyance as he broke into a cold sweat. Immediately, Andrian flicked the spirit's slender finger off his robe, smirked, and confidently retorted, My standards for beauty aren't the same as everyone else's. The high spirit froze for a split second, her beautiful face looking momentarily stunned and quiet. Without hesitation, the prince turned on his heel and walked away decisively, leaving behind a cold, formal farewell. This brief encounter has been a real honor. As he turned away, Andrian's cool, collected mask vanished, replaced by a panicked, sweating sigh of relief. Safe for now. Memories of the bride selection ceremonies rushed back. He recalled the candidates his mother had introduced. First, a little girl still sucking her thumb. She was just way too young. Next was another girl, terrified and hiding behind her mother's back. Andrian was speechless, thinking, I don't think she likes me one bit. Or even worse, a woman with eyes burning with killing intent, rolling up her sleeves and glaring at him. He grimaced. Did you come here to fight me? There was even a literal infant playing on the floor. Andrian felt helpless. That child was far too young, too. A parade of faces flashed by, from a hulking, intimidating woman to one who looked like a stuffed teddy bear. Andrian, exhausted, rejected them all. Not my type. Back in the reality of the matchmaking event, Queen Margarita sat on her throne with a heavy sigh, rubbing her temples, drained by her son's pickiness. She began nagging and scolding the prince, who stood there grimacing, pretending not to hear. This is where you choose a bride. You can't compare these women to the kind you usually hang out with. An ideal princess must have intelligence, health, beauty, and a prestigious family backing her. Suddenly, the queen looked surprised as a report arrived. The spirit delegation has requested an audience. Oh, I see. The doors opened, and the spirit delegation, draped in deep hoods, walked onto the red carpet toward the throne. Sigrun stepped forward, gracefully placing a hand over her heart and bowing. Sigrun of Viscum album sends her greetings to the beautiful Queen Margarita. The queen smiled warmly, while Andreon stood beside her, face darkening with suspicion. What a surprise! It's been a long time since a spirit visited our kingdom. Cutting straight to the point, Sigrun lifted her head and spoke with confidence. I assume your majesty is looking for a wife for the prince. Am I right? The spirit smiled proudly, patting her chest to nominate herself. You are correct. I am a high spirit. A sense of impending doom washed over him. Andreon's eye twitched, and cold sweat poured down as she continued her sales pitch. In human terms, we are a prestigious family with a resounding reputation. He panicked internally. Wait, what the hell am I saying? Sigrun clasped her hands together, beaming with a deceptive, innocent look. And fortunately, the age difference between me and the prince isn't that much. Andreon screamed in his mind. Liar! We're at least 1,000 years apart. The farce continued as she rambled on, while Andreon ground his teeth in pure rage. I hear spirits are ideal wives for humans, as we maintain our beauty for a long time. I also have followers always by my side. They're like a knighthood. He fumed. How can she lie without even blinking? Suddenly, the high spirit brought a hand to her chin, cheeks flushing pink, shyly glancing at the prince. When I first met His Highness, I was frozen for 5 seconds. Andreon's eyes widened, his face pale as a ghost, terrified to his core as he heard her closer. I felt that we were born for each other. A deadly, cunning light flashed in Sigrun's eyes. Spirits never lie about their destiny. Andreon stood there, trembling, wondering. Has she been telling the truth this whole time? Completely convinced? Queen Margarita rubbed her chin, eyes sparkling with admiration. My, what confidence. The surrounding nobles began to buzz with excited chatter. I've heard spirits take their destiny very seriously. Does this mean we'll form an alliance with the spirits through marriage? Oh, for heaven's sake. Unable to take it anymore, Andreon gritted his teeth and stormed down from the throne platform, shocking the queen. The prince strode forward and aggressively grabbed the hand of the crazy high spirit right in front of the entire hall. And then, he dragged her away as everyone watched in stunned silence. Dragging her along while glaring, he snapped, "We need to talk." A noble witnessing the scene went bright red and gasped in agitation. How bold. With a loud slam, Andreon violently twisted the doorknob, preparing to drag the elf into an empty room to settle the score. Once inside the private room, the prince got straight to the point, turning around with a stern gaze and addressing her directly. Sigrun. Without beating around the bush, Andreon demanded in a low voice, "Tell me the truth. What is your real purpose here?" The elf ignored his intense attitude, raised a hand to her cheek, and giggled teasingly. "Why? I'm just here to strengthen the bonds of friendship with the kingdom, of course." He glared, biting out every word to exert pressure. "Let me ask you one more time." The high elf Sigrun's pupils suddenly contracted in shock. Stripping away her disguise, Andreon coldly exposed her true colors, the executioner who had been slaughtering her own kind for hundreds of years. With the sword of Visgam, he locked eyes with the madwoman and continued, "Are you here to spy, or to carry out your mission?" The elf lowered her head, her smile vanishing completely. The very next second, the atmosphere turned dark and sinister. She brushed her lips, breaking into a crazed smile that radiated overwhelming killing intent. "How interesting. How do you know about me?" Andreon felt a bead of sweat roll down his forehead, maintaining a cold, silent expression. Watching the purple aura of dark magic surge, he nervously gauged the gap in power. She was a monster, one whose strength was beyond anything he could currently fathom. Analyzing the situation, his blue eyes glowed as he thought to himself, if she felt a connection to him, it meant she was of a very high rank, and could see the past deeply engraved within his soul. Sigrun's threatening voice echoed through the space, suffocating the room with dark magic. "You know I am the executioner, yet you seem to have no idea how foolish it is to stay silent in front of me." Turning the tables, Andreon didn't flinch, smirking arrogantly in response. "Oh, I'm well aware of that." He teased her with a calm expression. I know that's just as foolish as opening your mouth to speak in front of me. The madwoman froze, eyes wide with surprise. Regaining the upper hand, Andrian commanded the room, brushing off her threats. Enough with these games, Sigron. Don't meddle with my destiny. The effect was immediate. The terrifying killing intent dissipated instantly. The elf obediently withdrew her magic. Andrian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling smug he had definitely piqued her interest now. A plan to manipulate her raced through the prince's mind. She would tear him apart if he didn't do something. Better to make her grow even more interested in him. She was too precious to just taste a little and discard. He would let her become a fine vintage, left to age and be savored. Suddenly, Sigron leaned in close to his face, her cheeks flushed pink, as she curiously asked, "Who? In the end? Are you really?" Andrian nonchalantly turned his back to her, indifferent. "I'm just a prince who was abandoned by his own father." She hurriedly pressed him. "Then who is your true self?" He just shrugged with a playful look. "Guess." With a smirk, the prince turned his head, casting a provocative and mysterious gaze. "Or you could just wait and see for yourself." The notorious high elf stood completely still, staring blankly at his chiseled features. Her thoughts drifted as she gazed at the young man's back, muttering, "I knew there was something suspicious going on. I couldn't understand why they sent me on this mission." Her heart skipped a beat, her face flushed deep red, and she clutched her cheeks, beaming with a fanatical, longing gaze. "Now I understand. It was because of you." Meanwhile, stepping out the door, Andrian got goosebumps and wiped his brow, complaining to himself. "She gives me the creeps every single time." The massive wooden doors swung open, and Andrian walked out with the elf, returning to the main hall under the curious gaze of the nobles. The nobles' eyes widened, jaws dropping as they gasped at the sight before them. Well, a twist no one expected beneath the red carpet. The arrogant prince was walking arm in arm with the beautiful elf, looking intimate. Stopping before the throne, Andrian held his head high, cleared his throat, and spoke to the stunned queen. "Your Majesty, I have something to tell you." He forced a smile, kept the elf on his arm, and dropped a bombshell into the middle of the hall. "Sigrin and I are to be engaged." The queen and everyone else gasped, stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. Crying on the inside, Andrian's smile was stiff, cold sweat pouring down. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Who would have thought a day would come where he had to say her name so tenderly? He consoled himself while navigating this strategic chessboard. He couldn't let her lose interest now. An engagement with an elf. If this could buy him time to make his move, he skillfully issued an ultimatum to delay, smiling confidently. "This is a matter I need to think through thoroughly, so I would appreciate a little more time." Queen Margarita rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, breaking the silence. "Very well, that sounds reasonable." Andrian calculated in his head while the queen weighed the benefits of this marriage. Beside him, the high elf Sigron brushed her hair, glancing at him with a meaningful look and a cunning smile. While Sigron waited for him to ripen, the prince's face hardened, his eyes filled with intense determination. As the sun shone through the windows, Andrian and the elf walked out of the hall, leaving the magnificent throne room behind. "I have to train my strength so I can escape this crazy elf." At the same time, in another room, a harsh sound echoed as a fist slammed onto the table, shattering a water magic construct. "Damn it." The third prince, Jilan, gritted his teeth, his face flushed with rage. "That bastard. The only thing he has over me is that he was born first." He stood there panting, Jilan's eyes bloodshot, trembling with such intense jealousy that his shoulders heaved, unable to speak. The image of the cold captain of the knights and the beautiful female knight flashed through his mind, filling him with burning envy. Not long ago, they had suddenly declared their support for him, and he even had the beauty from the Iron Lion Knights, and how dare he seduce that elf too? Jilan remembered the moment he passed the two of them. He blushed, staring at Sigrun and swallowing hard. "I didn't think the beauty of women meant much, but an elf. That presence is truly beyond imagination." His train of thought was cut short. "I used to think a woman's beauty didn't hold much meaning, but an elemental spirit? That's an existence beyond anything I could have ever imagined." My train of thought was abruptly cut off. Jilan curled his body and let out a chilling, sinister laugh, his face twisted with malice. "That's right. I'm about to have a one-on-one duel with him." The man plotted his dirty schemes with a wicked, mocking grin. A dark magical aura surged outward, surrounding him. "Killing him would just cause a headache, so I'll just slash him enough to destroy his manhood." "Damn it." Jilan's eyes bulged with malice and cruelty. He sneered viciously. "I'm going to crush you." Back at the training grounds, the silver-haired old knight, wearing a stately red cloak, stepped into the windy arena. Before the eyes of the gathered nobles, the old knight boomed, Asugas, captain of the royal knights, bearer of the glorious Silver Lion title, hereby certifies this duel. No one shall contest the outcome. The old knight gestured for them to start. Your highnesses, please raise your swords. Contrary to the tense atmosphere, Andreon lazily covered his mouth and let out a long yawn. It was such a long-winded speech for such a trivial fight. Across from him, the third prince, Jilin, swung his sword with excitement, a cocky grin etched on his face. I've prepared so much for you, brother. I even brought all these spectators. Do you like it? Andreon calmly drew his sword as a faint magical aura began to emanate from it. The cold prince replied, I hope you don't disappoint the audience. I always feel that way. Cutting him off, Jilin winced, as green lightning magic crackled around his body. But you talk too much. I hope. Suddenly, Jilin exploded with speed, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning, slashing his sword hard toward Andreon, creating a deafening clash. You'll still be able to spout words like that after this match. Andreon stood calmly in his spot as a brilliant blue magical aura flared up like fire, enveloping his blade. I was originally going to play with you for a bit. With a single swing, a massive wave of magic swept across the sky, tossing him into the air with incredible ease. But I'm a bit busy lately. The unlucky third prince crashed hard onto the ground. Spitting up blood, he gasped in pain and shock. All around the stands, the nobles and servants stared with their jaws dropped, frozen solid at the shocking scene. The old knight Asugas broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes, muttering, Is that really the first prince I once knew? Meanwhile, Andreon stood tall, his deep blue eyes glinting sharply as he glared down at the loser at his feet without blinking. As the dust cleared, the prince calmly sheathed his sword, leaving Du lying splayed out and unconscious on the cracked ground. With the outcome settled, the old knight Asugas cleared his throat, trying to maintain his dignity as he announced, As the witness and certifier of this duel, I declare the third prince unable to continue. The noble ladies covered their mouths in shock. My goodness! The old knight shouted. The winner is the first prince! Andre turned away with an icy expression, ignoring the commotion. Andreon wrapped his red cloak tightly and turned to walk away, his silhouette radiating an irresistible coolness. He clicked his tongue in boredom, cursing silently to himself. These damn nobles gathered just to watch kids fight. Whispers filled the air as the nobles murmured in confusion. Has Prince Jilin really lost? He possesses dual element magic, something revered in this kingdom, and yet he lost to the first prince, who only started training a few months ago? A few days later, the third prince, Jilin, woke up, eyes snapping open with a bandage on his forehead. Feeling utterly humiliated, he thrashed as he sat up, slamming his hand onto the bed, veins popping as he shrieked madly. That bastard! Ignoring his injuries, Jilin bolted for the door, screaming until his knights and maids frantically tried to hold him back. Get ready! I'm going to challenge him again. Seeing this, a subordinate timidly stepped forward, sweating bullets as he called out, Your Highness. Jilin whipped around, barking harshly. What? The knight immediately stuttered, delivering shocking news. The first prince has left the capital with Count Vala right after the match ended, sir. Jill asked blankly in confusion. Left? Left for where? The knight stammered in response. I. The scene shifted to an armored carriage caravan, rumbling through the snow, heading north to the residence of the Vala family. Amidst the freezing winter, Count Vala rode his horse alongside, looking at Andreon with praise. You're riding quite well now. Andreon smiled smugly. Just one lesson was enough to master this, don't you think, uncle? Speechless, the count told himself not to say it. He really needed to learn some humility. Then, the count frowned, breathing out puffs of white smoke in the cold air, and asked, But why are you in such a rush? With the banquet, you could have at least rested for a while. Andreon, wearing imposing armor, looked steadily ahead and calmly replied, Because there's no place for me in the capital. Remembering the fat ambassador mocking the corrupt nobles, he thought, I'll never beg for support from people willing to suck up to the empire's lapdog while ignoring their own king. Beside him, Count Vala rode along, and Andreon turned to ask, Besides, aren't soldiers and knights a better fit for me than the nobles? The old count replied, They don't calculate gains and losses, but they are much more conservative. Do you think winning their hearts is easy? A confident smile bloomed on his lips as he thought smugly about facing life and death together. Just going through hell and back with them will make them bond with me naturally. What's there to worry about? Count Vala sighed heavily, closing his eyes in defeat. I think you're just being too hasty. Huh. The horrific image of the giant fairy Sigron lifting, him in her palm like a toy flashed in his mind. If I hesitate, I might actually end up having to marry that lunatic woman. Every man I've ever had my eye on before ended up with a tragic fate. His face hardened under the snow. Andrian muttered firmly, "That's why I need to become stronger." The image of Queen Margarita looking through the window flashed by. That's impossible in a peaceful capital. So I have to leave for a place where I can accelerate my growth. Looking into the distance, Count Vala mused, following his train of thought, and sharpening my sword is best done somewhere else. The female knight Awen rode majestically through the cold wind, a place where people are tested most harshly. Andrian's cheeks were flushed red from the cold, and he thought sluggishly, a place where most white songs are born. Amidst the vast white expanse, the entire carriage caravan and massive cavalry pushed straight into the snowy mountain range. The place I need to go right now is the battlefield. Count Vala pointed ahead, introducing the area. The mountains ahead are the Blade Range. That is the border that my family has guarded for generations. Andrian shivered as he replied, "Oh, in reality, it was the complete opposite of his earlier coolness." Both Andrian and his uncle Count were shivering like leaves. He groaned, "I'm going to freeze to death out here." The old Count replied, "If you really can't stand it, go back into the carriage." Trying to act tough, Andrian closed his eyes, bracing himself against the biting cold. "No need. I have to get used to this freezing weather sooner or later anyway." He glanced at the warm carriage behind him, his conscience pricking at him. "I feel guilty hogging an entire carriage all to myself." Inside, the old man, Buffet, poked his head out and retorted, "Oh yeah? As if there's anything to look at out there. Why on earth are you even following us?" The silver-bearded old man chuckled as he continued, "Besides, the book I'm writing will definitely be useful for your highness." Andrian winced, grumbling to himself. Yeah, you annoying old man." Switching back to a serious demeanor, the prince's sharp, angular features became cold and composed once more. Owen, the female knight, her long black hair whipping in the snowstorm, looked radiant despite the harsh conditions. She turned to check on him, and Andrian called out with genuine concern, "Owen, are you all right? It must be freezing up at the front." Owen blushed, beaming with intense enthusiasm. "I'm fine, sir." Seeing her reaction, Andrian replied, "You can switch places with me whenever you like, if it gets too cold." She quickly shook her head. "I cannot seek comfort while acting as a knight, sir." A faint, charming smile played on Andrian's lips. Watching the knight's blushing, bashful expression, he thought to himself, well, at least someone is showing some spirit. The smile vanished as he shot a bored look behind him. The royal knights trailing them looked miserable, radiating an aura of hostility as if they were being marched to their doom. They were furious about being forced on this royal mission. If Cha were here, he'd definitely have them under control. Remembering the king's sour expression, the stern warning echoed in his ears. The royal knights are not your personal guards. The image of the king sitting on his throne, speaking with total indifference, flashed in his mind. You've already recruited a few personal knights, haven't you? Though, of course, there's no guarantee they're actually knights at all. As Andrian stood there, clicking his tongue in silent frustration, the petty old man reflected on his father's words. That's exactly why C was allowed to come with me. He frowned, analyzing the situation. Even though the original owner of this body had caused endless trouble, he was still his flesh and blood. The king's attitude seemed a bit excessive. Under the blinding snowstorm, Andrian sensed something sinister lurking beneath it all. I'm certain there's some kind of scheme playing out behind the scenes that I'm not even aware of. Suddenly, Count Vala turned, urging them forward with extreme urgency. We have to pick up the pace. The wind and snow began to swirl violently, pelting them right in the eyes. He shouted over the howling gale. Otherwise, this blizzard will trap us all here. Nature's fury escalated. The small snowflakes transformed into a raging, blinding storm in the blink of an eye. The roaring wind drowned everything out. They couldn't even hear the people standing right next to them. In this critical situation, Count Vala whipped his head around, his face etched with intense strain amidst the gray, swirling storm. The Count roared, giving a definitive order to ditch the baggage. Leave the carriages behind. Just take the horses and continue on foot. Seeing the chaos, Andrian braced himself, channeling mana into his throat to amplify his voice and cut through the howling wind. He's using mana to project his voice. He turned sharply toward the swaying royal carriage and shouted, "Adelia!" Inside, the maid, Adelia, was stumbling, breaking into a cold sweat. Terrified, she reached out to grab the armored hand, extended by the prince, who stood firm against the blizzard. Blushing crimson from both embarrassment and gratitude, she stammered, "Thank you, your highness." Andrian pulled her down with one hand and nonchalantly replied, "Don't mention it." At that moment, Awen, the female knight, hurried over to block the wind for him, asking worriedly, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Andrian kept his face emotionless and replied curtly, "I'm fine." Behind them, the knights were struggling to move, buffeted by the wind, stumbling into each other and wailing, "Careful, you're going to crash into me. Wait, the wind is too strong." He was getting annoyed by the clumsy rookies. A vein bulged on Andrian's forehead as he barked an order. "Owen, look after Adelia." Owen received the order solemnly. "Yes, Your Highness." Unable to just stand by and watch, he charged toward the knights, who were fumbling with their shields against the wind, and roared, "You idiots! Get those shields down!" He swiped his hand with incredible force, knocking a knight's shield to the ground, and scolded them. "Of course the wind is going to blow you over if you keep holding those giant shields. Drop everything you don't need, except for your swords. We can come back for the rest later." Displaying his leadership qualities, Andrian pointed directly at a large knight and commanded sternly, "You, big guy, take the lead and get everyone into a single file line." Count Valahat watched in silence, secretly amazed. "We didn't even need to intervene. I was going to step in and help, but does the prince have actual combat experience?" Under the prince's command, the group followed one another, trudging heavily through the mountain pass. Each step in the blizzard felt impossibly exhausting. With his stamina drained, even Andrian was panting heavily, his shoulders heaving, forcing himself to drag his heavy, weighted feet and push past the limits of this frail body. Suddenly, the slippery snow caused one of the exhausted knights to trip and fall backward. A panicked scream broke the silence. "Your Highness, one of the soldiers has fallen behind." Andrian, panting, frowned and looked back with weary but determined eyes. Without hesitation, Andrian pushed through the crowd of stunned men, grabbed the hand of the fallen knight, pulled him up hard, and roared, "Move!" The prince's armored hand gripped the limp arm of his subordinate tightly against the fierce gale. In an act that defied belief, Andrian braced himself, hoisted the large knight onto his shoulders, and trudged forward like a true god of war across the vast, white snow. Seeing his men standing there with their jaws dropped, he grimaced and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Boost the morale and get moving. March faster." The knights snapped out of their shock, sweat pouring down their faces, and shouted back in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." The group, fueled by new energy, trekked through the snow, heading straight for the fortress looming faintly in the storm. Just as he was about to collapse, Andrian's face turned deathly pale from the cold and exhaustion. He couldn't stop gasping for air. Just as that hellish forced march was about to end, the sound of iron boots struck the thick ice and snow. A miracle they had made it. Andrian let out a long sigh of relief, his face soaked in sweat, and looked up at the sky, grumbling, "Ugh, damn this blizzard. Why couldn't it have quit a little sooner?" The great fortress walls loomed ahead, standing tall against a bright, clear blue sky, as if the massive storm from before had just been a lie. Before the colossal gates, the thick, ironclad soles of Count Vala's boots slammed firmly into the snow. With his broad back turned, he walked calmly toward the sturdy, iron-reinforced ebony gates of his family's stronghold. Half of his face was veiled in shadow, revealing only a wrinkle etched by years of weathering the elements and a proud, choking smile at the corner of his lips. Atop the towering spire, the family banner fluttered proudly, held high under the brilliant sky as the rightful ruler of Valahat. At the fortress gate, a young knight in gleaming black armor clicked his heels together, saluting with solemn discipline. "As commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, I am honored to welcome the Grand Prince." Andrian beamed beneath the pale light of the snowy mountains, exuding a radiant, charismatic aura. Count Vala placed a hand over his heart, wore a warm, hearty smile, and spoke in a deep, gentle voice, "I sincerely welcome you to Winter Carstel." The scene glided over the magnificent, imposing structure of Winter Carstel. A fortress perched at the extreme northern edge of the kingdom, it exists to block monsters from the Blade Mountains, making it the strongest anti-monster bastion. In the eyes of the world, soldiers shivered as they whispered about how terrifying this place was. Monsters swarmed there endlessly, and the environment was bone-chilling, harsh, and lethal. The survival rate is the worst. Nobody ever wants to come back here twice. For the average soldier, this was the worst station imaginable. Back in the capital, nobles held teacups and idly fanned themselves while gossiping. Winter Carstel was the greatest weapon of the Vala family, but it was also their shackles. What in the hell is there to see in that brutal, frozen wasteland? The aristocracy debated its political importance with casual indifference. The massive, reinforced wooden gates slowly groaned open, shattering the silence of the white expanse. The Count proudly held his head high as he stepped inside, while Andreon gazed up at the grandeur of the fortress from within. Yet, the young commander stood perfectly straight, radiating resolve. But to the people of Vala, this place was their lifelong duty and honor. Stepping forward, the young knight punched his chest with a loud thud and reported, "Vincent, requesting permission to hand over command and report back as captain of the commando unit. I'm back, father." Count Vala patted his son's shoulder with a tender, gentle smile. "Thank you for all your hard work, son." Vincent replied, "I'm just glad you returned safely, father." Andreon froze for a second, blinked, and looked at the old man, blurting out, "Oh, you have a son?" The Count frowned and grumbled, "Of course. Do you really think at my age I wouldn't have a child?" Andreon pointed at the father and son, teasing them. "You two look exactly alike, especially those stubborn mouths of yours." Switching back to a serious tone, the Count turned to introduce his son, Vincent. "This is His Highness, the Grand Prince Andreon." Following protocol, Vincent bowed and placed a hand over his heart respectfully, but his heart was in turmoil. "Vincent of the Vala family sends his greetings. Your Highness, I am the captain of the commando unit." Andreon offered a friendly yet authoritative smile. "All right, it's a pleasure to meet you." But deep inside, the young knight grit his teeth, glaring at the prince with eyes full of prejudice. Winter Carstel is a fortress for true warriors, those willing to sacrifice their lives for their noble creed. Vincent's eye twitched as he saw Andreon strolling along with two beautiful women behind him. This is no place for a disgraced scoundrel like him to be dragging women around. Struggling to suppress his anger, a soldier stepped forward to lead the way. "Your Highness, please allow me to give you a tour of the castle." Andreon nodded. "Ah, sure." Vincent watched his back, boiling with indignation. Why on earth did father bring him here? Once Andreon was out of sight, Vincent immediately turned to his father, demanding an explanation. "Father, what is this all about?" Responding with calm, the Count crossed his arms and explained, "Exactly what you heard. I have decided to become a supporter of Prince Andreon, and he will be staying at the fortress for a while." Livid, Vincent protested vehemently. "But even the king doesn't need him and kicked him out, didn't he? Wasn't it you, father, who once said he was a useless failure with a rotten character?" Count Vala slowly turned his head, shooting a sharp, icy glare that left his agitated son speechless. Looking into the distance, the Count recalled Andreon's steady presence lately, and murmured quietly, "People always change." With a stern face, he cautioned his headstrong son, "I only ask one thing of you. Observe him without any preconceived notions." Vincent broke into a cold sweat, grimacing in defiance, but he swallowed his frustration, not daring to disobey. In the strategy room, Count Vala looked down at the map and asked the young commander, "How is the progress on clearing out the monster tribes?" Vincent clasped his hands behind his back and reported clearly, "We have steadily reduced their numbers, but many still remain. Now that you have returned, we will start hunting them more aggressively." While they discussed military affairs, Andreon sat there calmly, munching on food with an indifferent expression. Overhearing the conversation, he listened as they discussed the remaining commando forces. He swallowed his food, reached out, and moved a black orc piece on the map, cutting them off. "The orcs are the real issue." Pointing out the crux of the matter, images of fierce orcs brandishing hammers and axes flashed by. A small group of about 20 orcs has been running near the foot of the mountain. Relying on the commando unit's arrows alone won't be enough to deal with them. Vincent was slightly surprised by his insight but kept a serious face. "That is correct. We are currently selecting knights stationed in the fortress too." The sound of a game piece slamming onto the table rang out, sharply cutting off the young captain. Seizing the opportunity, the prince snapped his fingers, wore an incredibly arrogant and confident smile, and declared, "I will handle it myself." Anger erupted. Vincent and his subordinates frowned, fiercely opposing this reckless impulse. "Your Highness, the orcs in the Blade Mountains aren't your average orcs. If anything happens to you, other operations of the commando unit will be severely affected." Ignoring Vincent's frustration, Andreon turned to the Count, raised an eyebrow, and called out lightly. The Count stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought, silent as the grave. Deciding he had enough, he turned to his son with a stern expression. "Vincent, the scale of this. So, how many of those things have been confirmed?" Vincent broke into a cold sweat, realizing his father was actually considering this. The knight had no choice but to bite the bullet and report the details. "As of now, at most 20. There's no sign of any orc warriors or orc shamans yet, but we can't rule out the possibility." For a final check, Vala stared intently at the smug, smiling prince, and said solemnly, "Are you sure you can pull this off?" Seeing his father actually intended to entrust this life-or-death mission to a deadbeat, Vincent's jaw dropped as he shouted in disbelief. What? His face tightened with anxiety. Vincent vehemently protested. That mountain pass is one of our main supply routes. If that place turns into a battlefield against the orcs, our problems will double. Andrian looked at Vincent and smirked. Heh. He raised this kid well. Cutting through the argument, Count Vala crossed his arms and said in a low voice, That's enough worrying. So, what do you need? Having already calculated everything, Andrian gave a confident smirk and laid out his demands. About 3 scouts, upgrades for my men's gear, and a few crossbows. If you have the time, the knight immediately bowed his head in obedience. It wasn't a difficult request. I will see to it, my prince. Seeing the prince's resolute attitude, Vincent broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale with pure shock. In the rest area, the veteran knight Hanch of the royal guard stared with his mouth wide open. What? He gasped upon hearing the prince's words. We're being deployed? Completely stunned, the old man stammered, questioning the insane order he'd just received. What do you mean, sir? Seeing this, the prince explained. We have a mission to hunt orcs. 20 enemies, plus the risk of orc warriors or shamans. Hanch scratched his head, sweating and grimacing as he tried to talk him out of it. Your Highness, the 3rd Legion is stationed here, so why do we have to go? Isn't our duty to protect you? Andrian smiled slyly, cutting off any room for refusal. Even better, you'd have to stick close to protect me anyway. He issued the order clearly, leaving no room for argument. The 3rd Legion will make contact tonight. Gather your gear and report back to me. Hanch had no choice but to bow helplessly. As you command, Your Highness. The corner of Andrian's mouth twitched upward. His eyes flashed with sharp, calculated intent. Like it or not, these soldiers are mine now. I'll make them useful. The system scanned Hanch's status board. Swordsmanship, military training, fort defense, infantry formation. Andrian assessed them silently. They're not very reliable in a blizzard, but they are elite royal recruits, with decent stats, at least. Young Knight Joseph's status board appeared. Intelligence gathering, camouflage. Andrian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Well, one of them does look a bit shady. On the day of departure, beneath a sky of white clouds, the winter Karstal towers loomed high. Andrian let out a meaningful sigh. Looking at the person in front of him, he raised an eyebrow and asked Captain Vincent, who was wearing a fur cloak, You're the scout? Unimpressed, Vincent frowned in warning. Your Highness might not realize this, but failing this mission will cause huge trouble. Andrian replied with confidence. The mission won't fail. The knight gritted his teeth. You're taking this far too lightly, sir. Their gazes clashed, sparks of magical tension crackling between the knight's determination and the arrogance of the prince, right in front of the entire troop. Andrian's eyes glinted with a cold light. Invisible mana flared behind him, creating a suffocating pressure. System blocked. A bright red error message appeared before Vincent. The status window was inaccessible. Andrian broke into a cold sweat, inwardly stunned. He's at least a 3-chain knight. He scanned the hooded figures standing behind Vincent. A series of notifications appeared. Status window inaccessible. Swordsmanship, scouting, hunting. Andrian clicked his tongue. Even behind him, there's only one real ranger. The rest are just knights disguised as rangers. Having figured out their little plot, the prince's mouth curled into a sly smile. So, if things go south, they plan on taking care of it themselves, huh? Well, I guess I can just play along. The gates of Winter Karstal swung wide open, and Andrian, draped in a red cloak, gave the order clearly. All right, let's move out. Seeing Adelia shivering with worry, Andrian turned back to reassure her. Adelia, you won't be coming along, so don't worry. The maid apologized flusteredly. I apologize, Your Highness. He sweated internally, calculating. If her trait awakens the wrong way, I could end up in massive trouble. Entering the land of death, the group trudged through the thick snow, heading into the Blade Mountains. The sound of footsteps crunching on ice echoed along with the young knight's voice. You must walk while using as little stamina as possible. Walking alongside him, Vincent began his long-winded lecture. If your stamina drops, your limbs will stiffen, and your combat ability will plummet. You have to step carefully, especially in the Blade Mountains, where there's so much ice and snow. Andrian groaned, sweating bullets, and muttered to himself. His nagging is even worse than his father's. Suddenly, a snow-white rabbit bolted out from a snow-covered bush, darting past the tip of Andrian's boot. The prince curiously watched where it went. A rabbit? At that same moment, the only real ranger in the team pulled out his binoculars. Through the lenses, a massive group of green-skinned orcs with blood-red, savage eyes appeared, tearing into their bloody prey. The ranger lowered his binoculars, his face calm and highly focused, completely ready for the battle about to unfold. With lightning speed, the ranger used hand signals to alert Andreon, reporting the emergency. There's an orc group ahead. What will you do, sir? Andreon acted decisively, raising a hand to signal a halt. His sharp eyes focused intently on the forest ahead, ready to act on his command. The royal soldiers behind him immediately raised their crossbows in unison. The sound of bolts being loaded clicked in perfect rhythm. Catching a scent of danger, a hulking green-skinned orc jerked its head back, its blood-red eyes glowing with alertness as it let out a roar. The scene fell silent, the back of the prince in the red cloak standing proudly against the pack of giant monsters amidst the snow-covered forest. Arrogantly, Andreon's eyes glowed with blue magical light, and he smirked, offering a confident, excited greeting. Hey, long time no see. The Order of Death. The orcs charged wildly, swinging their weapons like a stampede. The prince's cold voice rang out. Fire! Arrows tore through the wind, burying themselves into the thick flesh of the monsters, sending blood splattering everywhere. Despite the incoming fire, the orc horde charged ferociously, their massive feet slamming into the snow and shaking the ground with every heavy, thunderous step. It echoed like rolling thunder. Andreon lunged forward, whipping his silver sword from its sheath, his eyes sharp as a razor, ready to slaughter. Facing certain death, the giant orc went berserk, swinging its heavy mace to crush the ice where Andreon had just been standing, letting out a roar reeking of murderous intent. Making a lightning-fast counterattack, the prince leaped gracefully into the air, dodging the brute force of the strike and channeling all his strength into his blade. At this decisive moment, Andreon's handsome face wore a fierce, sharp expression. His eyes burned with a wild, magical fire. With a killing blow, the silver blade tore through the giant monster's flesh. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, dyeing the area red. A thick, sticky scent of blood hung in the deathly silent battlefield. Warm droplets slid down the cold steel, racing each other as they dripped onto the white snow. Feeling a dark sense of familiarity, the prince stood there, panting, blood splattered across his face. But a deeply satisfied smile curled his lips. This is exactly what I've been craving for so long. Returning to his true self, the red-cloaked figure stood proudly amidst the scattered monster carcasses, closing his eyes to soak in the exhilarating violence. As for the battlefield's atmosphere and the overbearing protection, the female knight Awen rushed in, swinging her sword in a panic. Your Highness, it's too dangerous. But Andreon spun around instantly and barked, Stay back. Awen slammed on the brakes, her eyes wide with confusion, not understanding why the prince would refuse her help. Radiating overwhelming pressure, Andreon raised his blood-stained sword, standing firmly between the knight and the remaining monsters. He glanced back with half his face, a demonic smile playing on his lips, his eyes glowing with an eerie, wicked light, as he warned her, Otherwise, you're going to get hurt. Distant memories flooded back. The image of a knight clad in a crimson aura, fighting alone against 7 orcs over 400 years ago. In an era where orcs weren't just monsters, but one of the continent's legitimate rulers, a forgotten legend, a close-up of a jeweled holy sword shining bright. This wasn't a myth, nor a hero's tale. There wasn't a single record of it in history. The orange flames of magical rage burst forth, as if to incinerate everything. This was the ballad of a miserable soul who loathed the orcs. A memorial hymn of a father too exhausted from endless fighting. I have piled up a mountain of green corpses, he muttered, his destructive power and red aura sweeping across the battlefield, slaughtering the monsters without mercy. The ephemeral child of a great vengeful spirit. The inheritance right now. Andreon's own body was radiating that same violent, crimson magic. He smiled coldly. And beneath him, a crimson pool of blood had been created for all. The system interface flickered brilliantly, singing the hymn of vengeance. The scene shifts to the capital, where a small, coarse cloth pouch was slammed onto an intricately carved wooden table. A dark conspiracy. The third prince, Jilon, sat with his legs crossed, smirking as he spoke to the nobleman opposite him. Rumor has it you keep dying at the winter carstle. The old nobleman's voice droned on. Don't worry, there won't be any real battles. A shadowed henchman with yellow reptilian eyes sneered. What could that trash of a prince possibly do out there? He'll surely just hide in the castle and try to steal credit from his uncle. Then, the silver-haired nobleman leaned back in his chair and instructed his henchman. The important one isn't that brat, but the one called Valahat. Keep an eye on the winter carstle and report anything suspicious to me. Sealing the deal, the rough hand of the hired killer squeezed the coin purse, the coins clinking as he prepared to carry out his dirty work in the shadows. The third prince, Jilon, grinned slyly as he asked, Can you do it? While handing the money to his partner. The old count stroked his chin, his yellow eyes glinting with malice in the dark. "I will do my best, my lord, but reality always has a cruel way of smiling back." Back at the scene, the cocky, red-headed soldier stood among the troops, his face deathly pale, sweating profusely as he muttered, "That's what I heard, but this can't be happening," because a massive, pot-bellied orc was looming over the horizon, blotting out the sky and making him scream in desperate terror. This was completely different from what he had been told. Flustered, his face twisted in fear, he shouted orders. "Front row, hold the formation and move up." Ridiculously, with just a flick of his hand, the aggressive orc shattered the shield wall, sending soldiers flying into the air while the soldier just stood there crying out in pain. Standing frozen, he gripped his spear, his eyes rolling back as he panicked. "Damn it, what do I do?" Driven by desperation, he squeezed his eyes shut and charged blindly forward, screaming his head off, "Second row, attack." While running, he peeked one eye open to check the situation, his face blank with confusion. The sinister green orc had already grabbed his spear shaft, with just one bare hand. The suffocating pressure made him gasp. His attack had been completely useless. "It's over," he thought, as the monster snatched the weapon from his hand and tossed it aside. The cowardly soldier looked at his empty hands, trembling as he accepted his fate. "I'm a dead man. Between life and death." An armored hand suddenly shoved his head down from behind, forcing him to faceplant into the cold snow to dodge a strike. Like a goddess of war, the knight Awen flashed by with terrifying speed, trailing a brilliant blue magical lightning. She swung her sharp blade, slicing the giant green monster's body in two, right over the head of the soldier cowering on the ground. The knight landed with incredible style, her sword sweeping through the air to clear the remaining blood. The red-headed soldier was so terrified his arms went limp, dropping his weapon into the snow, his mouth hanging open as he whimpered. Awen stood tall, glancing back with half an eye, her voice icy as she bit out each word. "This is a battlefield. Don't you dare drop your weapon again." The coward teared up, his face twisted as he hurriedly obeyed, both terrified and frantic. "Yes, ma'am." Pushing the comedy aside, the soldiers behind them immediately regrouped, forming a solid shield wall to protect Awen's back. Across the front line, the leader of the orc horde roared, charging ahead with a massive axe. Awen's voice rang out clearly. "All soldiers, prepare to fight," as she pointed her sword straight at the 7 orcs. Despite acting tough, the knight was sweating, her brow furrowed with worry as she assessed the situation. "There are too many of them. It will be impossible to deal with them all with just our current numbers." In a blink, a flash of red magic reeking of death streaked right past Awen's face, leaving her stunned. In an instant, an orc charging forward had its throat brutally slashed open by that crimson magical glow. For 5 full seconds, everything froze. The entire squad, from the cowardly grunt to the proud Awen, stood wide-eyed, stunned by the savagery that had just unfolded. Amidst a rain of blood staining the snowy sky, the reckless Prince Andreon appeared, his violent sword strike tearing through the veil of frost. He slammed his glowing blade into the ground, trampling the monster's corpses, while a crimson surge of magical power exploded in all directions. Andreon squeezed his eyes shut, his face bowed as he gasped for air, his body drenched in fresh blood, as the red flames around him danced with pure, unbridled rage. Awen, filled with unease, raised his shield and stepped forward, hesitating as he called out anxiously, "Your Highness," awakening the demon. He lifted his head. His eyes were wide open, glowing with a blood-red light. His face cold, and completely consumed by an overwhelming killing intent. Ignoring the frantic shouts, His Highness vanished into a crimson blur, charging straight into the heart of the monster horde. His steel-clad heel smashed into the ice, creating a thrust of wind as he surged forward with immense power. Memories flooded back like a waterfall. The silhouette of an unknown hero in black armor, cloaked in crimson fire, from hundreds of years ago, suddenly emerged along with those racing thoughts. Still unsatisfied with returning to that brutal past, the knight frantically swung his blade, splitting apart every orc, charging solo into the encirclement in that cold, desolate wasteland. Regardless of the massive size difference, the tragic text echoed. No matter how many he killed, it was never enough. The prince's face was hidden deep in the shadows, with only his eyes glowing brightly with bottomless hatred. Killing more would never be enough. Wandering aimlessly, that small, lonely figure stood tall, facing 3 giants, seeking the blood of his enemies. He had wandered through lands, left barren by the orcs. The knight launched himself into the air, nimbly dodging a devastating slam meant to crush the earth. He used the momentum to fall, his flaming sword tearing through the giant enemy's throat in a heartbeat. The scene ended in a deathly silence. The knight held his blood-dripping sword, turned, and walked away, leaving a trail of soulless corpses behind. The camera zoomed in close on his war-worn, steel-clad legs as the narration brought the tragic flashback to a close. The magic in his heart had long since dried up, yet he didn't stop. The Dark Knight bowed his head, his body seemingly consumed by the scorching, billowy red aura of evil. He frantically tore at a piece of slimy flesh as the haunting narration echoed, drinking the orc's blood, chewing on their meat. With every step he took, time cruelly slipped away. The hero's face appeared, his hair now white and his skin a map of scars. The man grew older and weaker. His armored hand trembled, yet he gripped the jeweled golden hilt tightly. That magic sword was his only remaining support. Yet, the fire of hatred never died. The old knight glared, his eyes burning with a light that scorched his very soul, burning away his remaining vitality to fulfill his final wish. Stepping back to the origin of the tragedy, a man stood frozen outside the door. His shadow stretched long into the ruined house, drenched in blood. It was a memorial for his wife and daughter. The young man's face darkened, his eyes wide with utter shock at the horrific scene before him. It was heartbreaking. The happy family portrait lay shattered on the floor, covered in splatters of fresh blood. From the depths of despair, a pillar of crimson energy exploded, shooting up into the blue sky. Those who had been slaughtered, leaving not even a scrap of bone or flesh behind. A close-up of an eye, bloodshot and wide, burning with murderous intent and madness. Finally reaching the finale, a tattered red cloak flapped like a flag amidst the storm of the battlefield. The tiny, aged, solitary knight stood beneath the shadow of a giant orc monster, clad in heavy armor, as he faced his lifelong nemesis. The old man's face was etched with exhaustion and covered in bleeding wounds. He was broken. But ignoring it all, the old man let out a hoarse, defiant smirk. Instantly, his entire body erupted with red magic like a wild beast, and he bolted away with wind-shattering speed. In the final battle, he swung his sword in a lightning-fast strike, slashing straight into the monster leader's chest plate, creating a blinding flash of light. The magical spark exploded like a small bomb as the blade slammed into the enemy's flesh. The knight's face was submerged in shadow, with only his two crimson eyes burning with resolve as he braced himself to push back the giant. But life isn't a fairy tale. The blade snapped, shattering and scattering into the first air against the monster's absolute defense. The orc leader swung a punch of 1,000 pounds, slamming it into the knight and creating a shockwave that cracked the ground. Fresh blood sprayed from the old man's mouth as his body was tossed aside like a broken doll. There was no miracle. The giant monster stood tall, exhaling cold, bony mist from its nose as it looked down at the broken body lying in the snow. A tragic scene. The hero fallen in a blood-cracked crater. The shadow of death was looming closer. Even though his eyes were heavy, his gaze remained sharp, completely unyielding, but that man did not give up until the very last moment. The orc roared and swung its massive weapon, its giant silhouette obscuring the entire sky, a story untold to anyone. Shortly after, the old knight closed his eyes, his last breath taken in the eternal silence, unknown to anyone. Only the broken holy sword remained, stuck in the ground, radiating a lonely light amidst the desolate ruins of the battlefield. Back in the present, Prince Andreon stood there, dumbstruck, his eyes wide with shock and the utmost respect. I will be the only one to remember all of this. The music faded under the brilliant sunset of the late afternoon, with Andreon standing proudly, his sword planted in the middle of a battlefield cluttered with monster corpses. The cold wind whipped his blonde hair, and his blood-stained face now exuded a strangely calm, silent, and incredibly cool aura. Back on the battlefield, the chaos continued, as the soldiers fought fiercely. The commander's voice rang out clearly. "Knights, attack the orc warriors. The rest of you, hold them back." A close-up of Andreon's silver sword, dripping drops of fresh red blood onto the dry earth. A spark flashed, his eyes suddenly opened wide, his pupils reflecting a mystical light. He muttered, "I remember now." The fire flared up, and Andreon's entire body was wrapped in a crimson magic aura, brilliant as a demon god. The Song of Vengeance is an unfinished melody. He took a firm, armored step forward, red flames swirling beneath his heavy boots. I must finish that song. Wielding his blade like a poet, the prince transformed into a streak of lightning, tearing through the encirclement. With smooth, lethal strokes, he cleaved the monsters, blocking his path in two. Andreon's crimson eyes glowed with death behind the silver crisscrossing of his blade, his aura bone-chilling and cold. Unflinching, he caught the massive, 1,000-pound strike of a snarling, muscular orc with his sword, holding it steady, and with a single, artistic mid-air spin, a wave of bright red magic sliced the giant beast right down the middle. Andreon's handsome face remained calm, as the system interface lit up brilliantly. A new stanza had been added to his ballad of revenge. This was his work of art. He glanced over the pile of monster corpses, scattered everywhere. The narrator's voice was monotonous, as it described the heaps of green carcasses forming a mountain, with a lake of dark red blood beneath it. The prince stood with his head bowed, half his face hidden in shadow, lost in thought. There, at the pinnacle of glory, he proudly plunged his glowing sword through the body of the giant orc chieftain. "And here I stand to honor your soul." He turned his head slightly, his gaze full of pride. The radiant system interface updated. The ballad of revenge had become a requiem. His blue eyes shone with serenity, as if a tragic, ancient obsession had finally been laid to rest. The battle concluded under a fiery sunset. Andreon stood in silence, watching the soldiers cheerfully clear the battlefield. A gauntleted hand decisively snapped the wooden pole of the enemy flag, putting an end to the orc banner. A black-haired knight proudly held up the tattered flag, declaring with a bright, beaming smile, "The orcs have been annihilated. I declare victory." Joy erupted as the soldiers behind him raised their weapons in unison, cheering amidst the chaotic battlefield. "This is our victory." Andreon tilted his head slightly, murmuring to himself with a thoughtful expression, "Who is the author?" The camera panned back to the black-haired knight, who was smiling proudly. Could it be Vincent Valahat, the heir of a family that has dedicated their entire lives to the war against the monsters? A bitter echo of the past surfaced the tragic image of an unknown knight who shared that same name with the poor, vengeful soul from before. The old man's face, covered in blood, and eyes tightly shut, flashed before him like a reminder of those who gave their lives to end the orc's existence. In his next life and the promised destiny, the holy sword glowed one last time amidst the desolate night. "Let us meet again." How ironic. Suddenly, the tattered red flag was thrust forward. The black-haired knight's face fell, becoming incredibly serious. Andreon stared blankly at the person in front of him, a giant question mark clearly written all over his face. What's going on? Forced to accept it, the knight shoved the tattered flag straight into the prince's chest and said clearly, "Please, take this." The prince, looking completely bewildered and lost, faced the soldiers standing at attention. The knight solemnly explained, "According to the traditions of the Third Legion, the soldier who fights the most bravely shall receive the enemy's flag." The frame froze on Andreon's poker face as he was forced to hold the piece of junk, while the other man continued to flatter him. "It is the trophy of a glorious, eternal victory." Noticing the awkwardness, the knight looked away, clearing his throat in embarrassment. "Ahem." Furthermore, not letting the prince refuse, the knight declared with a stern face, "This flag belongs to your highness." Andreon broke into a cold sweat, his expression clearly saying, "I don't even want this." Just then, the female knight Owen walked up slowly from behind and called out, "Your Highness." With extreme reverence, she placed a hand over her left chest and bowed her head in absolute admiration. "I wish to express my deepest respect for your brave battle today." Following that, all the soldiers knelt in the snow, shouting like thunder, "We pay our respects to your Highness's courageous battle." Getting carried away, Andreon smirked triumphantly. Slinging the ragged flag over his shoulder, he cleared his throat. "We." The camera zoomed in on his cunning blue eyes. "Please, speak up." He stood with his back turned, puffing out his chest to command the kneeling soldiers so everyone could hear. The prince's face beamed with radiance. His ego was flying high on cloud 9. He immediately hoisted the crimson flag up toward the evening sky, shouting at the top of his lungs, "We have won." The soldiers were swept up in the heroic atmosphere, jumping up and raising their fists in celebration. "We won. All hail, your highness." The air was electric, the silhouette of the prince raising the flag looking like a triumphant king, accompanied by resounding cheers. "Welcome to Winter Carstel, your highness." Andreon's face flushed with delight, and he smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Victory, cheers, glory. Right now, I have it all in my hands." Still wanting to show off, he squinted his eyes, grinning triumphantly, and waved the flag in front of the black-haired knight, Vincent, yelling, "This flag is mine." "Yeah, I am truly." Andreon froze mid-sentence, looking puzzled when he heard a murmur from the side, like a bucket of ice-cold water splashed directly into his eyes. The black-haired knight, Vincent, stood with his hands on his hips, face emotionless, delivering a massive blow. "I meant that's an orc army flag. I've got 16 of them." Andreon was speechless, lowering the flag with a face as sour as a soggy dumpling, while a soldier behind him whispered, "Captain, you're being so childish." Andreon could only hold his tongue. Afterward, the prince glared at Vincent with eyes like bullets, too frustrated to speak. Fine, be that way. He turned away in a huff, raising the flag again and shouting stubbornly, "Who cares? This flag is mine." Vincent looked startled and confused, a giant question mark appearing over his head. Vincent grimaced, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched the back of the bratty prince, silently fuming. I still can't stand him. Scene shift. A massive fire roared, consuming the bodies of the orc monsters. The flames rose high against the white snow, dispelling the chill of the tragic battlefield. The soldiers stood in silence in the distance. Vincent stood with his arms crossed, his nose red and sniffly with emotion as he looked away from the sight. Both Andrian and Awen wore solemn, quiet expressions, watching the fire bid farewell to the fallen souls. Regaining his composure, Vincent turned to discuss with the two of them. Carsualties weren't too high for a battle against an elite orc task force. Hearing this, the prince asked, then why? Beside him, Awen cast her eyes downward, her face still filled with sorrow. Even so, it feels like such a pity. Andrian looked straight ahead, his voice firm and majestic. Victory is enough to remember and honor those who have fallen. An unexpected sense of synchronicity. That sentence left Vincent stunned, as he recalled a familiar teaching. In Valahat, we comfort the souls of the departed with the blood of the orcs. The prince continued to observe him closely with a suspicious gaze, while his voice still echoed. He has the same name and the same way of speaking. Suspicion grew. The ghost of an old knight seemed to loom behind Vincent. Could he have truly been reincarnated? Leaving the flickering fire behind, the troop began their journey back. The crisp sound of footsteps on the snow mingled with Andrian's voice. Noticing something unusual, Andrian turned to look at the massive army behind them, sweating a little as he asked, "Are all these members of the 3rd Legion coming with us?" Hearing this, Vincent offered a strained, evasive smile. "Ah, a ranger unit happened to be passing by and joined up with us." Andrian gave a knowing smile. "That's an incredible coincidence." Vincent broke into a cold sweat. "Yes, it is." Seeing through him, the dark-haired knight averted his gaze, silently acknowledging the awkward truth. He doesn't trust me and is preparing in secret. Digging deeper into the issue, Andrian glanced to the side, his tone turning sharp as he brought up the matter. The backs of the group faded into the brilliant sunset, accompanied by Vincent's voice. "It's strange for the ORC Special Forces to come all the way down to the foot of the mountain, and just as strange that the Rangers didn't detect their movement." The atmosphere grew tense, sensing the gravity of the situation. Vincent's expression darkened. "We should head back quickly." The massive winter castle appeared under the majestic sunlight. The count greeted them with a smile. "Well done." Returning in glory, the troop of mighty knights entered, casting long, heroic shadows on the snow. Cheers rang out. "Congratulations on your safe return." Andrian flashed an incredibly bright smile, his handsome face radiant in the evening light. Unable to shed his habit in front of the soldiers at the city gate, the prince hoisted the tattered flag high, shouting excitedly like a child receiving a prize. "This enemy flag is mine." Immediately, the attendants showered him with flattery. "How wonderful! Your Highness, you captured an enemy flag in your very first battle." Andrian squinted his eyes and laughed heartily, holding up the banner that Vincent had initially thought was just a piece of scrap cloth. Behind him, Vincent wiped away a cold sweat and whispered to his subordinate, "His Highness is bragging about it again. I think that's the 11th time he's done that. Doesn't he get tired of it?" Awen was speechless, closing her eyes and sighing helplessly. Ignoring the world, Andrian maintained his look of triumph, his bright blue eyes full of confidence as he gripped the flagpole and declared, "That's right, I am the only one." Transitioning to the quick discussion on the mountain, the Count immediately asked his son upon seeing his strange expression, "Is something wrong on the mountain?" Vincent's face darkened as he reported the situation. The ORC Special Forces appeared too early. They were very close to the patrol unit. Andrian stroked his chin, his face turning serious as he analyzed the situation. They either found big prey, or something happened deep in the mountains. Neither case looks good for us. Back in the present at the castle gate, the Count began to walk away. Glancing back to give an order, "I want you to rest, but this matter is very important. Follow me." Vincent immediately bowed. "Yes, sir." The giant wooden gate opened, and Vincent followed the commander into the castle under the watchful eyes of Andrian, Awen, and the other soldiers. Unexpectedly, Vincent glanced back, leaving the prince confused with a giant question mark over his head. Vincent's face flushed with embarrassment. He avoided eye contact and muttered, "Your Highness, thank you for your hard work." Completely bewildered, Andrian stared with confusion, turning to ask the female knight beside him, "He doesn't seem like himself, does he?" Lamb, the girl behind him, giggled. Then, she smiled gently, understanding the dark-haired knight's nature, and explained, given his blunt personality, it seems he's embarrassed by his own change in attitude. Suddenly, a familiar, panicked voice called out from afar, cutting off his thoughts. Your Highness! Adelia the maid rushed over to greet him, her face beaming with joy. You've returned safely, the bewildered prince immediately called out to Adelia while she rested her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. With teary eyes, she expressed, I was so worried you might have been hurt or lost. In a tender moment, Andrian looked at the loyal maid, the corners of his mouth curving into a warm smile. Adelia. Adelia looked up, eyes sparkling, hands clasped, waiting for a kind word. Yes? But old habits die hard. The smile vanished, and the prince shoved the tattered red cloth right into her face, eagerly bragging like a child. Do you know what this is? As night fell over the castle, inside the quiet room illuminated by the cold blue moonlight, Vincent's voice echoed in his report. We will establish an investigative ranger team to deploy to the mountain in the next few days. Vincent stood with his arms crossed, his face serious as he explained the plan carefully. We don't know what variables we might encounter there. Therefore, only elite personnel with specialized mountain reconnaissance skills will be sent. Meanwhile, Andrian sat with his legs crossed on a luxurious armchair, pouting and grumbling. Does that mean I don't have to go? I didn't say anything. Why did you come all the way here to report the meeting results? Seeing the prince's attitude, Vincent stood stiffly and continued his report. The general ordered me to do so. The atmosphere was awkward. The two men, one sitting and one standing, stared at each other. Andrian sighed to himself. It seems the Count wants us to be friends. The suffocating atmosphere ended when Andrian waved his hand to dismiss him. Well, that won't be easy, but fine. You can go now. Vincent bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Get some good rest. Returning to solitude, as soon as the door closed, Andrian relaxed his body, leaning back in his chair, and let out a long sigh of relief. His handsome face fell. His gaze drifted into deep thought until he discovered something strange. He stared at the tattered red flag, his war trophy resting neatly on the table, contemplating his own self. Images of himself immersed in raging magical fire on the battlefield surfaced. I was too immersed in it during today's battle. I recited an ancient hymn for the first time without missing a single line. Andrian looked down at his empty hands, his face weighed down with anxiety as he thought this might keep happening. The inner turmoil raged in his mind. Dozens of golden hands reached out, longing to grasp the holy sword. All the hymns I remember. All. In the end, they aren't mine. The things I possess. Yet at the same time, they don't belong to me. I must make them completely my own. A brilliant golden light erupted around Andrian. He clenched his fist and lightly struck his left chest with a steely, determined gaze, just as how the song of vengeance had now become a requiem. The room was dead silent. Andrian sat slumped in a plush armchair, shrouded in darkness, until a sharp tapping against the window shattered the stillness. He tilted his head, his sharp gaze instantly darting toward the source of the noise with a look of pure vigilance. Outside the cold windowsill, a stark white bird stood swaying, tilting its head as it peered inside. A bird? But wait. Andrian's blue pupils suddenly constricted. He realized something sinister was at play. Wait, no. Darkness seemed to envelop the creature, and its eyes glowed with a ghostly, eerie purple hue. That was no ordinary bird. Without so much as a by your leave, the crazy bird fluttered into the room and plopped itself right next to his war trophy flag. That strange bird. It brazenly waddled its way onto the prince's shoulder. Andrian just glanced at it with a look of weary resignation. It was blindingly obvious who had sent it. A hazy image of the elven sorceress, Sigron, appeared with a bewitching smile. Do you like the gift I sent you? Andrian thought to himself, thoroughly annoyed. I knew it. Ridiculous. His face twisted in frustration as he muttered a curse under his breath. But she called this a gift? Shifting to a serious tone, Andrian turned to the bird on the table, his voice dropping to a dangerous, low register. Don't tell me the reason those ORC warriors appeared at the foot of the mountain was via an illusion. Sigron lifted a glowing, vibrant pink magic orb, wearing a mysterious smirk. I only wish for your highness to face an opponent worthy of you. She stroked the orb, her eyes lingering as she let honeyed words spill out. I sincerely hope your highness will accept my feelings. Andrian's blood boiled. He gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging. Dozens of rangers had died because of that, yet she still had the nerve to spout such nonsense. A vision of the elven bird stealthily observing that morning's bloody battle flashed through his mind. All elves had a penchant for spying. She must have been thrilled watching us fight those ORC warriors. The elf woman drifted freely in the magical void, her voice echoing with infatuation. A song about the hatred toward the entire green tribe. I find it quite impressive. That was what the elves called a favor. Losing his patience, the prince leaned forward, staring hard at the bird, snapping, "Cut the crap and tell me what you want." The elf's voice sounded back, coy and needy. "You're so cold, your highness." He leaned back into his chair, arms crossed, while the bird circled him, complaining. "But unrequited love is always so exhausting. What can I do? I am just waiting for the day your highness opens your heart to me." He was so used to this. The bird swooped down to perch on his shoulder again. Andreon could only drop his gaze, fed up with it all, patiently waiting for her to get to the point. Finally, the creature got serious, its voice turning cunning. "There is something your highness needs deep within the mountains." An image appeared of a massive, ancient ORC with rugged armor, sitting regally upon a throne, a very old entity slumbering deep in the mountain. If someone were to write a song about him, I guarantee it would be a truly magnificent one. Hook, line, and sinker. Andreon lightly touched his thumb to his lips, a flash of genuine interest in his eyes. A magnificent song, eh? Suddenly, the bird jerked and went limp, its purple eyes fading into darkness. Oh dear, how unfortunate. This lovely little thing doesn't have much time left. The camera zoomed in on Andreon's cold eyes as her farewell echoed. Until we meet again, boom! A small explosion occurred, causing the bird to shatter into white feathers, splattering blood all over the prince's face. He scowled to himself in irritation. She really had to be a pain until the very last second. Blue mana erupted, forming the silhouette of a brilliant sword pointed toward the sky. It was clear what Sigrun wanted from him. She wanted him to write a new song. The elven warrior woman danced, swinging sharp blades that cut through the wind, a place where the elves were both the audience and the poets, because their race could never become the storytellers of a song. Andreon calmly wiped the bird's blood from the corner of his mouth, closing his eyes to calculate. They wove the songs of others into their own rhythm and danced with blades. She certainly only gave him this information to get a song out of him. He wore a sly smirk, his fingers gently brushing the bloodstain on his collar, his voice filled with confidence. "But I'll play along with her rhythm this time anyway." The next morning, the scene shifted to the sturdy winter Karstal gates under the morning light. The discussion starts inside the mountains. Vincent stood stiffly, speaking solemnly, his expression showing deadly seriousness. Rangers can traverse the mountains as if they lived there, but they can only ever walk on the surface. None of those who dared to venture deep inside have ever returned alive. Changing scenes, Andreon turned to look at Vincent with a serious expression to confirm the information. "Are you sure?" Vincent broke into a cold sweat and gave a slight nod. "Yes." Curiosity stirred, and the prince's eyes brightened with excitement. He stroked his chin to conclude. "Our mission is to stop monsters from coming down the mountain, not to explore them." That meant no one knew what was inside, right? A distant flashback. An image of an ancient, heroic knight cutting down a giant dragon appeared. In the past, the mysteries and wonders of the world were destroyed by knights, those who tore everything apart to reach a transcendental realm. The majestic scene of the snow-capped mountains reaching for the sky appeared before them, but there was one place they were forbidden to touch: this very spot. Smugly, Andreon smirked, feeling extremely satisfied with his choice. Coming to Vala was truly a wise decision. Suddenly, his gaze flickered to the side, carrying a hint of probing. "I say this just in case." The black-haired knight broke into a cold sweat, grimacing as he warned the reckless prince. "Please, do not even think about stepping into those mountains." Andreon laughed dismissively, waving his hand innocently, leaving Vincent speechless. "Oh, I won't do that, don't worry." But the moment he turned his back, the prince let out a sly, cunning smirk, adding a lethal thought to himself. Not yet, at least. The atmosphere shifted. The scene displayed the solid winter fortress. Dark clouds rolled in as snowstorms howled around the sturdy castle walls. A guard leaned against the wall, yawning lazily in the freezing winter cold. In another corner, Andreon was carefully wiping down his silver sword, his eyes lost in deep thought. I wonder what kind of creature is inside that mountain. His sharp blue eyes reflected a cold, maniacal light on the surface of the gleaming blade. I want to run there right now, but it's still not the right time. He stood with his hand braced, looking down at the training grounds filled with soldiers, planning to himself. I need more battles and more victories. But hey, battles will be happening frequently enough in Vala soon. Chaos erupted in an instant as a piercing siren tore through the peaceful air, echoing into every corner of the massive castle. Soldiers scrambled in panic, frantically drawing their weapons and shouting at one another. "Damn it, they're attacking again?" Get to the ramparts, now! Boots thundered up the stone stairs as commanders screamed until they were hoarse, calling for those outside to bring more arrows. Andrian whipped around, his eyes widening in shock at the sudden ambush. On the ramparts, the Count stood with arms folded, solemnly directing the archers as they drew their bows, waiting for the command. Archers, hold your positions. The prince hurried to the Count's side. The Count turned to him, his voice low. So, you've arrived. Facing his nephew, the Count gestured with his chin, directing his gaze toward Andrian and saying, "Out there, amidst the white snow and the rolling mountains, a lethal anomaly is emerging." The scene showed a ranger being hunted, running for his life across the freezing snow. From above, Andrian frowned, watching the scouts and rangers desperately fleeing. From what, exactly? Facing death, the scouts screamed in absolute terror, sweat drenching their faces. "Faster! Keep moving, you fools!" The nightmare took shape. Right behind them, a ferocious orc mounted on a massive, maddened wolf. The wolf cavalry was hunting them down. In a desperate final effort, the silhouette of the winter Karstal came into view. The guards on the walls shouted down in concern. "Just a little further. You're still out of range." The chase was breathtaking. The vicious wolf pack closed the distance in a heartbeat. The ranger cursed in despair. "Damn it. These bastards. Don't they ever get tired?" Realizing the truth, Andrian squinted from the wall, deeply unsettled. Something's not right. Hearing this, the Count began to analyze the situation. Exactly. They're toying with them. There's no way the wolf cavalry couldn't have caught them at that distance. A game of cat and mouse, the scouts reached their limit, throwing themselves toward the gates of life. On the razor's edge, one soldier glanced back, his face deathly pale with fear. "If we keep going like this, we're all going to be wiped out." Suddenly, one soldier stopped, turned around with tear-filled eyes, and shouted firmly, "I'll buy you time." In a noble sacrifice, he bravely drew his sword. He stood defiantly before the giant beast and roared, "Come and get me! I am a great ranger of Ball Hat." Watching that scene, his comrades screamed through their tears, "Don't stop! Just a little further!" Those idiots. Even Andrian on the wall winced, feeling helpless. A tragic end unfolded as the giant wolf lunged like lightning. Its razor-sharp jaws snapped shut around the brave soldier, forcing a heart-wrenching scream from his throat. In that exact moment, the wolf cavalry surged forward, slaughtering the rest to the horror of the observers. Moments later, a brutal swing from an orc tore the scout's body apart. Fresh blood splattered, painting the screen red. The sharp axe fell mercilessly, snuffing out the lives of the soldiers right at the threshold of hope. Rage boiled over. Andrian and Awen stood on the walls, witnessing the whole thing, stunned and speechless with fury. At the same time, the old Count closed his eyes, gritting his teeth to suppress his immense grief, and commanded in a heavy, somber tone, "All soldiers, withdraw from the wall, except for the current border guard unit." The torment of the survivors, two rangers hid behind the wall, their faces pale and slick with sweat. The Count's voice echoed nearby. "Won't you ask why I didn't save them?" Andrian Leon Beck. Hearing this, the prince broke into a cold sweat. Turning toward him, as if realizing something, he asked, "Didn't they come all the way here just to show us this?" The Count crossed his arms, his face etched with the weariness of experience, and coldly analyzed, "Correct. This is a trap. If we send soldiers out, they'll just die too." With a forward-thinking perspective, Andrian glanced over, his face eerily calm, and uttered a truth. Common logic doesn't apply in a war against monsters. Suddenly, Vincent, who had been silent until now, spoke up to explain, "They don't care about casualties. A war of attrition is exactly what they want." Then Vincent frowned, carefully assessing the situation. "Winter has only just begun. We can't act recklessly." Before he could finish, a guard came sprinting over, drenched in sweat, shouting, "The wolf cavalry! They're advancing again." Under the thick snow, 3 giant, ferocious orcs mounted on pitch-black wolves were approaching. The lead wolf's jaws were still clamped around the tattered body of a ranger. Then, the beast heartlessly tossed the bloodied corpse onto the snow, right before the castle gates. Whispers of confusion rippled through the air. "Huh?" A soldier on the wall hurriedly raised his binoculars, his expression stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Huh?" A glimmer of hope. The view zoomed in on the body, lying face down in the snow. His armored fingers suddenly twitched. The 2 guards looked at each other in shock, shouting with joy, "He's still alive!" A terrifying silence followed. The beast pack and the orc cavalry just stood there, staring up at the walls with blood-red eyes as if issuing a challenge. The Count crossed his arms, grinding his teeth, his forehead pulsing with veins of suppressed rage. This winter is unlike any other. Meanwhile, His son standing nearby was just as furious, looking down and muttering in anger. As suspicions rose, Prince Andrian also frowned, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He mentally connected the dots. Could that damn elf have had a hand in this? The big boss appeared. Suddenly, a giant boot stepped forward, stomping into a pool of fresh, splattered blood. A brawny orc, with a frame as massive as a mountain, carrying a tattered red flag on his back, lumbered out from behind the wolves. A close-up of the new leader's savage face, his eyes glowed with an eerie red light, emitting a terrifying pressure. Sensing the danger, Andrian jumped, his pupils shrinking in shock as he gasped. No! That energy signature, overwhelming force. The giant orc slammed his spear into the ground, letting out a heaven-shaking roar that rattled the surroundings as dark red magic energy erupted violently around him. The Count and his son watched, intensely stressed, sweat soaking their brows. Seeing the situation spiraling, they immediately concluded, "It seems like those orcs are preparing for an execution." Andrian lunged forward immediately, gripping their shoulders with a sharp gaze that defied them. No, his genius brain went to work. The prince stared down at the battlefield, calmly offering a completely different judgment. They aren't planning an execution. Right now, down on the ground, the Arose brute slammed his banner into the dirt and tossed a withered corpse nearby. Andrian spoke up immediately. They're demanding a duel. The prophecy was coming true. Andrian's lips curled into an incredibly excited smirk, recalling what the monster bird had told him, an ancient entity sleeping deep within the mountains. I think I know what that is. Recalling the moment the flag was planted, the orc's roar echoed in his mind. From earlier. That orc. It said, "Let us fight." The image of the orc's fiery power flared up alongside Andrian's explanation. I will fight with honor and reclaim the honor of my forces to become a great king. The creature had shouted that loudly. A confused voice rose from the monsters standing beneath the red banner. So, what do you mean by that? On the podium, the Count turned to ask again. Those Oros captured hostages and are now proposing a duel. Andrian looked over at the Count and Awen, casually confirming the insane truth. That's right. The father and daughter's expressions went completely blank. They both wore the same stunned expression, staring at the prince with a sarcastic caption appearing. They clearly didn't believe it for a second. Andrian didn't pay any mind to their suspicious glares. He confidently squeezed between them, stepped out to the edge of the cliff, and announced clearly, "If you don't believe me, see for yourselves." The show began. Andrian stepped forward, took a deep breath, and looked down at the battlefield with an imposing, majestic aura. He shouted clearly in a strange language, "I accept your challenge. Everyone not participating in this duel fall back 200 steps and dismount." Surprise. The giant Orosi leader's eyes widened, his jaw practically hitting the ground. Wait a second. How does a human know our language? Don't tell me you've turned your back on your own clan. Pride wounded, Andrian raised his voice to argue back, ignoring everyone behind him staring at him like he was an alien. I have never turned my back on them. Now tell me, how do you want to settle this? The Oros bared his jagged teeth, grinning with murderous intent. Fine. But if anyone dares interfere in this fight, I won't spare them. Then, the prince smugly turned back to look at everyone, tilted his head proudly, and asked, "Do you believe me now?" The old count grimaced, completely clueless about the conversation that had just taken place, and blurted out, "What on earth were you talking about just now?" His brain couldn't keep up, cold sweat beaded on the old man's forehead, and his eye twitched in disbelief that this kid, whom everyone called trash, was actually negotiating with monsters. Both Vincent and Awen were frozen stiff, stammering in confusion. This is absurd. What are they doing? Suddenly, right below the wall, the giant wolves and the ferocious orcs were actually obeying the command and stepping back. The general clasped his hands behind his back, muttering in shock, "The Orose are retreating on their own. I've spent many winters in Valahat, but I've never seen anything like this." Getting back to the main point, Andrian cut through the old man's shock with a calm tone. Save the amazement for later. He strode forward boldly, relaying the life or death conditions. Their request is simple. 5 people will participate in the duel. However, only those who were part of the previous battle are allowed to join. Hearing this, the Count frowned, quickly connecting the dots. If you're talking about the previous battle, do you mean the one where we clashed with their forces in the mountains not long ago? Without hesitation, he immediately called out to his son. Then, Vincent. The knight bowed, placed a hand over his chest, and stated firmly, "Yes, sir." With a heart full of resentment, a ranger rushed over, clutching his chest and pleading, "I'll go too. I'll take revenge for the rangers. I want to go." but Andreon immediately raised a hand to stop him. Wait. The prince held up a hand, his gaze firm and unyielding. We already have two. The rangers frantically tried to dissuade him. But it's too dangerous, your highness. Andreon just smirked. Who else understands the orcs like I do? The rangers bit their lips, helpless against his stubbornness. Then please, let at least one of us go. Andreon smiled and turned away, dropping just one line, cold and final. I don't want to. At this moment, the female knight Awen stepped forward with a stern face, her aura radiating absolute loyalty. How could I disappoint someone who is so looking forward to this? Suddenly, a call interrupted Awen's train of thought. Andreon glanced over with a look of trust. Can you do it? Awen bowed confidently. Yes, your highness. The lethal question the general still couldn't let his suspicion go, squinting as he probed. By the way, where did you learn the orc language? You're the first person I've ever met who can speak it. The prince paused for a beat, looked away, and answered with a chuckle. I learned it. The count, with a suspicious look and cold sweat, told himself to stop wondering if this could have been solved with words in the past. This guy is a special case. Only the orc nobles who serve the king can speak the ancient language. Below on the battlefield, the giant orc carrying the red flag roared, frantically urging them on. Are we there yet? Let's go. Like the guy said. Andreon was ready, his eyes burning with intense focus. Give the order to move out. Let's go down. The black-haired knight stepped forward boldly, his expression cold and majestic, ready for the life or death battle. Beside him, Awen stood solemn, her eyes resolute and fearless, ready to face the seven beasts. Opening a new chapter, 3 pairs of ironclad boots walked confidently forward. The narrator's voice rang out with a sense of destiny. There aren't many true coincidences in this world. The moment I stepped into this world, the paths of ancient powers converged into one. The elf envoy who never sought out the kingdom came to visit, and the orc king has appeared for the first time in 400 years. The giant drawbridge slowly lowered, the massive iron chains stretching taut to signal that the moment of life or death had arrived. The great gates swung wide open amidst the white falling snow, revealing 3 tiny figures, yet they stepped out with a towering presence to face the 7 beasts. Andreon curled his lips into an enigmatic smirk, thinking to himself, I have absolutely no idea what's about to happen. Naturally, he led the way, standing tall. With his confidence still soaring, he thought to himself, but this isn't the time to worry about that. Looking ahead, a massive army of orcs riding wolves stood ready to swallow them whole. Andreon quietly assessed the situation. At that moment, his eyes flashed with a provocative gleam, and with a half-smile, he delivered a chilling line. Showtime. The massive orc chieftain hoisted an axe the size of a dinner table, his blood-red eyes glaring at his opponent, as if he wanted to tear him apart on the spot. The Orose chieftain bowed his head, staring fixedly at Andreon, and hissed coldly, So, you're my opponent? Andreon smirked and retorted, Don't like the look of it? Just as expected, the beast bared his jagged, razor-sharp teeth and let out a guttural, menacing chuckle. Don't be ridiculous. The Orose licked his lips, watching Andreon take his sword stance. He remarked with a twisted sense of pleasure, You have the best potential out of all of them, so you're truly worthy of being my prey. I'm sure your flesh will be a rare delicacy. Even after being threatened with being eaten, Andreon just flashed a mocking smirk, keeping his cool. It was almost funny to him. He pointed his shining blade straight at the giant and let out a sarcastic sigh. The first enemy to ever acknowledge me without an ounce of bias turns out to be an orc. Surprised? Seeing his boss about to clash with the beast, Vincent panicked, charging in with his sword raised. Your Highness, that monster is way out of your league, please. Let me handle him. But before he could even swing his blade, another ferocious, wolf-riding orc blocked his path with a heavy weapon, causing Vincent to gasp in shock. Instantly, 2 more hulking orc guards and their red-eyed wolves loomed forward, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to intervene. Awen reacted in a flash, stepping back, drawing her sword, and raising her shield to defend herself. She carried herself like a woman of steel, completely unfazed by the monsters. At that critical, life-or-death moment, Andreon suddenly erupted in a brilliant blue aura, and with a bright smile, he called out to his squad, Orcs don't fight in formation like knights. People, stay sharp. He transformed into a streak of lightning, darting away with a completely reckless parting shot. Do everything you can to just stay alive. The poor forest rangers were forced to grit their teeth, swinging their swords to parry a skull-crushing blow from a massive orc. At the same time, Awen leapt into the air like a goddess, striking the wolf-riding monster with a thunderous blow. Not to be outdone, Vincent summoned every ounce of his strength, swinging his sword to deflect the enemy's razor-sharp spear. sending sparks flying. As for our protagonist, Andrian executed a high, graceful leap into the air, moving with the fluidity of a dance. From above, he brought his blade down in a blinding strike toward the Oros chieftain, forcing the beast to desperately raise his weapon to parry. The Oros leader's red eyes widened, veins bulging across his face, looking utterly crazed and thrilled by his prey. He let out a blood-curdling roar and swung his weapon, sending the prince flying back like a rag doll. But Andrian caught himself with one hand, sliding across the snow and landing with absolute grace, his eyes remaining cold and sharp. Seizing the moment, the Oros chieftain looked down at him with disappointment and clicked his tongue. "What a shame. Your spirit is commendable, but you're surprisingly weak." Instantly, Andrian slowly stood up, the blue flames reigniting, and he stepped forward, replying, "Oh, we'll see about that." His eyes were now razor-sharp, reflecting the brilliant blue light and radiating a killing intent that seemed to freeze the very air around them. A massive vortex of energy erupted beneath his feet, swirling with snow and gale-force winds that enveloped the prince. Looking down from the castle walls, emotions hit a breaking point. The forest rangers shouted in unison, "Kill them all!" Fueled by deep-seated resentment, they screamed their curses. "You bastards, rip them to shreds. Kill them, take their heads and gouge out their eyes for me." Andrian raised his sword high, absorbing all that glowing green malice, thinking to himself that the pent-up emotions of these hundreds of rangers strangely resembled those of the vengeful souls who once wandered the estates. His eyes sank into darkness, leaving only his twisted half-smile and the flame at his chest glowing brightly. "No matter how much I think about it." The black flag with the family crest snapped in the wind, anchoring his resolve this was the right choice. Regaining his signature arrogance, Andrian grinned widely. "Thanks for waiting, opponent." Without another word, Andrian called the chieftain out by name. "You green-skinned nobles." Just as the giant swung his weapon down with maddening force, Andrian leveled his sword forward, his aura exploding outwards, and declared, "You shall be the sacrifice for my requiem." And the system reported, "Skill Requiem of Rest activated." The orc chieftain froze, his red eyes revealing sheer terror in the face of such overwhelming spiritual power, and he gasped in panic. And so, the real battle broke out. In the corner of the screen, Vincent was struggling to dodge and strike, clashing with the massive beast and the ferocious wolf pack. Vincent frowned in tension, swinging his sword upward to parry a heavy blow from a hulking, green-skinned orc. The impact was so strong it forced the knight to drop to one knee on the snowy ground. Teeth gritted as a pained grunt escaped him. Vincent's gaze hardened with determination, his sword crackling with blinding blue lightning as he fought against the terrifying pressure. With all his might, he swung his glowing blade, knocking the monster's weapon away, and roared in fury, "You bastards!" Breathless, Vincent glanced at the Oros pack, standing in a tight, coordinated formation. He broke into a cold sweat, whispering to himself, "I've never seen Orosi coordinate this smoothly before." A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. His eyes narrowed in extreme anxiety as he contemplated a much worse scenario. Furthermore, back to the main stage, the orc chieftain surrounded by a red aura was frantically threatening Andrian, a sight that made onlookers tremble. What the hell is wrong with that orc? Even a warrior turned insane by a sorcerer's magic shouldn't be this strong. Contrary to his allies' panic, Andrian kept a stone-cold expression, his deep blue eyes burning with an aura of terrifying calmness. With movements more fluid than flowing water, the prince slipped past a lethal swing of the axe and casually landed a lightning-fast strike, drawing blood from the giant. Amidst the blizzard, Andrian's powerful figure stood tall, accompanied by the heartfelt exclamations of the onlookers. And the Grand Prince, who was actually pressing in monster like that. It's just as astonishing. The prince pointed toward the monsters, flashing a mocking, provocative smile. "You aren't anything special compared to the one who called me pathetic, are you?" Not about to let his enemy do all the taunting, Oros shot back with a savage grin. "Is this really all a loyal subject of the king can do? What a cheap, pathetic provocation. Dragging this out any longer would just ruin the fun." Saying as doing, the giant heaved his massive axe high, let out a blood-curdling roar, and lunged forward with pure killing intent. "I'll rip the flesh right off your bones before this high fades." Instantly, two shockwaves of power, one crimson, one cobalt blue, collided, unleashing an earth-shattering blast that rocked the frozen ground. As the blinding light flared, it revealed Andrian gritting his teeth, his slender blade narrowly holding back the colossal axe threatening to split him in two. The sheer crushing weight from above cracked the ice beneath the prince's feet, sending shards flying into the air. Suddenly, Oros's eyes went wide, his blood-red pupils shrinking in absolute shock. What? Because right beneath the crushing weight of the axe, Andreon's razor-sharp eyes blazed. With a surge of incredible strength, he parried the blow and followed up with a masterfully swift, upward-slicing swing. The prince cleanly severed the giant's weapon-wielding arm, sending a spray of blood raining down like a downpour. Having lost his arm, the monster threw his head back, howling in agonizing pain as blood poured from his jagged, toothy maw. The giant Oroza's massive body collapsed backward like a falling mountain. Andreon stood there, arms crossed, blade in hand, watching with cold indifference. The outcome was set. The once imposing leader now lay motionless on the snowy field, drowning in a pool of his own blood. The fight ended in a flash. The prince flicked his cape, took a leisurely step forward, and muttered, "Since I borrowed his power, it's only fair I see his wish through to the end." He glanced down at the sword in his hand, his face etched with deep, calculated thought. Returning to stand before the defeated foe, Andreon held his glowing sword high, pointing it downward, and solemnly whispered, "Farewell, O my king. You truly have no mercy." He drove the blade clean through the monster's body, and a blinding blue blast of energy erupted, sealing the execution for good. Andreon's deep blue eyes softened, a moment of stillness settling in after the storm. But suddenly, the prince's eyes snapped wide open, a cold sweat breaking out as he felt something incredibly ominous. His gaze shot far beyond the mountains, where a massive wave of dark energy was rolling in, choking the very sky. Andreon gripped his sword tighter, silently confirming his fears. It was him, the ancient existence rumored to dwell beyond those peaks. Every ounce of composure vanished. The prince spun around and shouted frantically to his team, retreating and cutting off Awen's concerned call from behind. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Awen, who had been charging in to support him with burning intensity, skidded to a halt, her beautiful face a mix of shock and confusion. The inevitable arrived. From the crimson sunset sky, a massive pillar of dark energy slammed into the snow, crushing the remains of the leader Oroz right in front of them. The terrifying shockwave threw Awen backward. She only just managed to raise her shield in time, letting out a pained cry. The knight Vincent didn't fare much better. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the crushing pressure pinning his body, his breath coming in ragged gasps. As the dust settled, the count and the forest rangers looked up, their pupils dilated to the max, frozen in silent horror. The prince stood, rooted to the spot, staring up at the sky where a crimson, cross-shaped light was flickering with lethal intent. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Andreon's usually mocking, playful face was now twisted in pure terror. Without giving anyone a second to breathe, a colossal spear tore through the atmosphere, parting the blizzard as it shrieked toward them at breakneck speed. That tower-sized object, wreathed in a crimson aura, plummeted straight toward our protagonist's position. Facing total annihilation, the prince gritted his teeth and raised his sword, only one thought racing through his mind: I have to block it. But reality is never that kind. Andreon's small figure was completely swallowed by the massive shadow of the spear as it prepared to crush him. His pupils shrank, reflecting the brilliant, deadly light of the weapon about to strike. The spear collided with his sword, triggering an ear-splitting explosion of light. Sparks of red and blue tore through the frozen tundra. Andreon Gunju stood out, drenched in sweat, roaring in frustration against a power that defied comprehension. It was far beyond what his current body could handle. As the energy detonated, hurling everything outward, Awen turned back in a state of absolute panic, her gut-wrenching scream tearing through the air. Far off, a blinding pillar of light erupted in the night, obliterating a massive stretch of the snowy forest. The knight Vincent had to cover his face with his sleeve to shield himself from the gale, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it! What the hell just happened? But as the light faded, his eyes went wide, his pupils trembling at what he saw. A spear as massive as a temple pillar was embedded deep into the frozen earth right before the walls of Vala, leaving the soldiers stuttering in confusion. What is this? A spear. Ignoring the bizarre weapon, Vincent whipped his head around, his heart hammering as he roared, "Where is His Highness?" At the same time, Awen's armored boots thundered against the ground. She sprinted madly forward, screaming his name over and over. "Your Highness." The knight skidded to a halt at the edge of the blackened crater, a lonely silhouette in the blizzard, her eyes shattered as she looked down at the snow. The sword, which the proud knight had always gripped firmly, slipped from her hand and fell lifelessly onto the snow. Ignoring her dignity, Awen threw herself onto the lies, cold, jagged snow, letting the rocks scrape against her crimson cloak. Her elegant face was twisted in anguish, sweat mingling with the tears streaming down her cheeks, pure, unadulterated panic etched into every feature. Below, Andrian lay motionless in the snow, his golden armor shattered and smoking as she cried out, heartbroken. "Your Highness." Awen lunged forward, clutching his cold body. Her trembling hand reached for his neck to check for a pulse, only to go dead silent as she realized she couldn't feel a single beat. Desperation surged through her. She cupped the prince's cheeks, shaking him violently as if to cling to a shred of hope. "Your Highness, please, wake up." Awen's eyes suddenly hardened, a burning determination chasing away her weakness. She bit her lip, resolving herself. "I have to get him breathing again." Action spoke louder than words. The knight leaned down, not hesitating for a second as she pressed her lips against the unconscious prince's mouth, pouring every ounce of her strength into mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to claw his life back from the brink. Heaven favors the determined Owen poured her whole soul into breathing life back into Andrian, and miraculously, the prince's body jerked as he reacted. Andrian snapped awake, coughing violently, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood while his eyes remained squeezed shut in agony. Relieved of a heavy burden, the female knight backed away, panting, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with a gaze that was exhausted yet relieved. Amidst the desolate snow, she collapsed, watching the prince struggle to catch his breath, and whispered a silent prayer. "He's breathing again." Suddenly, Awen's sharp eyes dimmed, drooping as if she were drifting into deep, distant thoughts. If you looked closer, studying the bruised, sleeping face of the prince, she asked herself with a pang of pity, was he always this small and young? From behind, the knight Vincent dashed over, his face pale, asking anxiously, "Is Lord is His Highness Andrian all right?" But he only received a gentle rebuke. "You're a bit late, kid." At that moment, Andrian cracked open one weary eye and weakly called out the beauty's name, making her scramble forward to answer. "Your Highness, I am here." He wheezed through shallow breaths, his eyes still harboring a lingering, bitter resentment. "Those bastards." The prince gritted his teeth, his blue eyes flashing with fury, and growled, "What kind of honor do these filthy orcs think they have? Only a dead orc is a good one." Even battered and broken, his mouth was still running. He groaned, complaining, "It hurts like hell, just finish them off already." While Awen closed her eyes, resigned to her boss's temperament, Vincent hurriedly leaned in and asked, "What did His Highness just say?" Owen turned to him with a deadly serious expression. His Highness said. The female knight drew her sword, crackling with green electric energy, and loudly commanded, "End this battle, now." That was all they needed. Vincent and the rangers drew their weapons and charged like a storm, completely in sync. "He's right." Their shouts echoed across the vast snowy field, an overwhelming force crushing the disoriented monsters. "Finish this quickly." Skipping the cleanup of the battlefield, waking up in a soft bed with bandages plastered all over his face, Andrian pulled at his hair, cursing in frustration. "You damn orc bastard." Seeing this, the knight Vincent, standing guard right by his side, asked after his fuming master, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" The prince dejectedly looked down at his arm, stiffly encased in a cast, surrounded by his subordinates. He whined, "My whole body is aching. My arm hurts too." But that wasn't all. He clutched his left chest, crumpling his robes with a look of immense indignation. "But what hurts most is my pride. I'm truly furious." Recalling that terrifying moment, he tormented himself. "I didn't even get to clash swords with him directly. I only deflected a single spear thrown from a great distance." Andrian slumped his head onto the pillow, hiding his disappointed face, and sighed heavily, admitting, "And yet, I'm in this pathetic state." Just as his self-pity reached its peak, a sincere voice rang out, pulling him back to reality, his blue eyes widening in surprise. "Your Highness." "Thank you." The knight and the soldiers bowed deeply, placing their hands over their hearts in reverence. "Because of you, we were able to save our comrades who had lost all hope. We sincerely thank you, Your Highness." In the awkward silence that followed, Andrian pouted, looking away and pretending to be annoyed, thinking to himself that the knight was saying things that were way too mushy for his taste, though he just grunted in response. Returning to a serious tone, Vincent stepped forward to report on the war situation. "While you were unconscious, Your Highness," he began, returning to the harsh reality. "An orc army has set up camp about 1 kilometer from the castle. It's a bit early, but it's not a force the Winter Carstal can't handle." The knight furrowed his brow, his face radiating extreme unease. However, what was that giant spear? And those roars echoing from the mountains? The prince's face hardened, his sharp eyes looking into the distance as he confirmed the brutal truth. "That is their king." A king who united all the orcs on those mountains has been born. The soldiers froze. Vincent asked in utter bewilderment. A king? How could that be? Orcs are known for constantly challenging their leaders. Old habits die hard. Andrion smirked mysteriously, teasing his subordinate. Do you know what they call the king of the orcs? Vincent broke into a cold sweat, looking blankly at him. Is there a specific title? He replied succinctly. There is. Immediately, distant memories rushed back, an image of a flaming mace crushing enemy weapons. A gory, narrated legend began to play out, fighting furious orcs, trampling and tearing each other apart in a brutal, bloody massacre. A close-up shot of a red-eyed monster tearing through raw, grotesque flesh. A greedy existence whose sole purpose is conquest. Standing at the peak of all species, a giant shadow burned with a crimson aura, intimidating tens of thousands of minions kneeling below. Red eyes gleamed through a demonic mask. Andrion dropped the name that terrified everyone. A warlord. That was the title of the raging warlord. The luxurious bedroom suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Everyone was overwhelmed by the shocking information. Getting back to the main point, Andrion frowned, giving a calculated order. If there are that many orcs, it would be dangerous for you to leave the castle gates. Use a defensive strategy. In a corner of the room, everyone gathered to discuss tactics. While the old count rubbed his chin thoughtfully, the soldiers pored over documents and said, it would be best to request the Black Cavalry to return as soon as possible. And as for the garrison in the mountains, I wonder when the right time to ask for reinforcements will be. Out of nowhere, the prince jumped up, snapping at them. Why are you all gathered here when there is a perfectly functional meeting room? The subordinates jumped in shock. Ignoring his grumpy attitude, Vincent and the serious aides immediately presented a stack of files. There is something we need you to check, Your Highness. We need your help. We have never heard of an orc king before. Hearing this, the old count crossed his arms, his expression grave, nodding to confirm the existence of the orc king. Indeed. Buried under a pile of papers, waiting for his signature, Andrion grumbled and pulled at his hair amidst the constant demands. Your Highness, what about this part? You need to check this first. Your Highness, this one too. He could only scream internally. This is so damn annoying. Luckily, the moon had risen high, illuminating the winter Karstal. A voice called out to save the poor prince. Let's stop here for now. Vincent bowed politely, gathered the mountain of paperwork along with the others, and kindly said, Thank you, Your Highness. Please, get some rest. Feeling as though he had just escaped a living hell, Andrion collapsed onto the plush bed, slamming his eyes shut with a groan. You people are really working a patient to the bone. But before he could even doze off, he cracked one eye open, eyeing the only person left in the room with a suspicious gaze. The prince spoke in a flat, even tone, calling out the earl's stuttering demeanor. Do you have something you want to say? The gloomy earl, standing by the bed, asked cautiously about the mysterious power his nephew had just displayed. Is that the power of the anthem you mentioned before? Recalling the brilliant blue flames that engulfed Andrion on the battlefield, the narrator explains that the power of the blue flame exceeds the total amount of mana a person originally possesses. Without trying to hide anything, Andrion sat straight up, rubbed his casted arm, and admitted it calmly. That's right. He looked at his uncle and Awen, who were standing lost in thought amidst the moonlight streaming through the window, and asked, So, what do you think? The old earl still stood with his arms crossed and brows furrowed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The narrator reveals his inner thoughts. His mind must have been in total chaos. The prince's confession continued to echo. He's a man who never believed in the power of the mana heart. He'll only understand it once he abandons all the beliefs he's held on to his entire life. Immediately, his uncle broke the silence. Let me ask you one thing. Andrion's beautiful blue eyes sparkled with sharpness as he looked at the man who had just spoken. The earl got straight to the point. Has that mana chorus's power been granted to the knights as well? Andrion's eyes widened in surprise. Andrion's face was strangely calm as he parted his lips to respond to the man's question. Even Awen, standing behind them, couldn't help but flinch and swallow hard at the earl's piercing question. Seeing this, he tilted his head and waved his hand mockingly at his uncle. Isn't that getting a bit too greedy? They've already found a way to accumulate mana more easily, quickly, and reliably, and now they want the anthem too? A ghostly blue flame flared up in his phantom palm, accompanied by an explanation of power limits. Reaching transcendence is a privilege reserved only for those who have already accumulated mana. The scene shifted to the uncle's glowing blue hand. A bitter confession followed. It wasn't granted to the knights. The old earl pursed his lips, his face full of resignation, yet he defiantly looked up and asked, Then what about it? He didn't back down, continuing to press him. Even so, There must be a reason why you told me about the anthem. A smug smile tugged at the corner of Andreon's mouth. He thought to himself with satisfaction. At first, he was ignoring me, but now he trusts me so much that he's already feeling the burden of it. Seizing the moment, Andreon stood up, leaned forward, and dropped a definitive statement. You know it well. The Earl's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out again as a shocking secret of the continent was revealed. Even the elves go crazy over the anthems. To make it easier to visualize, an image of an elf gracefully dancing with a sword appeared as an illustration. Because elves cannot compose songs themselves, they must borrow the anthems of others. That is why there is the sword dance, performed to the rhythm of an anthem. Andreon continued his deduction with a cunning half-smile. So, even if they can't compose or sing the songs themselves, they can still perform them like a musical instrument. Cornering the other party, he reached out and pointed his blue energy-charged finger at the Earl's left chest. It's a challenge. Even if it's not a mana heart, haven't you spent your whole life training, uncle? A ring of energy flared, lighting up the entire frame. Mana circles have the property of resonating with each other. Perhaps it could even become a good musical instrument. The Earl's face went completely blank, his eyes filled with 1,000 thoughts, a mix of extreme hope and confusion. I can't say for sure if it's truly possible, or what kind of insight this conversation will bring. The Knight Awen had been standing quietly the whole time, listening intently with a very serious expression. The prince strolled past them, leaving behind a profound philosophical thought. When it comes to finding a new path, that should be up to the knights themselves, not me. Having acted mature for exactly 3 seconds, he bowed his head slightly and flashed a rare, gentle smile. Surprised? The Earl and Awen could only stare at each other, startled and stunned by their master's sudden change. But immediately, the prince whipped around with his usual grumpy expression, grumbling and ruining the atmosphere. I mean, why are you people doing this in my room? Peace returned as the scene shifted to a quiet morning. Andreon was fast asleep on the soft bed. Suddenly, he jolted awake with wide eyes, sitting up drenched in sweat, and letting out a startled gasp. The protagonist hurriedly sat up, panting in the spacious room where the maid Adelia was tending to him by the bedside. He quickly turned to ask, Adelia, where is my uncle? She gently replied, He went out while you were sleeping, sir. He turned again to ask, Adelia, where is my uncle? She held out a cup of water, replying gently, He went out while you were sleeping, sir. Hearing this, Andreon took the water from her hand, frowned, and pressed further. Was there any change? Or anything? Adelia replied, sounding confused. I'm not quite sure, but he started deep in thought. The prince muttered to himself while taking a sip of water. It seems he's been racking his brain over that for a long time, but still hasn't awakened to anything. Just then, the door opened, and his uncle entered, saying, You're awake? While Andreon sighed inwardly. Well, I knew it wouldn't be easy to get any significant results. He turned and gave a stiff, awkward smile. Huh? A heroic memory flooded back. An image of a majestic swordsman standing amidst blue flames appeared. A formidable presence that never wavered, even when facing countless enemies with nothing but a sword in his hand. A close-up of the glowing energy circle on the knight's chest. That was the spirit of a master swordsman. Back in the present, blue light suddenly blazed around the old earl's body, leaving Andreon stunned as he whispered to himself. The man smiled confidently, his face bearing a long scar. His uncle now exuded an entirely different aura. He had finally possessed a soul worthy of his body. Moved to tears, the respectable earl placed his hand on his chest and bowed deeply and respectfully to his nephew. Thanks to you, I have awakened. Thank you so much, Andreon Leon Beck. The prince shuddered, making a grimace and waving his hands in annoyance. They say people change when they're about to die, I suppose. Seeing this, my uncle just smiled and teased, Are you feeling frustrated or something? But Andreon turned his face away, flatly denying it. Why would I be? Lying without blinking, deep down, he was bitterly recalling his golden past. 400 years ago, I was a blade wielded by those no one dared to challenge. But now, I've become some mediocre sword expert, not even a true master yet. Seeing his uncle's meaningful smirk, he stiffened and argued, I'm not angry at all. I'm not jealous, either. His uncle could only sigh, helpless against his nephew's stubbornness. Pride stung. Andreon's face flushed with bulging veins as he gritted his teeth and muttered, Right, I must have been mistaken. So annoying. Composing himself, he leaned back against the pillow, let out a sigh, and got straight to the point. All right, let's hear what you've accomplished. The Count, hands in his pockets, honestly admitted, About that display you mentioned. I haven't quite grasped it yet. All I've managed to do is set a mental benchmark for myself. Saying that, he turned to look at the moonlit window and spoke softly. For a moment, his sturdy back was perfectly silhouetted against the brilliant light. He looked toward the distant winter castle and said, "Try heading there and see for yourself." Suddenly, his uncle turned back with a deadpan expression and dropped a bombshell. "Man, this is like saving a drowning man only for him to demand his stuff back." Putting the joke aside, the prince sat lost in thought. The image of the savage king arose in his mind. "Looks like you're targeting those bastards in the mountains, huh? Those scum belong to me." The prince turned his back, coldly extinguishing his uncle's delusions of grandeur. "Don't get your hopes up about Hao Haiyan." The count gave a faint, calm smirk, accepting his nephew's challenge. "Fine, I'll do just that." Back to business. Their armored boots crunched heavily against the frozen snow. The count spoke nonchalantly. "I've got a ton of questions, but I'm not going to ask them." As they patrolled the castle together, the uncle chose to place his trust in him. "When the time is right, I believe you'll tell me yourself. How did you learn so much about the ORCs?" Delivering a final, critical blow, his uncle turned with a beaming, gentle smile, one that carried lethal intent. "And where did you learn about that power too?" Andreon broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "He's changed so much, it's dizzying." Before they could talk any longer, a soldier came sprinting in, screaming, interrupting their conversation. "The Oros are closing in." The entire snow-covered landscape was being blackened by waves of monsters. The guard stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "There are over 100 of them." "Wait, no. It's got to be thousands." A horrifying sight unfolded. A massive army with jagged weapons, thundering forward as if to flatten the castle. Thousands. A whole army of thousands of ORCs. They couldn't just sit and wait for death. The battle order was issued immediately along the ramparts. "Archers, get ready over there. Bring the fire arrows now." Unlike the panicked soldiers, the two men stood still as statues, their faces etched with extreme tension as they stared ahead. And then, the inevitable happened. From deep within the distant mountains, a blood-red aura tore through the sky and surged toward them. The count immediately narrowed his eyes at the projectile slicing through the wind, exclaiming, "That's some impressive intuition. Is that?" An image of a giant ORC wielding a massive skull crusher appeared within the swirling crimson bloodlust, accompanied by the count's question. "The warlord?" The blonde prince answered coldly with one word. "No." He stared intently as his uncle swallowed hard, tensely analyzing the situation. "That bastard is the vanguard of the army, one of the most savage ORCs under the king's command." The bloodthirsty symbol flashed in the fiery night, signaling a formidable entity, the most powerful among the generals. A muscle-bound ORC appeared, radiating a suffocating aura that overwhelmed everything around it. The nightmare of knights and master swordsmen, a close-up of its hideous face with a savage, bloodthirsty grin. The battlefield commander, the Night Slayer. The explanation of the monster's spiritual power resonated. Just as knights use mana, ORCs use Valahadal chi. To survive and grow stronger, the ORCs would madly hack and slaughter one another without mercy. To attain a potent source of Valahadal chi, they initiate more battles than anyone else, and have decapitated more creatures than anyone else. The violent blood boiled in their veins like lava, though sometimes mutants were born possessing a massive amount of Valahadal chi. Red eyes glowed in the pitch-black night. They were more sensitive to Valahadal chi and bloodlust, able to see invisible auras with their own eyes. The Oros called that ability awakened vision. It was nothing to joke about. On the ramparts, Andreon stared ahead, gripping his weapon tightly, affirming that a Night Slayer was a natural-born commander. Even without knowing military tactics or strategy, they knew how to destroy their opponents better than anyone. Through their eyes, the enemy's weak points stood out clearly, as if highlighted by an aura. Because they could see everything, they could spot who the weakest was. At this, his uncle twirled his spear, murmuring his calculations. "And who has the sharpest blade?" Up to now, everything Andreon Leon Beck said has been true. I can't help but confirm it. Blue light flared around the count. He stood tall, meeting the storm head-on. With that ORC, the spear tip crashed into the castle's barrier, creating a massive explosion. Is he worthy of being called a Night Slayer? The Ore leader below tensed its muscles, bracing for the impact. The explosive collision sent the monster's blade slamming into the ground, causing it to roar in confusion. The guards hiding behind broke into a cold sweat, stammering in terror. I can't believe he deflected it so easily. The monster's armored arm tightened around the spear shaft, which was sparking with red flames. Suddenly, it gathered all its strength and hurled the weapon toward the fortress where many were standing. The result was a spray of blood. The spear tip grazed the count, leaving a bleeding wound. but he still stood firm. The Count ripped the spear out, muttering as he looked down at the pack of monsters. I don't know, but I can tell that ORC is the type who can't stand defeat. Leaving those behind him incredibly worried, the uncle ignored his injury and turned to ask his nephew, Andrian Leon Beck, "You know how to deal with Night Slayers, right?" Seeing his uncle still smiling confidently, the prince smirked. "I don't know why you'd think that." Andrian's eyes glinted with sharpness, catching his uncle off guard immediately. "I can see it on your face. You look just like a knight who's been handed a treasure chest." Finalizing the strategy, he let out a rough cough and broke into a cunning smile, analyzing the situation. All their assumptions are based solely on what they've seen with their own eyes. Andrian glanced toward the knight and finished his fateful sentence. But in this world, things aren't always what they seem. Besides, no matter how patient they are, at the end of the day, an orc is still an orc. Andrian immediately flashed a devious grin, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. Once we dangle something truly delicious in front of them, they won't be able to resist charging right in. But as soon as he finished, the knight, Vincent, suddenly changed his expression, anxiously reaching out to stop him. "No, that's far too dangerous, Your Highness." The lazy prince replied, hands on his hips, looking at the conservative knight with boredom. "I told you already, petty tricks won't work on them." He raised a finger glowing with energy in front of the knight and analyzed it seriously. Even the Rangers and the Winter Carstal Knights wouldn't be able to hold them off. In their eyes, you wouldn't look appetizing or easy to take down at all. He spread his hand wide, barring the way, highlighting the grim reality for the soldiers sweating with fear behind him. But if we leave that task to the new recruits, they'll be impaled before they can even react. Seizing the moment, Andrian tipped his head back proudly, pointing his thumb toward Awen and Adelia as he boasted, "Look, this mission is perfect for my squad. They've had elite training, but they lack real combat experience." The prince was adamant. Once they took care of those bastards, the rest would be a piece of cake. But Vincent stubbornly argued back. "But, Your Highness, you don't need to turn yourself into bait like that. Even without these dangerous confrontations, the Winter Carstal Knights can still handle them." Annoyed and reckless, the knight poked his finger straight into his master's arm, which was wrapped in white bandages, and said, "Besides, isn't your arm still injured?" Instantly, Andrian casually swung his cast-covered arm through the air, whooshing it around as if nothing were wrong, and replied with a cheeky grin, "A little injury like this is nothing? Isn't it enough to leave the opponent stunned?" But the very next second, the prince's face contorted, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he shakily admitted it still hurt a bit. He scrambled to save face while his hand kept trembling in pain. "But once the battle begins, I can still move. Think about this calmly, Vincent." That remark made Andrian drop his mocking smile, wiping away cold sweat, looking confused. Seriously, Andrian turned away, his profile revealing a steely resolve as he emphasized, "Our true enemy is not just those orc slayers." Both stood silently before the window, gazing out at the mountains, which glowed red like blood as the narrator began. "While we are busy arguing like this, a massive surge of killing intent swirls around the monster lord in the distance. I can sense its calm, yet ruthless presence. It is steadily changing moment by moment without pause, and it is closing in on Winter Carstal. The truth hurts." The prince snapped back, looking the knight straight in the eyes with a serious expression. "If we don't end this battle as soon as possible, Winter Carstal will collapse in the next encounter." Hearing this, the count standing nearby could only knit his brows, silently gritting his teeth as he contemplated the precarious situation. Vincent's eyes went wide with panic, sweat dripping down while the prince's words still echoed. Within the next week, Andrian smirked, regaining his usual peerless confidence as he reassured him, "If that bastard doesn't make a move within the next week, we will deploy the troops as planned." "Understood." The knight Adelia touched her lips, her eyes filled with anxiety as she listened to the instructions. "It's time for our secret weapon to move." Cutting to the battlefield, the count closed his eyes and relayed the orders clearly. "Listen up. Our primary goal is not to wipe them out, but to lure their leader out." At the central wall, the Rangers gripped their spears tightly, ready to fight to the death. "We need to hold them back as long as possible until their leader acts." At the same time, on the eastern wall, the knight Vincent stood majestically, guarding with his proud cavalry. Over at the western wall, dozens of archers stood in a neat line. Bows drawn with sharp arrows, they waited for the signal, bowstrings pulled taut, aiming straight down at the foot of the mountain. A commander's voice roared out, "Archers, ready!" As soon as the command echoed, hundreds of arrows tore through the air, raining down on the green-skinned monsters charging toward them. Arrows pierced their bodies, as the orcs sprayed blood, throwing their heads back and shrieking in agony. But they weren't going down that easily. A massive, muscular orc immediately charged forward, raising a huge steel shield to block the volley of arrows. Looking closely at the dented shield, the soldiers panicked, stuttering as they recognized the symbol. Isn't that a shield from the Valahat army? A guard glared with rage, shouting at the top of his lungs, "You bastards! How dare you shamelessly carry army gear out here?" Without hesitation, the count waved his hand, ordering with a murderous look, "Fire! Don't stop the fire arrows, never show mercy to them." Immediately, a barrage of flaming arrows tore through the sky. The archers gritted their teeth, growling in frustration. Damn it, there are too many of them. A bone-chilling sound of wood smashing echoed as a massive, heavy siege machine was propped against the stone wall. The nightmare began. The wooden ladder hooked firmly onto the edge of the wall. Below, the monsters charged directly, while the soldiers above reported in a panic. "They're reaching the wall." A hideous green-skinned monster poked its head over the top of the ladder. At that same moment, a soldier's desperate scream rang out. The soldiers lunged forward, stabbing their sharp spears downward, to halt the progress of the ferocious orcs climbing up. And here, the female lead's aura, the knight Awen, bravely jumped onto the wooden ladder, swinging her sword to decapitate a hapless orc. Her eyes were cold and resolute, her blue hair flowing in the wind and snow amidst the swarming enemies. Standing above, Awen slashed at the enemies while giving orders. "Push them off and let them fall." The silver-armored knights of the castle, the winter fortress, roared as they thrust their long spears, cutting down the enemy. The castle walls were in complete chaos, with shouts echoing constantly. "Cut the ropes and bring the slingshots here." Even as the fallen screamed in agony, the order to hold the line was firm, ensuring those beasts wouldn't scale the walls. In the heat of the moment, the night sky began to brighten, as a fiery sunrise illuminated the blood-soaked, brutal battlefield. Suddenly, a massive blue foot stepped forward, crushing the corpses of the orcs. The giant orc chieftain, with bloodshot, glowing eyes, brutally and coldly trampled over the bodies of his own kind to advance. Our knights were already gasping for air, sweating profusely and complaining. "Damn it, their numbers aren't dropping at all. I can't even tell if that's a night killer anymore." Meanwhile, the prince just stood there, arms crossed, in silence. The knight Awen was also leaning on her sword, panting, her messy hair draped over her beautiful, exhausted face. The prince stood high above, watching, smirking as he analyzed the situation with a dangerous smile. Everyone's exhausted, and those bastards have definitely figured that out by now. Like an overturned anthill, the monsters swarmed toward a corner of the castle. There was a breach in the winter fortress wall. Just as predicted, the ferocious wolf-riding cavalry of the orcs began to accelerate, charging forward like bloodthirsty ghosts. They used their wolves' claws to dig into the wooden structure, climbing straight up the wall. The guards screamed in terror. "Wolf riders! There are wolf riders!" Andreon immediately assigned orders. "Awen, you handle those bastards." Without hesitation, she lunged and crashed into the cavalry. "Yes, your highness." Right after, Andreon slowly pulled out a sword glowing with mystical blue flames, whispering with a smile, "Shall we start dropping the bait?" Intense power surged, and the brilliant blue fire engulfed the prince's entire body, creating a heroic, imposing figure. Andreon pointed his sword forward and unleashed a blinding pillar of light, a requiem for the departed. Down on the battlefield, the giant orc leader's blood-red pupils suddenly contracted. The monster had locked eyes with the prince's light. The prince held his sword steady, pointing directly at the monster as if issuing a challenge. Feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from behind him, Awen turned her head in shock at the energy source. And the knight Vincent was sweating bullets, stuttering in utter disbelief. "It's exactly as I heard." The old count with a scar on his face smiled triumphantly, stroking his chin, thinking that everything had gone according to plan. The strategy was a success. Just as expected, the prince smirked with a handsome yet dangerous look. "It's here." A red aura surged as the giant orc boss appeared in the middle of the horde. Like a resounding declaration, the night killer had joined the fray. The sinewy monster swung his fist crudely, smashing through the wooden obstacles with his bare hands, sending debris flying everywhere. His eyes glowed blood-red as he charged forward amidst the frantic alarms of the guards on the wall. "It's coming!" The archers immediately scrambled to draw their bows, sweat drenching their brows, screaming their lungs out to fire. But to everyone's surprise, the cold-blooded orc boss reached out and snatched the head of one of his own minions, who let out a confused murmur. Instantly, he heartlessly crushed the poor subordinate's head, blood spraying everywhere, while the victim only had time to let out a desperate scream. The boss stood tall like a mountain of misery, holding the corpse of his comrade like a broken toy, his eyes exuding extreme ferocity. Gaining momentum like an out-of-control steamroller, the monster rumbled forward as the friendly forces shrieked in panic. Fire! Keep firing! It's aiming for the western wall. In this life-or-death moment, Prince Andreon still stood tall and proud, his sword blazing with brilliant blue fire, ignoring the soldiers behind him who were frantically trying to stop him. Your Highness! Your Highness! It's too dangerous! Responding to their worry, the young prince simply offered the classic, arrogant smile of a main character. He didn't look afraid at all. He leisurely looked down at the giant fuming at the foot of the wall, taunting him lightly. Come on up. Provoked, the orc grabbed the wooden wall with a hand as big as a palm leaf fan. With brute strength, he hoisted himself up, plunging his claws into the wood mercilessly to climb straight up. However, the prince remained calm and tilted his head to give an order. Awen, follow the plan. Hearing this, the Night Lady obediently stepped back. Yes, Your Highness. Andreon raised his sword, releasing a blue beam that tore through the sky as he declared loudly, Everyone, get away from the wall. No sooner had he finished speaking than the monster's massive, hideous hand slammed onto the edge of the wall, shaking the stone foundation. The orc poked his savage face up, staring intensely at Andreon's sword, growling in his mind. So it's you, the human who dared to light this insolent fire. The beast stepped heavily onto the ramparts, exuding heaven-shattering killing intent. Following the Emperor's command, I will execute you first. Just as he thought that, the prince smiled broadly and replied, incredibly chill. I'm very happy to hear that. Next, the giant swung a massive blade down with a roaring fury. I won't let you escape. Electric sparks flew blindingly when the Slim Prince used his sword to block the monster's thunderous strike. The boss followed up with another earth-shattering horizontal slash, but Andreon leaned back smoothly to dodge it. He weaved through the wide blade, his sword-fighting stance incredibly elegant and refined, even while on the brink of death. With a graceful slide, he crouched low, his blonde hair fluttering as if he were in a shampoo commercial. Seizing the moment, Andreon lunged forward, ready to retaliate with eyes as sharp as a razor. The two collided, creating a shocking clash between the giant's raw muscle and the prince's refined swordsmanship. The orc wiped a tiny scratch on his bicep and smirked dismissively. Those cheap tricks don't work on me. Bet everything you have and fight me with honor. The prince didn't bother arguing, pivoting to lunge with a deathly gaze, unleashing a sword strike wrapped in blue flames that roared like a storm, tearing through space. The monster's face twisted, his eyes widening in anger and surprise at the beautiful technique. Immediately, the giant charged forward as well, roaring with excitement. You've got spirit. Close up on Andreon's handsome face as he wore a devilish smile, just like he had successfully lured a fat chicken into the coop. Suddenly, a massive, specially woven rope net dropped from the sky, accompanied by a shout that left the boss completely stunned. What? The giant beast that was so aggressive just a moment ago is now tied up tight with ropes as thick as a wrist. Meanwhile, the prince stands there, leisurely, leaning on his sword and watching from the corner. The silver-armored soldiers are straining, pulling the ropes taut, their necks bulging as they shout to heave. The ropes rub against each other, slicing through the air and tightening against the steel armor and the thick legs of the monster, pinning it down. Tied up like a piece of cargo, the boss glares at Andreon, his eye corner tearing, cursing loudly. You bastard, how dare you stain this honorable battle? Let me show you that you're worthy of ignoring his rambling. Andreon shows no mercy. He plants one hand on the ground to steady himself, and with the other, he swings his sword with such immense power that it shatters the ground beneath the monster. The wall crumbles, the giant falls backward, caught in the net, and begins a free fall, a glorious drop, just as he wanted. Up on the walls, the knights grit their teeth, putting every ounce of their strength into their desperate shouts. Pull it now with everything you've got. The massive rope immediately cinches around the beast's hulking frame, catching the boss off guard and leaving him terrified. Before he can even process what's happening, the massive orc loses his balance and falls backward, staring up with a hateful glare and screaming, "You bastard." Gravity does the rest of the work. The giant slams into the ground below the wall, creating an explosion of dust and debris that clouds the air. Once finished, Prince Andreon casually uses a cloth to wipe the blood off his blade, not forgetting to praise his subordinates. Well done, Awen. He turns to the female knight who just arrived, his demeanor still cold as he orders her to find cover and retreat. With that said, the handsome prince leaps straight off the wall. His red cape flutters like a superhero landing. Down on the ground, the boss, Oros, is struggling wildly in the ropes. The knights around him are sweating bullets, trying to hold on while yelling, "I'm at my limit. Step back if you can't hold him." Just then, Andreon lands perfectly. He leisurely reaches up to adjust his lion-headed shoulder armor, as if no struggle had ever taken place. He walks forward unhurriedly, looking down from above at the enemy, tied up like a bundle, smiling mockingly. Suits you, doesn't it? As the monster lies sprawled on the ground, the smile on Andreon's face grows even more sarcastic. He continues his biting sarcasm. Now you look more like a proper orc. Suddenly, the rope on the orc leader snaps. He lunges forward, baring his sharp fangs and roaring right into the prince's face, as if he wants to rip his head off right then and there. But before he can, a dark shadow flashes in, delivering a thunderous strike onto the monster, creating a shockwave that sends dirt and stones flying. It turns out the Count has landed in style. He appears before the prince, his sword gripped tight with murderous intent as he glares at the monster. Then, the Count charges straight in, hacking at the giant while roaring loudly. Now that I'm seeing you up close, you're even more brutal than I thought. He gets into a stance while glancing over to give a reminder. Andreon, Leon, Beck, leave this to me. But the prince ignores the pain, pulling himself up, and replies, I won't leave this entirely to you. I'll be back soon. The Count's back is cloaked in a blinding blue aura of lightning as he leaves behind a parting instruction before rushing in. Don't be late. Instantly, the Count unleashes a lightning-fast sword strike that lights up the sky, fiercely declaring, because I can't guarantee this bastard will still be alive by then. Sparks explode as the small but mighty Count trades blows head-on with the giant monster under the calm gaze of the prince. Meanwhile, Andreon casually takes a cloth to wipe the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, I've heard that the Four Chains Knights are as skilled as the masters of the sword, and it seems that's the truth. The prince watches the Count glide through the blue energy, murmuring to himself, a swordsman who has reached the realm of becoming one with the sword, where the will follows the path of the blade, and mana goes wherever the intent directs. Yet, the giant monster easily swats that attack away with its bare hands. Andreon frowns in assessment. However, he is the type who can grasp that energy with strange precision. Sensing a difficult situation, the prince immediately dashes forward, his gaze turning incredibly serious, telling himself he needs to hurry. A gauntleted hand pushes hard against the sturdy stone door to enter. It turns out Andreon is hurrying through an armory, calculating in his mind, I know someone who could be a worthy opponent for that Night Slayer, someone who acts before they think. Suddenly, he stops in a corner, his eyes full of hidden intent as he concludes, the type of swordsman that even the Night Slayer. He calls out, It's your turn, come out. And this secret weapon is Adelia. The night girl is curled up, holding her head, her whole body trembling in the dark corner. As the prince unconsciously calls her name, he holds out the blood-stained cloth from the boss, Oros, in front of her, making her eyes widen and fill with tears. Petrified upon hearing that the target of her vengeance is the owner of this blood, her pupils immediately constrict violently. Her eyes glow brightly, as if some primal instinct has just been triggered. The awakening begins. Her steel-clad boots scrape unsteadily against the ground. Adelia struggles to stand, even though her legs are still shaking. Without further hesitation, she stumbles forward, bowing her head as she moves, soullessly gliding past the standing prince. Andreon smiles with interest, looking down at the arm resting on her sword, exclaiming in surprise and excitement, Good heavens! It's an unbelievable sight. Adelia's entire body bursts into flames, her killing intent soaring, making the prince behind her marvel. Possessing just one of these traits would be scary enough. Two blinding lights flare in her eyes alongside a crazed smile. The system announces repeatedly, Berserker trait activated, Butcher trait activated. The flames erupt violently as if to consume the night, engulfing the female knight's silhouette. Andreon admits, Unbelievable. They all awakened at the same time. Back on the battlefield, the giant orc and the Count are still locked in a fierce exchange, their weapons clashing and sending sparks flying, tearing through the air. The Count's face tightens, his eyes filled with extreme tension as he realizes something unusual. I thought I saw it wrong. The giant swings his blade down with immense power. The Count is forced to raise his sword to block, but the force of the blow still pushes him back. The orc smirks, baring its savage fangs, causing the Count to sweat as he analyzes the situation. That orc. It's completely predicting my sword path. The Count grips his sword tight, sliding across the ground, using his feet to keep his balance, thinking, the awakened eye. This is going to be hard to deal with. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shattering collision erupted right behind the Count, sending debris flying everywhere and leaving him wide-eyed in complete shock. Both the Arose warlord and the Count were stunned. The Count looked back at the explosion, muttering in confusion. What the? A shadow, carrying the force of a hurricane, slammed straight into the battlefield, crushing the earth and kicking up a massive cloud of dust that blinded everyone. Through the haze, Adelia shot forward like an arrow piercing the wind, swinging her blade with intense ferocity, her eyes glowing with bloodlust. The knight launched a cross-shaped shockwave that made the very air tremble. Meanwhile, the Count stood there, eyes wide, staring at the familiar figure now wreathed in flames, utterly bewildered. Isn't she Andréan Leon Beck's maid? It was a shocking transformation. Adelia's face was twisted into a manic grin, a complete reversal from her usual shy, timid self. She was nothing like the gentle girl he knew. Without giving her enemy a moment to breathe, she unleashed a barrage of slashes, rapid as a thunderstorm, forcing the orc to roar in fury. "You're ambushing me like this?" Ignoring his screams, Adelia pivoted, showing off her power while the giant struggled to defend himself. "Where is your warrior's honor?" With a wild leap into the air, she delivered a crushing downward strike that forced the warlord to block with his blade, a choked groan escaping his throat. After the impact, her steel-capped boots landed firmly, kicking up dust at her heels. The Count, sweating, turned to ask Prince Andréan, who had just strolled up, "What on earth is going on here?" Andréan replied calmly, "Think of her as a berserker." Adelia's back was ablaze with a flickering aura. She planted her sword in the ground, panting. As the narration echoed, even a master swordsman might struggle against that monster, yet a mere maid could do it. It was because of Adelia's unique nature. She lunged again, slashing wildly, a flurry of strikes without any formal pattern. A butcher simply hacks and slashes at whatever stands in their way, devoid of any noble intent behind their actions. Meanwhile, the orc swiped her attacks aside, bellowing in mocking confidence. "A berserker is no different. Your mindless attacks won't reach me." But he was dead wrong. The crazed knight darted through his guard, slashing like a bloodthirsty ghost. Her speed left the chieftain stunned, his red eyes wide, unable to grasp what had just happened. The narration returned. A madman never thinks when they fight. A critical strike. The cold steel sliced through his armor, exposing the harsh truth. The Slayer Knight's awakened vision was completely useless against her. Enraged to the core, the boss clutched his bleeding bicep, glaring and hissing, "You're just swinging your blade without even trying to dodge or defend?" Adelia only answered with a chilling, savage grin. Amidst the raging inferno, the Orose warlord roared in frustration. What kind of wild, twisted performance is this? Watching the maid tear the enemy apart, the prince offered a mocking smile. An orc calling someone else a beast? Isn't that just hilarious? Andréan drew his shimmering wind blade and tilted his head back, calling out, "All right, uncle, if you're done resting, let's get moving." The battle exploded back to life. Vincent and Adelia charged in unison, forming a pincer attack, raining down thunderous blows on the giant orc. But the monster, eyes burning blood red, let out a furious roar, his killing intent so thick it obscured their vision. "How dare you!" A crimson shockwave burst forth, blasting everything away. He bellowed in resentment. "You pathetic wretches! You can't even stand tall before your king." The force was so immense that Adelia and Andréan were thrown back. The Count grunted, coughing, while reaching out to steady Adelia beside him. Nearby, the Count retreated, brow furrowed, his expression full of tension and confusion. What the hell is he doing? Despite his companion's pained groans, Andréan calmly watched the sinister light, deducing, "Is that battle aura?" The Orose's aura is concentrating at a single point. In the middle of the battlefield, the Orose chieftain transformed into a glowing red volcano, his muscles pulsing as he inhaled a suffocating amount of demonic energy. The prince's sharp eyes narrowed, sweat beads forming as he realized the truth. No, that's not the orc's own power. In the bloody night, the monster's eyes glowed like a demon's. He was reclaiming the battle aura he had shared with his subordinates. "Even if I can never stand before my lord again." He slammed his weapon into the ground, unleashing his final power in an infinite rage. "I won't let you take my king from me." Just as he sank into those thoughts, his two companions lunged forward, causing him to cry out, "Uncle!" Instantly, Andréan's entire body was enveloped in a brilliant azure magic. He gripped his sword coldly, thinking, "Then I'll show you the full extent of my power. I have piled up a mountain as high as the sky with green corpses." Not wasting a second, the Count slid along the ground, narrowly dodging the Orose's destructive swipe, clearing the path for the final assault. Without a hint of hesitation, the prince, his eyes cold and gray, chanted a spell that tore through space, and beneath it, a sea of crimson blood was born for all to see. And before it, "I stand here to honor your soul." Replying to the solemn incantation, the orc boss unleashed a guttural roar, his bloodthirsty eyes burning bright. A massive pillar of red magical energy, as if to swallow the entire tower, crashed down onto Andréan's position. Trapped in the storm of destructive energy, The prince gritted his teeth, bracing against the crushing weight of the power, a pained cry escaping his lips. Andrion looked up at the demonic figure looming in the light, thinking, he's from deep within the mountains. He's interfering way too openly now. As Andrion struggled with the terrifying energy, cursing under his breath, the Count watched from the side with a helpless, speechless look. The Count squeezed his sword hilt so hard his knuckles turned white, his eyes reflecting absolute determination. I have piled up a mountain with the green corpses. Hearing this, Andrion glanced over at his uncle, calling out in disbelief, Uncle! And then, the craziest miracle occurred. The Count suddenly flared with deep azure magic, his voice joining the prince's chant perfectly, and beneath it, a sea of crimson blood is born for all. A giant magical lightning bolt tore through the sky, shattering everything in the path of the Count's blade. His pupils glowed with a mysterious emerald light. It marked the awakening of a power that had been buried for far too long. Standing amidst swirling currents of blue lightning, he gripped his sword tightly, whispering to himself, I have piled a mountain high with green corpses. Meanwhile, Andrion stood there, mouth agape, so surprised he forgot to defend himself as his own anthem echoed across the battlefield. And beneath it, a pool of crimson blood has been born for all. And before it, I stand here to honor your soul. And before it, I stand here to honor your soul. That shimmering blue wave of magic spread out, enveloping the prince, who began to mutter to himself. It was resonating with his own mana heart. Suddenly, the arrogant prince clutched his chest, sweat pouring down his face, wearing a look of absolute shock he had never experienced in his life. What is this feeling? On the other side of the line, Vincent charged like a god descending from the heavens, slashing through the enemy with the speed of light. I have piled a mountain high with green corpses, he recited, while Awen's exquisite blue blade sliced through the fiery void of the orcs, continuing the verse. And beneath it, a pool of crimson blood has been born for all. But the most ridiculous part was yet to come. The soldiers and knights on the ramparts also began to resonate with that blue light, chanting in unison. And before it, each soldier pulled back their bowstring and raised their swords high, their spirits surging with a single, absolute will. I stand here to honor your soul. In the center of this unprecedented event, Andrion stood frozen, panting as he watched his own exclusive magic being borrowed by an entire army. The entire winter Karstal was now connected in a spectacular network of cyan lightning. I have piled a mountain high with green corpses. It was too twisted to be called a poem. The soldiers were fired up, swinging their weapons in that brilliant light, and beneath it, a pool of crimson blood has been born for all. Realizing the wonder of this, Andrion stood tall, his cloak fluttering in the magical waves, and smiled in realization. It was too structured to be a song, yet it felt almost like a military march. He reached out to catch the soul of that vibrant rhythm. Deep inside, it held wishes and bitter resentment. These emotions could even rival a love song. Casting aside all doubt, Prince Andrion leaned in, unleashing his ultimate power. Becoming one with the army to sweep away every enemy, I have piled a mountain high with green corpses, and beneath it, a pool of crimson blood has been born for all. Andrion pointed his glowing blue blade forward, his eyes filled with immense authority as he finished the chant. And before it, I stand here to honor your soul. On the walls, the knights bathed in the magical blue light, feeling the power surge with every breath. You sing of a brutal season, the darkest moment when the winter winds blow. In that very moment, the knight Awen swung her sword with unwavering eyes, wrapped in a surge of infinite mana. A new song had been born. The first war ballad was formed. A tear unknowingly fell from her eye, moved to her core by this magnificent magic. I won't keep anyone waiting. The system announced the birth of an unprecedented power as the prince was swallowed into a giant pillar of blue flame. A large-scale winter war anthem had been created. It had never existed in this world before. Andrion carried that eternal flame, charging straight at the orc chieftain Oros, who was baring his fangs in defiance. The prince's cold, sharp eyes remained completely calm amidst the violent magical storm, and with a single lightning-fast slash, his glowing blade sliced right through the giant monster's sturdy defense. Oros's eyes widened, blood red, as he spat out a massive glob of blood, terrified by the critical hit. The giant body of the leader was being cruelly incinerated by the blue fire. He wheezed his final words with blind loyalty, in the name of his king. And just like that, the massive carcass gradually turned to ash, leaving the prince standing heroically, sheathing his sword, with the Count and Adelia by his side. The prince stood tall on the battlefield, filled with blue light, like a god ruling over this frozen land, living up to the name Winter Karstal. A new song had been created. The cruel battlefield at dawn gradually settled, with monster corpses scattered at the feet of the triumphant knights. Meanwhile, the sweating count had to awkwardly prop up the maid Adelia, who had fainted from total exhaustion and could only sigh. The silver-armored knights stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. All of them suddenly erupted in joyous cheers, raising their weapons in celebration. The captain has fallen, his highness has won. Hearing this, Andrian tilted his head back, letting out a soft breath, his face showing rare relief after those moments of high tension. But before the joy could settle, a guard panicked, glancing back at the massive wooden door that was cracking. Huh? There's a crack in the castle gate. Wood shards flew everywhere as a ferocious Orose smashed through the last line of defense with a hammer. It's broken through the castle gate. Immediately, an army of Orose as numerous as ants swarmed into the courtyard. The roaring echoed off the stone walls. The Orose are flooding in. Andrian smirked, laughing mockingly, slowly raising his sword again to summon the magical flame once more. They won't even give us a minute to rest. Does anyone here need a rest? Hearing that, the Count immediately steeled himself, drawing his sword to defend alongside the knights behind him without a hint of fatigue, replying, "We are ready." Even the butcher girl Adelia snapped awake, flashing a terrifying grin as wild flames flared around her again. Someone from behind shouted, "Andrian Leon Beck, give the signal." Immediately, Andrian flashed a confident, mocking smile. The decisive moment had arrived. The prince stood at the front line, mana erupting as he called out to all the bravest warriors. The moment the signal sounded, everyone surged forward. He pointed his blade straight at the monster horde, and the entire army behind him charged like a storm. A bloody panoramic picture unfolded. The valiant knights rushed in to slaughter the enemy, blending with the tragic poem of the snow-covered mountains. A blade mercilessly pierced through the back of a large Orose, accompanied by the narration, "The frozen valleys and silent walls are stained with blood." In another corner, Awen glided across the battlefield, delivering a beautiful, lethal strike that sent blood flying. The war horn of dawn sounded, echoing far into the distance. Vincent and his squad charged headfirst into the fray, mercilessly slaughtering the monsters to safeguard the peace of the winter Karstal. Looking down from above, the castle walls were cluttered with the lifeless bodies of massive Orose beasts, while guards stood panting beside a dying campfire. A soldier broke into a relieved smile and excitedly reported to Vincent, "We've cleared out all the orcs on the ramparts. Seems like the bastards have finally lost their edge." Yet, the knight frowned, his calm face showing a flicker of doubt as he replied, "No." Slowly, he placed a hand over his left chest, where a brilliant blue magical aura pulsed, burning right through his armor. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek. Vincent curled his lip, his expression a mix of confident realization and pure shock. It's all thanks to this strange heartbeat. Suddenly, he whipped around and barked an order to leave only a few men on the wall, leaving the soldiers behind him startled and gasping. Wait, what? Ignoring the shock of his subordinates, the Count raised his sword high toward the fiery sky and shouted with conviction, "We're leaving the castle too." And just like that, a crowd of soldiers surged down the stairs like a stampede, roaring with fierce energy as they followed their prince. The great prince was on the front lines, a young royal with eyes burning like blue fire, charging headlong into the fray of life and death. He was still just a boy, not even of age yet. Andrian swung his sharp blade, spraying the enemy's blood in a display of masterful technique. This was only his third time in real combat. Even when facing an Orose twice his size, his brave silhouette inspired nothing but awe. Despite the danger, everyone vowed to follow in his footsteps. Right behind him, the Lady Knight Awen and the maid Adelia fought in terrifying sync, their blades cutting down monsters side by side. Beside the Count, who was showing off his own swift footwork, a single sword stroke tearing through the air to finish off the remaining enemies were the knights he had handpicked himself. Along with them, the Knight Vincent was heroically charging into the thick of it. Legendary commanders and even the bloodthirsty ranger squad were roaring, diving headfirst into melee combat, their seasoned ranger captain leading the charge. The panoramic view showed an army sweeping across the battlefield under the command of a small figure and those hot-headed northern knights. They had entrusted their lives to someone whose heartbeat wasn't even his own. Andrian's armored hand yanked his sword hilt out from the cold, frozen ground. The young prince's silhouette suddenly looked monumental as he stood tall before the corpse of the giant orc chieftain. Andrian lifted his blood-splattered face, his eyes glowing with an intense, prideful arrogance. As the battle came to an end, the battlefield sank into silence, broken only by the wind whistling through the snowy valley. Only then did they finally come to their senses. Andrian closed his eyes halfway, quietly soaking in the warmth of the rising dawn. The entire northern army stood motionless on the snowy slope, Beneath their feet lay heaps of carcasses from the ferocious monsters. The prince's hand gripped the tattered red flag, a prize that belonged rightfully to him. Andreon tensed his arm, clenching the blood-stained symbol of the enemy with an unshakable, heroic stance, his lip curling into a satisfied smirk. The prince's eyes glowed with that beautiful magical blue. It was finally in his hands. The curtain of war officially closed as Andreon swung his arm, raising the crimson orc flag high into the bright sky. He roared with every last bit of his remaining strength to let the whole army know, "We have won." Like a spark hitting a fuse, the soldiers raised their weapons and burst into overwhelming joy. Long live the prince! Vincent and the other knights raised their fists to the sky, cheering non-stop. Long live the great prince! They've been wiped out. It was truly incredible. But before the joy could fully settle, the side effects kicked in. A series of knights suddenly collapsed onto the snow, fainting, leaving those still standing in a panic. "What's going on? What happened? Wake up!" Noticing something strange, a soldier wiped his sweat and spoke up. "Someone's passed out over there." Meanwhile, a comrade behind him saw his fellow soldier collapse and could only laugh helplessly. This old man is actually laughing. Amidst the chaos, a voice wavered between laughter and tears. "They've pushed themselves way too hard. Hey, help me move them." The count stood there facing the wind, with a contemplative, romantic, and poetic expression. The love song. It was truly amazing. Seeing this, Andreon stared at his subordinate, speechless. That wasn't a love song. The prince kept his eyes shut tight, wearily correcting them in a faint whisper. It was a war chant. And then bam! Andreon drained all his energy, his body losing balance and tipping backward like a chopped-down tree. Witnessing the scene, the count panicked, his face drenched in cold sweat as he shouted, "Your Highness!" Seeing Andreon tuck his head into his feathered cloak and drift off to sleep, the count sighed helplessly. He's already fallen asleep. Immediately, the count switched back to his stern, commanding tone and started delegating tasks. Get him into the tent, gather the fallen soldiers and cremate them with full honors. And far away from the body of the captain, a mysterious female elf stood silently, watching the smoke and fire rising from the winter karstal. She curled her lip, flashing a wicked, cunning, and dangerous smile. A war chant, was it? Her beautiful face tilted slightly, her fingers covering half of an intensely amused smile. "You never cease to surprise me." Suddenly, the elf's pupils flickered, flashing a ghostly red light. Hovering in the middle of the blood-red space, she crossed her arms and declared with a challenge. "Then I'll give you a surprise gift, too." Behind that dark, magical aura, the giant figure of an orc chieftain emerged like the very embodiment of despair. She decided to take it slow, wanting to stretch out this peaceful moment so he could sleep just a little bit longer. The scene shifted too. Military reports summarizing the terrifying event that had just occurred. Not long ago, an elite orc group, equivalent in scale to 2 legions, had appeared at the Winter Karstal. The 3rd Legion and the Ranger forces had engaged and completely annihilated them. From that moment until now, Valahat had been preparing for the next battle. However, in the magnificent royal palace, a tense atmosphere hung in the air as officials reported to the king. "Even if we gather all of Valahat's forces, we are still vastly outnumbered. According to the commander's assessment, holding the castle is completely impossible." Marquess Buffet smiled as he stepped forward, his voice dripping with false sweetness. "First, allow me to express my gratitude and respect for your victory." "Indeed." Valahat is the man in the brown robe behind him chimed in, "but requesting reinforcements from Valahat is a huge problem." Hearing this, the long-haired blonde man crossed his arms and spoke, "Look, we've defended the castle walls perfectly for hundreds of years." Another pot-bellied noble chimed in, pointing his finger and berating the northern envoy. "You bastard. You must have cooked up this report just to stir up trouble, didn't you?" Facing the cowardly nobles, the knight calmly replied, "I know it's hard to believe, but I've brought some evidence." As he spoke, an attendant behind him opened a large chest. The knight confidently invited those who were mocking him to see the truth for themselves. "So, please, take a look at this." As soon as they looked inside, the nobles were struck dumb, stepping back with pale, terrified faces. "What is that? What the hell is that?" And boom, a massive, stark white orc skull rolled onto the floor, accompanied by a chilling explanation. It belonged to their leader, whom the first prince had slain with his own hands. The knight piled on more psychological shock. "It's twice the size of a normal orc warrior's head, and according to his highness, 3 times this size actually exists." Hearing this, the brown-robed man and Marquess Buffet broke into a cold sweat, their faces deathly pale. The name of the Northern Nightmare was officially uttered by the Vala representative King Ore, making the 2 nobles frown in annoyance. Seizing the moment, the knight presented his report to the king, who sat deep in thought on the throne. So far, we have confirmed 8 forces, meaning there are at least 16,000 of them, if not more. Please, grasp the severity of this situation. Despite the clear evidence, the nobles stubbornly made excuses. But the first prince hadn't touched his sword in over a year. It's just big. It's no different from any other orc. The pot-bellied noble sneered, hurling dirty slander. Well, the Vala family's influence was too great to ignore, so Marquess Beffe, unable to hold back his fury, stood up to defend them. Watch your tongue. Don't you dare insult Vala's dedication to quietly protecting the Northern Kingdom. Do you really think the Count would lie like you do? The back and forth grew heated. What did you say, Marquess Beffe? Before he could finish, a sharp slam on the table echoed through the hall. Enough. The king immediately and calmly arbitrated the matter. Count Vala is not the type of person to lie about something like this. If the Count says this is serious, then he isn't lying. The order was decisive. Order the noble families bordering the north to provide maximum troops and supplies. Minister, contact a suitable mercenary group and deploy them to the north. As the attendants bowed low, the king suddenly remembered a perfect punishment. Ah, that's right. Didn't the first prince capture the sons of several noble families last time? Send them to the front line so they can pay for their crimes. Standing in the corner, the blond knight gripped his cloak, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Even in a situation like this, the central army won't send reinforcements? Meanwhile, the 2 envoys from Vala hung their heads, bitter over the meager reinforcements. Is this all we get? After standing as a sturdy shield for the north for over 100 years? Amidst the heavy, unjust atmosphere, a steady voice suddenly rang out from the door. Wait a moment. The 2 envoys spun around, eyes widening in shock at who had entered. That man, an elderly noble with an imposing aura, strode into the throne room, his authoritative voice shattering the cowardice of the officials. The royal family must absolutely not turn a blind eye to the dedication and loyalty Vala has shown. Footsteps echoed firmly as the second prince, with golden hair and majestic armor, slowly stepped forward, standing tall before the crowd of officials. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, he addressed his father, who was deep in thought on the throne. Your Majesty. With his hand placed firmly on his chest in determination, the second prince of the Leon Beck kingdom, Maximilian Leon Beck, requested clearly, I will lead the knights to the north. The scene shifted to a quiet castle under the moonlight. The king's voice rang out with a secret command. On your way, stop by the vicinity of the Count's territory. Turning his back to the light, he revealed a move that had been planned all along. I have stationed the Iron Lion army and a portion of the central forces there, disguised as mercenaries. You will be the one to take over and command them. As the frontier was mentioned, the strong back of a knight facing a brightly glowing magic symbol appeared in the king's mind. Vala is a place that must never, ever fall. The second prince bowed respectfully with his hand on his heart, his eyes shining with absolute loyalty. I will keep that in mind, Your Majesty. Yet, a flicker of curiosity lingered in the young man's mind, and he furrowed his brow. However, he looked straight into his father's solemn face and asked, Father, if you intended to send the Iron Lion army and the central forces from the beginning, why did you act so indifferent in front of the nobles? Responding to that naivety, the king looked into the distance, his tone dropping, heavy with calculation. If I had easily agreed to gather an army and send it to Vala, the empire would certainly suspect the royal family of having ulterior motives. Images of an army with the red lion flag charging into battle flashed. They would suspect I was colluding with the Vala family to secretly raise a rebel army. That would be the perfect excuse for them to pick us apart and blame us. As a monarch carrying many burdens, he bitterly admitted the harsh truth. I cannot yield anything more to them. We absolutely must not give them even the slightest excuse. Suddenly, the king placed his calloused hand gently on his son's shoulder. His eyes shone with a mix of expectation and a father's sorrow as he spoke. Maximilian, my son. Maximilian's face broke into a sweat, his eyes lowering in absolute respect as he replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Under the brilliant light streaming through the window, the king spoke as if passing on the throne itself. You must continue to walk the path of justice. If you do, those who still serve the name Leon Beck will naturally gather by your side. To ensure that, the North must remain firm. Immediately, the second prince's eyes burned with determination as he swore before his father, I will protect it at any cost. However, the king slowly pulled his hand back. He slumped his shoulders, let out a heavy sigh, and continued, It won't be easy. Count Valahat has already declared himself the protector of Andreon. For the Northerners, this place might as well be enemy territory. Upon hearing his brother's name mentioned, Maximilian frowned and tried to reason with him. But father, isn't my brother a member of our royal family? As soon as he heard the word brother, the king's expression shifted instantly. His eyes widened, bloodshot with rage, and he roared, "Never forget that, Maximilian." The overwhelming fury caught the second prince off guard, making him break into a cold sweat, while his father hissed through gritted teeth. "Tell me exactly what kind of horrific losses that boy you call brother has caused this kingdom." The emperor's back suddenly looked so lonely, haunted by dark memories of his eldest son flooding back. The way that child sold out the very future of this kingdom to the empire. Despite his father's rage, Maximilian still tried to defend him. "But your majesty, he was only 13 at the time." He was cut off harshly. "I don't want to hear it." The king's gnarled hands trembled, his face twisted in a look of lingering trauma. It's still as vivid as if it happened yesterday. A shocking scene from the past flashed before them, where rows of knights and nobles crossed their swords and threw them onto the floor. The sight of them breaking their own blades right in front of me. The young king back then trembled, breaking into a cold sweat, helplessly watching as the ultimate humiliation was dealt to the throne. He watched them sever their own mana rings, along with the image of those arrogant, traitorous nobles standing by with their arms crossed, refusing to help. Every time I close my eyes, it feels like it all happened just yesterday. At the peak of the nightmare, the sly, mocking smirk of a fat, blonde, teenage noble appeared, hauntingly clear. The sound of that laughter from that day, I haven't forgotten it for a single moment. Trying to soothe his father's wounded heart, the second prince said softly, "I've heard he has repented for the past and is working tirelessly. I've even heard he has achieved great feats in the north." But the king coldly brushed him off. "He hasn't repented. He's simply forgotten." His gaze burned with deep, irredeemable resentment as he continued. "Besides, even if he grinds his teeth and sharpens his sword now, what does it even matter?" The image of a desperate knight crushing his own mana core flashed by as the king roared bitterly. "Those loyal men, they will never be able to form a mana ring ever again. Do you expect me to tell them to learn that low-grade mana used by ragtag mercenaries now?" His face hardened with an unforgiving hatred, and he gritted his teeth, making a blind declaration. Even if there were 100,000 guys like Andrion, they could never replace those men. Standing with his back to the sun-drenched window, the king issued his final order. "Go to the north." Before Monte could intervene, the second prince bowed his head in sorrow, dutifully accepting the heavy burden placed upon his shoulders. "I will carry out your command." Soon after, the scene shifted to an army marching majestically through a blizzard, their crest fluttering high. This relief force was truly in a race against time. Even as some fell behind during this relentless, high-speed march, the knights tried to tuck their heads into their cloaks to shield themselves from the bone-chilling cold, trudging forward. "We cannot afford to stop." A handsome mercenary with platinum hair, riding his horse, glanced at the prince and spoke up. "The second prince certainly has formidable determination. His body wasn't exactly trained like a mercenary or a true soldier." The text box introduced Anton, captain of the Silver Fox mercenary troop. The perspective shifted to a knight, with slicked-back hair, riding a sturdy brown-maned horse. The text box introduced him Kieringer, vice-captain of the Iron Lion Legion. Meanwhile, our Maximilian was panting heavily, sweating buckets in the snow, gripping his spear as if his HP bar was about to hit 0. Seeing his boss looking like he was about to log out, Him rode closer and asked gently, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Hearing this, Maximilian felt a surge of embarrassment, but whispered his teammate's name. I'm fine." Maximilian immediately regained his CEO demeanor, wiped his sweat, and declared firmly. Every second was precious now. Him grinned, his eyes crinkling as he reached out to catch the falling snowflakes. "Even so, looking at this snow, it seems our destination is just ahead." As they were romantically admiring the snow, both of them noticed figures trudging along while pushing carts ahead and wondered, are those people refugees? Not wanting to waste time, Him immediately ordered a subordinate soldier riding behind him to go check. "Go over there and see what's going on." "Yes, sir." The soldier hurried over and called out to a civilian carrying a heavy sack. "Hey, friend, did you come from Vala?" Yes, that's right." The civilian turned back to explain to the soldier. The Count issued an evacuation order, saying we had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The soldier, sweating with anxiety, asked again, "Then what is the situation on the front lines?" The civilian replied, "How would we know? The soldiers told us we had to leave. So, we just left." Maximilian, listening from a distance, had his expression change. his brow furrowed with tension, and thought, prepare for the worst-case scenario? Could it be that Count Valahat is actually considering the possibility that Winter Karstal might fall? As the army continued to move, Maximilian speculated with worry. It's best if we pick up the pace even more. The soldier beside him replied, yes, Your Highness. A wide-angle shot from above showed the Grand Army marching ahead through the blinding blizzard. The knights had to cover their faces with their hands as the wind and snow whipped at them, letting out cries of pain. Ugh, what a terrible blizzard. Now I understand why Winter Karstal has such a bad reputation. Amidst the whistling wind, Maximilian's ears suddenly perked up. He raised an eyebrow, listening intently, and thought, voices in the frozen valley? Silence. Close-ups of armored boots stomping, trampling the thick snow, creating an overwhelming sense of momentum. A red-haired soldier opened his mouth wide like a loudspeaker, holding a black flag with a blue crest, and shouted the marching song. Snow-covered mountains, frozen valleys stained with the cruel, bloody red. The castle walls stand silent, with only the echoes of the dawn-raid horns ringing from afar, searching for warmth through the winter blizzard. The only place to find heat is in the dark, greenish glow of the campfire. Heave-ho. Stand before that fire until your body burns, waiting for spring to arrive. The eerie song continued to echo, while Maximilian's group stared blankly at the local soldiers. Seeing this, Maximilian immediately spoke up. Are those Valahat's soldiers? The red-haired soldier, who was singing with gusto, suddenly whipped his head around, his expression as blank as if he'd forgotten his helmet. Oh, is it spring already? Realizing a VIP guest had arrived, the red-haired lad immediately snapped to attention and raised his flag, yelling at the top of his lungs to the soldiers behind him, much to the confusion of Maximilian's entire troop. Everyone, fall in. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and gave a report with dramatic flair. Loyal to the 3rd Legion, Valahat Commando Company, 17th Platoon, Jordan reporting. It is a tremendous honor to finally meet Your Highness. The second prince, Maximilian, replied politely, the warriors of Valahat have my thanks. Meanwhile, the young soldier Jordan remained extremely excited. Did you folks come all the way from the capital? We were just out on patrol. Jordan grinned broadly, waving his hand with enthusiastic hospitality. Since the weather is so rough, everyone, leave the carriages behind and head in first. We'll guide you from here. Finally, the two groups merged and pushed forward into the thick, swirling snow. The brainwashing song echoed once more like a broken radio, followed by the sound of a horn signaling the dawn charge, reverberating from afar, cutting through the winter storm in search of warmth. As they marched on, him, trailing behind, broke into a cold sweat, head bowed in discomfort, as he whispered, I heard men of the north were crude and not very friendly. Contrasting his companion, the curious Maximilian immediately asked, Jordan, what is that song you're all singing? Hearing this, Jordan laughed proudly and turned back to reply, that's the 3rd Legion's marching song, the Winter Hymn. Grand, isn't it? A soldier behind him chimed in cheerfully. For some reason, singing this makes us feel warmer, so we just belt it out with everything we've got while marching. Jordan gestured excitedly as he added, oh, by the way, the first prince himself wrote this song. We just improvised the lyrics at the end. Maximilian was startled and asked, my brother? Jordan continued with a nostalgic smile. Yes, the day the first prince arrived, the blizzard was blowing just like this. Back then, he carried a fallen soldier on his back and walked for a whole day. I'm just glad we don't have to do that this time. The second prince listened intently and nodded slightly. I see. However, Maximilian seemed a bit irritated, secretly glaring at Jordan and thinking, he just can't stop talking about my brother. The prince kept turning the thought over in his head. And with such unusually friendly familiarity, too. At that moment, Jordan raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. The red-haired soldier beamed, gripping his spear tightly as he looked up and announced, the blizzard stopped. The northern soldier laughed heartily. Nature's playing tricks again. The weather here is always like this. It beats us to a pulp, then stops the moment we hit the city gates. When the first prince arrived, it was exactly the same. He was furious. Well, it's over now. Let's just call it a good omen, he added casually, leaving the two men behind with faces covered in cold sweat, unable to say a word. Immediately after, Jordan reached out and introduced them with great formality. Now, Your Highness, let me introduce you. This is the kingdom's northernmost frontline fortress. Looking up, the faces of Maximilian and him instantly twisted in sheer shock, their eyes wide and jaws dropped, as if they had just seen a nightmare. The scene before them opened with a bloodied hand lying on the ground, accompanied by a proud yet utterly misplaced name, Winter Karstal. Close-ups of walls made of black iron, with a hammer lying discarded in the dirt. Maximilian thought in horror. The walls looked like they were hastily patched up, and it didn't stop there. His eyes landed on the corpse of a green Oros impaled by a blood-drenched sword, with bodies scattered everywhere, not yet cleared away. The second prince broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale from psychological shock at the remnants of such a brutal battle. Suddenly, a voice from above cut through his confused thoughts. Jordan, a blond young man, the first prince, stood on the wall with his female guard, frowning as he scolded, "What the hell are you doing at the gate? Slacking off again, are you?" Jordan shouted back. "Loyal, you're back from patrol, my lord?" The first prince glanced down with sharp eyes, his armor still stained with blood, and replied with biting sarcasm, "You don't look like you were just out on a simple reconnaissance mission. You went and tangled with those annoying bugs on the way again, didn't you?" Jordan broke into a sweat, pointing a finger and stuttering, "Don't tell me you went into one of your fits of rage again." While the first prince was still scowling, "You always stick your nose in everything." Suddenly, the first prince's eyes widened as he looked behind Jordan, wondering, "Wait, who are these people?" Realizing the presence of the new group, the blond youth's expression instantly softened into a hopeful, radiant smile. "Ah, have reinforcements finally arrived?" While Maximilian stood behind him in a cold sweat, thinking frantically, "Hold on, this person is..." A voice rang out to introduce the identity of the bewildered VIP guest. "This is His Highness, the second prince. And this is the first prince." Meanwhile, the first prince stood there, blank-faced, eyes wide with confusion. "Huh?" Their gazes locked in an awkward silence. Seeing this, a soldier standing on the wall broke the speechless atmosphere. "Do you two not recognize each other?" Only then did the first prince reach up to stroke his chin, scrutinizing his younger brother before exclaiming, "Now that I look closely, we do look quite alike." A gentle, sincere smile appeared on the blond northern man's lips. Truly. The first prince looked at his half-brother, a thought echoing in his mind. They looked like they were cast from the same mold. The scene shifted to armored boots, crunching over scattered weapons, and the carcass of an Oros lying exposed on the cold stone. Inside the castle, Maximilian's group walked in formation. Everyone's expression was incredibly tense as they observed the scene around them. Maximilian shrank back slightly, timidly commenting, "It seems there was a battle here recently." The first prince, walking beside him, glanced casually at his brother, his face impassive, and explained, "That's right, 3 days ago. You'll get used to it after staying here for a while." The second prince gripped his spear tightly, cold sweat breaking out in confusion, thinking, how long does one have to fight for it to be enough? As the group faced the welcoming troops in the plaza, Maximilian couldn't help but shudder in admiration. How can they keep their composure in front of hundreds of corpses? Walking ahead, Jordan let out a boisterous laugh, dropping a chilling philosophy. "Once you've fought a few packs of living orcs, you'll find these corpses look quite pleasant in comparison." Naturally, this joke left the entire delegation from the capital speechless, their faces darkening, unable to utter a single word. To break the awkward silence, the first prince looked toward the back and called out, "Little brother, looks like someone's here to welcome us." The group stood facing a long line of northern knights in majestic armor, holding their flags high under the gloomy sky. The count with a long scar across his face stepped forward, hand on his chest, overflowing with respect. "Glory to the royal family. I am Vala." Seeing this, Maximilian regained his royal composure, placed his hand on his chest, and responded with a polite smile. "Glory to the northern windshield. It is an honor to witness the kingdom's renowned silver lion." To return the greeting, the red-haired Jordan put a horn to his lips and blew, a long, booming sound signaling the start of the official reception. Immediately, a series of spears topped with fluttering black flags were hoisted by the soldiers in a display of power. A wide shot showed the local troops standing in 2 neat rows before the massive gate, chanting in unison, "Welcome to Vala, glory to our steadfast friendship with the royal family." Seeing this epic scene, the second prince's tense face finally relaxed, his eyes lighting up as he breathed a sigh of relief. Regaining his poise, Maximilian raised the crimson royal flag and spoke loudly, "On behalf of the royal family, I express my gratitude for your struggles, dedication, and sacrifices." The northern soldiers under Vala's command offered a gentle smile, seemingly pleased by the young prince's understanding. Beside them, the first prince stood with his arms crossed, chest puffed out, wearing a proud smirk, as if he wanted to show off. "Look how cool my little brother is." Meanwhile, the female guard smiled softly. Contrary to the noise, Count Vala just gave a gentle, kind smile and invited them. "Let's head inside now." Immediately, the scene shifted to a cozy banquet table. As Maximilian elegantly cut his steak, he silently observed. His older brother had changed so much since they last met. At least he looked healthy, which was something to be happy about. But suddenly, two knights froze, breaking into a cold sweat, glancing sideways as they witnessed an awkward scene unfolding before their eyes. The problem was that the first prince was resting his chin on his fork, staring intensely with sparkling eyes at his younger brother, making Maximilian sweat as he thought, "Why does he keep looking at me like that?" Unable to handle the pressure of that intense gaze, the second prince put down his fork and asked timidly, "Is there something you want to say, brother?" But the only response was the older brother's nonchalant, "Nope." To break the bizarre atmosphere, Maximilian forced a smile and awkwardly changed the subject. "So, how is Winter Karstla? Is it more inconvenient than the imperial palace?" Hearing a topic he loved, the first prince, Andrian, brightened up, happily boasting while chewing his food. "I absolutely love this place. We get to fight constantly, and there are tons of monsters here too." Maximilian's face went rigid instantly, his smile frozen, his mind completely blank. When he said he liked this place, did he actually mean it? Before his brother could recover, the older brother enthusiastically pushed a massive plate of grilled meat his way. "Here, eat as much as you can, or you'll regret it later." The second prince quickly pushed the plate back, sweating profusely as he politely declined, "I'm fine. If you keep doing this, it'll make the others uncomfortable." Hearing that, Andrian crossed his arms and said with a huff, "Even your stubbornness is exactly like his." Beside them, Count Vala, who had been watching the show, suddenly glanced at the first prince and remarked, "It's rare to see you caring for someone else." Ignoring the comedy of the meal, Maximilian's eyes suddenly turned cold and serious as he changed the subject. He sat up straight at the long table and declared to everyone, "I want to know the exact status of Winter Karstel right now." Images of piles of orc corpses pierced by spears flashed through his mind. Maximilian frowned and said, "I only caught a glimpse on the way here, but there seemed to be over 1,000 orc corpses stacked near the city walls." Hearing this, Count Vala stroked his chin, his scarred face turning extremely grave as he replied, "Every 4 days or so, the monsters attack the fortress. The scale varies, but the number never drops below 500. Right then, the guy named him, smiled optimistically, and chimed in to analyze the situation. "With battles like that, the enemy must have suffered significant losses, right?" But that flickering hope was immediately extinguished. Maximilian glanced over with an icy expression as a voice explained, "No, their numbers haven't decreased at all." The second prince crossed his arms, grimacing as he analyzed the dire situation. "They're actually increasing. Even now, their forces are steadily growing." To confirm, Vincent clasped his hands together and lowered his voice, reporting gloomily, "We've been tracking the Orc army's movements daily, and so far, we've spotted at least 9 Legion flags." At the peak of the horror, Maximilian stood up abruptly, his face pale as a sheet. When Vincent delivered the final blow, they still have at least 80,000 troops. A close-up showed feet stepping back from the sheer shock. A tense whisper echoed, "The situation is even worse than we expected." Maximilian stood there, panting, looking around with cold sweat pouring down, his voice filled with confusion. "Yes, even so." In stark contrast to his boss's mental breakdown, the purple-haired knight glanced at Vincent and the first prince, who were laughing and pointing at a paper, and sighed in disbelief. The people of Vala don't seem pessimistic at all. Even the first prince seems to have completely adapted to this place. Returning to the banquet table, the second prince, Maximilian, lowered his eyes, feeling conflicted. "We're brothers, yet we rarely have the chance to interact." Nevertheless, seeing his older brother excitedly pointing at the map with a confident smile, he silently judged, "Even so, he seems very different from the rumors." At that moment, the purple-haired knight leaned toward Maximilian, seriously recounting a past story. In the past, His Highness the First Prince visited the Iron Lion City. Heroic memories flooded back, featuring the first prince holding a wooden sword amidst a pile of defeated knights. He sparred against dozens of our average knights in a row, and he didn't lose a single match. The purple-haired knight smiled in admiration, his eyes looking like a true fanboy. He seems to have gone a step further since then. None of our standard soldiers could ever defeat him, not even once. The purple-haired knight smiled in pure admiration, his eyes shining like a total fanboy. It looks like he's grown even stronger since then. Maximilian's eyes widened, and he asked in surprise, "Then why hasn't that been made public?" The purple-haired knight immediately replied, "His Highness doesn't want news of it spreading." The camera pans to the prince's profile. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as he looks visibly tense upon hearing the news. Watching his brother's steady back, Maximilian frowns, his mind racing. No one suddenly becomes talented overnight. It is far easier to hide an existing talent than to suddenly conjure up one that doesn't exist at all. The shot looks down from above onto the grand banquet table, Maximilian's extreme confusion clear in his thoughts. What on earth is his brother hiding? Suddenly, the scene shifts to the deep blue sky outside the snow-covered castle. The prince speaks up, breaking the tension. Before we continue, I have a question. Sitting opposite him, the knight Anton rests his arms on the table, furrowing his brow as he poses a theory. Does an ORC king actually exist? The gray-haired man next to him chimes in quickly. Perhaps it's just a more savage and cunning variant of a normal ORC. Has anyone actually seen it? Adrian crosses his arms coldly, and the thoughtful expressions of those around him turn into silence at the biting question. After a moment of thought, the prince remains stone-faced, tossing his head back arrogantly. You will see a massive object, looking like a pillar, planted right outside. Suddenly, the group from the capital turns in astonishment to look out the window, while the prince calmly explains, "It flew here all the way from the mountains. That is his spear." A close-up shows a pitch-black spear, as thick as a house pillar, embedded deep in the heavy snow, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. The gray-haired man from earlier breaks into a cold sweat, trying to argue against the laws of physics. But the castle is so far from the mountains, how could an orc throw it that far? Unless he used a catapult. So, either a monster is using siege weapons, or a monster threw a spear the size of a catapult bolt all the way from the mountains to here. Ignoring everyone's confusion, the prince stands in the shadows, crossing his arms to exude intensity. He leans in and demands, "Which one do you find more believable?" A sharp side profile shot of the young man from the north. His ice-cold eyes deliver a brutal reality check. If you can't believe it, then go back. He flatly throws a harsh statement at the relief squad. We need reinforcements ready to fight alongside us, not a bunch of meddling inspectors. Shocked by the prince's intensity, Anton breaks into a sweat and hurriedly explains, "We didn't mean to doubt you, Your Highness. It's just that this is all so shocking that we wanted to confirm the details." The vice captain bows a full 90 degrees. "I sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry." Sensing the situation is becoming too tense, Count Valahat slams his hand on the table and declares clearly, "Let's take a short break." A wide panoramic shot of the opulent banquet hall as it clears out, followed by Vala's closing remark, "We will discuss the rest in 1 hour." Seeing his brother about to turn away, Maximilian hurriedly leans on his cane and stands up to call him back. The prince faces his brother, who then launches a highly subtle probe. "I heard you were the first to notice the change in the Arose tribes regarding a king." Being asked where it hurts, the prince is startled. He stares at his younger brother and stammers, That's right." The prince begins to offer a very logical excuse. "I've always been interested in ancient stories." Hearing this, Maximilian gives a smile, while sweat rolls down his cheek, bowing his head shyly as he asks, "So, did you read that in the ancient texts?" Immediately, the prince holds his sweaty face with his hand, his mind racing at full speed. "I just said that to cover my tracks." But it actually sounds like a very convincing excuse. Then, a flashback from the past appears. The prince thinks to himself, "Considering the rumors about me in the past, I stabbed myself with the sword of the founding king that I stole, and I still train with an obsolete monocore. Truly a fool, completely obsessed with legends of ancient kings." Back to reality. After ending the conversation, which was full of twists and turns, the prince stands with his arms crossed, watching his brother's back and muttering with interest. Well, whatever. "So, that kid is the second prince, Leon Beck, huh?" The corners of the prince's lips twitch upward into a knowing smile, his eyes flashing with deep insight. "Now I understand why the king hates his eldest son." In the prince's eyes at this moment, Maximilian appears dazzling, surrounded by a holy aura, accompanied by the reputation of the perfect, high-achieving son. Upright and virtuous, gentle but unyielding, a strong personality, possessing enough talent in every field to be called a genius. His train of thought drifts, comparing him to great rulers. My friend, Lion Niall, once had the qualities of a iron-blooded monarch, and Maximilian has the innate qualities of a wise king. But suddenly the atmosphere darkens, the smile on the prince's lips fades, replaced by an extremely serious expression. But in the coming age, intellect alone will not bring victory. To illustrate this dark vision, terrifying ghosts begin to appear, featuring a giant monster surrounded by a fiery red aura, and a figure smiling cunningly as they manipulate the shadows. The king of the green-skinned race has emerged. Wicked fairies step out from the darkness. Not stopping there, a fiery future suddenly descends, where miserable people panic, clutching their children as they flee amidst a bloody rain of arrows, and an era of absolute chaos is about to begin. In the middle of a battlefield filled with the corpses of green-skinned monsters, a majestic king holds high a spear that glows like the sun. Accompanied by the harsh truth of survival, the monarch will lead them through this chaos. One must know how to turn timid sheep into ferocious lions, and how to ruthlessly suppress the packs of wolves. Next, a pair of armored boots steps forward, stabbing a sword into the ground, shaking the entire frame, as if making a definitive, unshakable declaration. That monarch must be someone exactly like me. The most heroic painting erupts with the prince's back as his red cloak billows heroically, standing proudly under a brilliant light shining from a devastating sky. Because I am the one. Closing his dominant train of thought, a close-up of the prince's face appears, his eyes blazing with auras. His hand grips his sword, pointing it straight and sharp. He who has witnessed countless battles in periods of absolute chaos and has bringing a successful end to conflicts that once seemed like they would go on forever. Yeah,